stood at my sides. Zin, Willamette, and Kisa were behind us. I was dressed in a black military-style uniform. No sari, no mourning powder streaked across my face. It was a deliberate statement about the traitors whose deaths I'd come to witness. My cousin, Ganda, and my former nephew, Lab. "Your Majesty!" Everyone in the room either dropped into a curtsy or bowed low. "Everyone up, please." I moved across the room, exchanging greetings with the judge, the lawyers, and the police. "Majesty!" Prime Minister Iha Feinin executed his perfect bow and held a palm out to me in greeting. "We are glad to see you well." "You also, Iha. I was relieved to hear you weren't injured in the chaos." Feinin waved a long-fingered hand in the air. "I was in my offices when the incident occurred. Thankfully, we went into lockdown, and I don't think I was on their list of targets, given how unimportant my position is." I didn't have a good reply for that. Technically, he was the head of the General Assembly, but the political body was more for show than anything. Feinin had no real power in the governing of Indrana. He was there to placate the masses. Even if I was going to change that, it wasn't something I was going to say out loud. "Your Majesty." Two naval officers approached, saving me from the awkward situation. Feinin murmured his goodbye and stepped away. "Commander Timu Stravinsky." The commander was a man with graying hair at his temples and clear grey eyes. He saluted me and nodded to Emery. "Commander?" The young woman with him was barely 18. Her eyes were dark blue, and her blonde hair was twisted up into a smart knot off the collar of her naval uniform. I knew who she was before she said her name. My cousin. A member of my family. Same as the woman I was about to kill. "First Lieutenant Jaya Naidu, ma'am." She saluted me. "Lieutenant?" Ganda's little sister wasn't the spitting image of her treacherous sibling, but I could see the resemblance, and I felt Emery brace for a scene. "I volunteered to witness, Your Majesty, to spare my parents further pain. They have removed the traitor's name from the family tree. I am not here for sympathy or to ease her passing. I'm only here to see justice done." Jaya bowed sharply. "Give your parents my condolences," I said. I had seen my aunt several times during matriarch council meetings, but hadn't spoken to her. I hadn't seen my uncle since before I left home. I remembered my mother's only brother as a kind man with a gentle face. "My family is loyal to you, Majesty." "Of course. Thank you." I murmured the reply because I couldn't think of anything better to say. Lieutenant Naidu nodded again and left me alone. There was no one here for Lab except his lawyer, who bowed low in front of me. My nephew's father was gone, fled to the Saxons. His mother and sister lay dead from a bomb he helped radical Upja plant. Lena's family had already washed their hands of him, lest the displeasure of the throne splash back on them. There was no one left for quiet denunciations and murmured declarations of loyalty. I was the only family he had left, and just this morning I'd issued the order to wipe his name from our records forever. I spotted Lena Surakesh when she slipped in through the door, already dressed in widow's white. There were circles under my niece-in-law's eyes, and she gripped her sari so tightly that her knuckles stood out in stark relief against her skin. What had been a social coup for her was now a nightmare. Murmuring my apology to Lab's lawyer, I crossed to the door and pulled Lena into a hug before she curtsied. She froze, startled, and then clung for a moment. "I left Taran at home," she said as she stepped away. "I didn't think it was appropriate. He doesn't understand what's happening." That was a wise choice. Lena, he's still my family. Whatever he did, it was because of his brother. We don't hold Taran accountable. We'd retrieved some of the data from Dr. Satir's Smarty, and it corroborated Lab's story that the Amanita virosa Indus had been slipped to Mother in the weekly gift of locum Taran brought her. I had to contend with the idea that Dr. Satir might have known about the drug, though that secret died with her. There were no records of the treat being scanned when it was brought, and my suspicions of a mother's still missing Ekam's involvement in this whole mess ran high. Bial was a puzzle for another day. He'd fled Pashati the day of the attempted coup after saving my life. "Please don't take him, Majesty. I've come to care for Taran." "I have no plans for that, Lena. I've received your mother's petition, and I concur that the best place for him is out of the public eye. Taran will stay with you." "Thank you." Lena's eyes strayed over my shoulder toward the chamber on the far side of the room. "I loved my husband once. I'd thought he could be so much more." "That's not a crime," I replied, watching as the bailiff escorted Lab and Ganda into the chamber. "You've never seen anyone die, have you?" No, Majesty." I took her gently by the shoulders. "There's no shame in looking away. This way is quieter than most, but you're still watching someone's life vanish in front of you. It changes a person to witness it." "You've seen it." I felt the smile flicker to life at the corner of my mouth. "More times than a person should." "Then I will be strong, like you, Majesty." I didn't know how to tell her that strength had nothing to do with it, that even the strongest woke up in the middle of the night, covered in sweat, remembering. So I let her go and looked at Willamette. "If she needs to leave, go with her." "Yes, ma'am." "Your Imperial Majesty, and the others in attendance." The judge was a tall, slender woman named Sida Claremont. She addressed the small crowd as the technicians strapped Ganda and Lab onto the tables in the chamber. The sound of their work was muffled by the glass partition separating us. "We're here today to see justice done in the matter of the Empire of Indrana versus Ganda Ronwen Naidu and Lab Alban." Lab was calm, his dark eyes still burning with fanatical hatred when they met mine. Ganda was less calm, her eyes darting around the room, and her breath coming high and fast in her chest, as the table was tilted slightly up so we could see her face. Judge Claremont turned to look at the prisoners behind the glass. "You have both been found guilty, through evidence and your own confessions, of waging war against the state, direct participation in regicide, attempted regicide, and treason. Your right to trial was dismissed at the Empress's pleasure. It is the Empress's wish that on this day you take your last breaths and let the Dark Mother have her justice over you." Ganda flinched. Lab remained perfectly still. "Your Imperial Majesty, is there any mercy in you for these two traitors?" I'd known the judge's question was coming. The palace had been inundated with calls and messages about the execution. I'd read most of them and answered several of the calls personally. The one from Amnesty Galactic had been the most interesting. In the end, I couldn't let it influence my decision. We had written confessions from each of them about their involvement in the deaths, and no matter my personal feelings on the matter, that was enough to condemn them. Plus, I knew better than to leave a living enemy behind me. I'd learned that lesson the hard way from Po Sin, the gun-running gang leader, and my former employer. "There is not." "Very well." Judge Claremont nodded. "Do the condemned have anything to say?" I did what I had to for the good of the Empire. Ganda's voice didn't ring with the same conviction as my mother's Ecum when he'd claimed the same thing. The Empress turned us belly up to the Saxons and drove this empire into the ground. Now you'll all allow that trash upon the throne. A criminal. A self-admitted gunrunner. She's not worthy of your respect or your loyalty. I kept my face blank as she railed. I wasn't ashamed of the things I'd done after I left home. If you didn't want me to come back, Ganda, you shouldn't have killed my sisters. Ciri should have been Empress, or her daughter, or even Pace. All of them would have been a better choice than I am. It's your conspiracy, your treachery that put me here. No! Ganda shook her head, tears rolling down her face. But she didn't have any argument to make that would have swayed anyone's sympathy. Lab lifted his chin, the haughty look unable to fully hide the fear in his eyes. You will all regret this, he said. We see farther than you can imagine, and our plans are far more glorious than this piddling empire. You won't live through the next spin of the planet around the sun, you gun-running whore. There were gasps of outrage in the room. I crossed my arms over my chest and met Lab's glare with a cold smile. You won't live to see them fail, I replied. Whatever he shouted in reply was cut off by Judge Claremont's quick gesture. The comm system was deactivated, and the two technicians in the room donned their helmets as the tables were lowered once more. Nitrogen asphyxiation had been the preferred method of execution in the Empire for thousands of years. It was a quick and painless method, but as I'd pointed out to Lena, it was still taking another human life. The lights on the wall of the chamber flashed, and at Judge Claremont's nod, the technicians threw the switch. The air circulators in the chamber sucked the oxygen out, replacing it with pure nitrogen. Lab was unconscious in under a minute, with Ganda quickly following suit, as the oxygen in their lungs and then their blood was replaced with nitrogen. The hypoxia that followed would cause brain death in a matter of moments. I'd seen messier deaths, and been directly involved in more than a few of them myself. This wasn't even the first time I'd stood on the other side of a glass window and watched people die. But there was undoubtedly something cold about these quick and silent deaths. It felt weird, clinical. It made me uneasy. I watched their chests rise and fall, breaths growing shallower as the heartbeats on the monitors above the tables slowed. Lab convulsed, and Lena's choked sob echoed through the room. Uima. Take her outside, Will, I murmured, without looking away from the people dying in front of me. The shrill tone of the flatline, indicating brain activity had ceased, sounded through the speakers after Willamette ushered Lena out the door, as first Lab's and then Ganda's brain shut down. The masked techs moved around the tables, efficiently checking their patients and passing the information along to Judge Claremont. Brain death confirmed, she announced. Heart death to follow in approximately 3 minutes. The flatline tone had been turned off with the confirmation, so we all stood in silence again as we waited for the final words from the techs. The one at Lab's side turned and nodded once, but I didn't release the breath I was holding until Ganda's tech nodded also. Heart death confirmed. Execution sentence carried out at 22:53 Capital Standard Time. Let the record reflect that justice has been served. Majesty. Emery's voice held a hint of warning when I stepped up to the glass. There is ash on the air, spiraling higher. We are cut down by sunlight. Mother Destroyer finds mercy in the taste of our skin. The words of the poem spilled from my lips in a whisper, Cass, we're moving. Have them bring the car around. Emery put a hand on my back. Majesty, it's time to go. I turned away from the glass, not in the mood to argue with him. With a final nod at the people assembled, I let my bodyguards whisk me away from that place of death and back to the palace. I made a beeline for the liquor cabinet by the fireplace and poured from the first bottle I grabbed. Fire blossomed in my chest, melting some of the ice lodged there, so I poured another shot and tossed it back. Majesty, not the time to chastise me, Zin. Actually, I'm kind of wishing I weren't on duty. My Ekam's husband replied with a smile. You probably want to be careful, though. You didn't eat much at dinner. I paused in the act of pouring a third glass and gave him a look. Is that part of your job now, monitoring my food intake? That's always been part of my job. I'm just mentioning it now because a third shot of Calasian whiskey on an empty stomach will probably put you on your ass, Majesty. Snorting with laughter, I took my glass and sat down on the couch. I could drink you under the table, Tracker. Don't even think about it, Zin, Emery said. First off, you're not having a drinking contest with the Empress. Secondly, she probably can outdrink you. You're good, but you're not in the same league as someone who drank a squad of Hyperion Royal Marines unconscious. I thought that story wasn't true. Zin raised an eyebrow at me. Partially. I saluted him with my glass and winked. 2. There were only 2, and it was a close call. And don't think I don't realize what you're up to. Who, us? Zin grinned at me. I have to do that again tomorrow. Shiva, that was cold. My good humor abruptly vanished, and I stared into the swirl of golden-brown liquor in my glass. At least my former bodyguard's execution would be less public. Yes, you do. It's necessary, Majesty. Doesn't make it any easier. I'd worry about you if it were easy. Emery sat down across from me with his hands braced on his knees. That's not the only thing that's bothering you, though, is it? They deserved it, I said, unblinking. He nodded. They killed my mother, my sisters, Jet, Ramani, too many others, Emery. I'm not sorry for what just happened. I swore I'd find the people responsible for this and make them pay. The whiskey disappeared in a swallow, and I set the glass down with the careful precision of someone who'd had just a little too much to drink. Bugger me. I muttered the curse under my breath. Not a word. I held up a hand in Zin's direction as I got to my feet and swayed a little. Not a single word. What upsets you, Mum? Emery prompted. The fact that you're sorry for the necessity of killing, or that you're not sorry? Next time I'm just pulling the trigger myself. It's easier than standing there and letting someone else do my dirty work. Answer the question. The snap of command in his voice did the trick, and I whirled on my Ekam. Damn you, I don't know, I shouted. I'm supposed to be sorry, aren't I? Isn't that what civilized people feel when they watch someone die right in front of them? Especially like that, all trussed up and helpless? I could have granted clemency. We had the information we needed from them. I had the power of forgiveness in my hands, and I could have just let them live out their days in a cell. I've spent the whole goddamned week talking to people who thought I should. But standing there, all I could think of was how I'd promised my sisters I'd find the people responsible and make them pay. All I could remember was Po Sin breaking my leg after I turned my back on a Yakuza who was still alive. A curious amusement swelled as I remembered. He shot the man first, then taught me a lesson I've never forgotten about turning my back on my enemies. I don't leave living enemies behind me, Emmy. Ever. Zin made a noise that sounded like I'd punched him. Emery, in contrast, went still. He never broke eye contact with me, but I'd gotten better at seeing the signs of their background conversations. Our smarty, the array of 5 microscopic chips inserted into key areas of the brain, used our own neurons and pathways as power and conduits to create a permanent interface. It allowed for communication, visual and audio recordings, even photography with the right tech installed in one's fingertips or palm. The device had a massive storage capacity, and for the right price, a host of other handy applications. The range had improved over the years, going from just a few meters to over 100 on the military models. Anything past that required access to a communication array. For Emery and Zin, it improved upon a relationship already honed by years of working together. I let it drag on for a minute or so. Are you two finished talking about me? Zin objects to Po-Sin's teaching methods, ma'am. He wouldn't be the first, I replied, and sank back down on the arm of the rose-colored couch. Howe was furious, and I thought for sure Portis was going to kill him. The pain was... I fumbled for words to describe it. I'd screwed up, though, and almost got killed because of it. It was a good lesson to learn. I've never made that mistake again. I'm a God's awful noble, Emery, more comfortable in drinking contests and tavern brawls than I am at court. You are the Empress of Indranan, he said quietly. More's the pity, I shot back. Right now I'd rather go back to being a gunrunner. No, you wouldn't. And just like that, the man I'd known for less than an Indranan month read me so easily and so completely that all I could do was stare at him. I'd made my choice to stay, and whatever liquor-fueled words came off my tongue didn't change that. Fine, I wouldn't. It was the closest I'd come to admitting he was right. Getting to my feet, I debated the wisdom of having another drink before deciding I really didn't want to be hungover tomorrow. I'm going to bed. I'll send Stasia in, Majesty. I don't need her, I replied. My maid was too kind, and the thought of exposing her to my sharpness didn't sit well with me. I closed my bedroom door, stripped out of my clothes, and crawled into bed. Within moments I was asleep, but my dreams were filled with death and pain, and I woke in a pool of moonlight and sweat. I got out of bed, wrapping myself in my robe, and leaned against the windowsill. The moon was high in the sky, beaming through the stained-glass windows. Come in, I said, to the expected knock on my door. Majesty. Zin, as usual, was the one to check on me, and I didn't look away from the moon as I waved him into the room. Are you all right? Just another dream. I'm getting used to them, I lied. You shouldn't have to, ma'am. We could see if Dr. Ganjan can give you something to help you sleep. I'm fine, Zin. I turned from the window with a smile. Do you want me to send Stasia in with something to drink? I want to know what Lab was talking about when he said, our plans. I grabbed the poker and jabbed at the coals before throwing another log on them and sitting in my chair. The flames crawled along the edge of the wood, gaining strength as they found more fuel. This isn't over, Zin. It might never be over. We all signed on for the long haul, Majesty, if that's what you're worried about. I laughed, but didn't look away from the fire. I'm not worried about you, or Emery, or any of the bodyguards who survived. Thoughts of Jet and the others brought a sharp pain in my chest and fisted a hand against my stomach. I don't know who to trust, Zin. If this spreads as far as Lab claimed, who can we trust?
I don't know, Majesty. I promise we're looking into it. Every contact he had, every meeting and comlink, every single person who came within 2 meters of the man is on our radar.
Zin knelt next to my chair.
If they truly do have a plan, they'll have to move on it, and we'll be ready for them.
I need something to do.
Right now? Sleep, Majesty. You need the rest.
He got to his feet and offered me his hand. Dat, you're as much a bully as Emery. I sighed but took it, and let him usher me back to bed.
Good night, Majesty. I'll see you in the morning.
Chapter 2.
The biggest problem, Your Majesty, has been the distance. Given the importance of the mission, my operative obviously...
Casbel, if you don't get to the point, I'm going to shoot you, I warned with a raised eyebrow. Caspel Ganesh, Director of Galactic Imperial Security for the Empire of Indranan, didn't flinch at my words. A smile curved under his beak-like nose.
Your pardon, Your Majesty, but you are unarmed.
I kept my eyebrow up as I glanced over my shoulder. I'm sure Emery will let me borrow his gun. Won't you, Emery?
Of course, Majesty.
Caspel grinned at me.
Your Majesty, the area is unstable, and we cannot trust Admiral Shul. All I know at present is that Governor Ashwari made it off the planet. I am sure my operative is bringing her back here with all haste.
Thank you, Caspel. Was that so hard to say?
No, ma'am.
I want to know immediately if you hear from your operative.
Yes, ma'am.
Caspel nodded as he rose.
Majesty, I will need to speak to you in private about Admiral Shul.
Caspel's stride toward the door didn't slow, and I had to stop myself from turning around to stare at his retreating back. Our usual meeting place? I replied, over the dedicated line of my smarty.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's next, Alba? I reached for my cup. I'll see you at first song then, Caspel, and you owe me. I'm going to be dead tired tomorrow.
I wouldn't ask if it weren't important, Majesty, and we both know you haven't been sleeping anyway.
I wasn't going to ask how he knew that. We've got half an hour before you need to head for Shivans. Matriarch Desai needs 5 minutes, and Matriarchs Gohil and Kaitri have asked for a moment of your time if you can spare it. Really? I paused with the cup at my lips. I'm interested enough to squeeze them in, Alba. Tell them they have 15 minutes, so I hope they're nearby. Have Clara come in while I'm waiting. Taking a sip of my blue chai, I shared a look with Emery.
I have no idea, Highness,
he said, in answer to my unasked question. Matriarch Clara Desai had terrified me when I was a child. She was one of the few people besides my father who could get me to behave. Now I counted the older woman as one of my closest allies in the palace. She entered the room, a woman my height following on her heels. A person would have to be blind not to see the family resemblance. Clara dropped into a curtsy, while the woman in the grey uniform bowed low. Good evening, Majesty. May I present my daughter, Major Geeta Desai? Majesty. The woman bowed again. A pleasure, Major. You're with the army? At present, Majesty, yes. I eyed Clara's daughter. Well, my curiosity has been piqued. What does that mean, Major? Major Desai dropped to a knee. Your Imperial Majesty, I know you are in need of bodyguards. I would offer my life to that end, should you desire it." Matriarch Desai's face was perfectly neutral, betraying nothing about her personal feelings on her daughter's decision. I raised an eyebrow at Emery. He responded with the barest shrug of his shoulder. "A very generous offer, Major Desai." Getting up off the couch, I grabbed her shoulders and lifted her to her feet. The memory of doing the very same thing to Jet rushed through me, and I had to close my eyes for a moment before I drowned in my grief. "One I will gladly entertain, but with the reminder that my Ecam has the final say on replacements, and I wouldn't think to countermand his judgment where my safety is concerned." "Of course, Majesty."
"Major, if you'll go with Alba, she'll take you to Cass, and he can get you started with in-processing. Have you spoken to your commanding officer about this?"
Emery asked. "I have, sir. She is in full support." I watched Matriarch Desai watching her daughter as she left the room. Some of her sadness slipped through the mask, and I laid my hand on her arm. "Clara, I could tell Emery to— Please don't, Majesty. She's no safer in the army than she would be at your side, and it would devastate her if she knew she missed her chance to be your bodyguard because I wanted to keep her safe." "It would," I murmured. "It took me 20 years to forgive my mother for it." Matriarch Desai curtsied again. "With your leave, Majesty. I know Alice and Zaran are anxious to speak with you, and your schedule is full." I waved a hand and shook out the deep blue skirt I was wearing. Taking the heavy white sari from the back of the couch, I wandered to the bank of windows in my reception room. I'd worn my customary uniform to Nal's execution this morning, but afterward I'd felt the need to change into something with a bit more protection from the cold. I wrapped the sari around myself, understanding a little better the struggle my mother must have experienced, knowing I'd wanted so fiercely to join the military, but wanting so desperately to keep me safe, especially after my father's death. The sun was setting behind the waters of Balhim Bay, throwing streaks of gold across the rippling sheet of navy that stretched in an arc to the south of Krishan. The white caps of the waves were the only other break in the darkness. Frost crawled across the panes of glass as the temperature continued to drop with the setting sun. Magh was a bitterly cold month, the short days still struggling to grow longer in the wake of Pratimas. It suited the mood. I'd been home barely 4 weeks now, and had seen more death here than my whole time away. This was saying something, considering gunrunners dealt out an awful lot of violence. The door opened, and I heard Emery's murmured greeting, but didn't turn around, even though I was extremely curious about the requested meeting. Whatever it was important enough the pair had hung around the palace, hoping I'd say yes. After a sufficient number of heartbeats had passed, I faced them, and both women dropped into curtsies. "Your Majesty." Alice Gohill had been one of the first matriarchs after Clara to acknowledge my claim to the throne and offer her support, and her companion was the newly appointed Matriarch Zaran Kaitri, whose testimony would likely convict her mother of treason in absentia. "Alice, Zaran?" I nodded at them as they rose, noting with quiet amusement they both wore the salwar kameez that was coming back into style. It was as close as the noble families were willing to get to my own simple style of dress. "Majesty." Zaran dipped her blonde head again when I didn't say anything else. "Thank you for seeing us." She was a good head taller than her darker companion, and apparently the reason they were there at all, judging from Alice's silence. "I understand you are meeting with Abraham Suda, and I realize I have no right to ask you for a favor." "Who told you that?" I softened my raised eyebrow with a smile when she blanched. Not the information about the meeting, but the idea that you have no right to a favor. If not for you, Zaran, it would have taken us a lot longer to figure out who was involved in the conspiracy, who was responsible for the murder of my family. A lot more people could have died. We owe you a great deal. Yes, Majesty, I know, but my mother is... She stopped, swallowed, and then straightened her spine as she looked at me with a strength that surprised me. A traitor, Majesty. You are not. I am not. I love Indrana. I am loyal to the throne and to you. I want to make this empire better. You want to be there when I meet with Abraham and the Upja. Granted. I grinned at the shocked look on her face. Majesty, Were you expecting a debate on the subject, Zaran? You've been in contact with them, more recently than I have, I'll add, and likely are more in tune with their actual plans. It would be helpful to have you there. Alice, too, I think, even though I know she only came with you for moral support. An idea had already taken root in my brain, and I waved a hand at them with a smile. I'll have Alba message you tomorrow with the time and location of the meeting. Good night. Good night, Majesty. I braced myself against the back of the couch as the room spun. Emery was at my side in an instant, his arm around my waist holding me up. I'm fine. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Just dizzy. You're exhausted. We should cancel dinner. I can't. I need to see Taran. I wouldn't sleep anyway. I leaned against him as we moved around the couch, and then dropped onto it with a curse. I'll be fine. I just need to get my breath. I closed my eyes, opening them when Emery crouched beside me. Here, he said, holding up his gloved hand. I leaned in and inhaled the mist that spiraled upward. My head cleared as the Fryn hit my system, and everything around me sharpened like it was cut from crystal. Better? He asked. I nodded and smiled, hoping it would ease the frown on my Ekam's face. Fryn was bad news. The adrenaline-based drug had its uses during battle and things like hostage situations, but long-term use was asking for heart failure and other less fatal but still nasty complications. Emery and I both knew we couldn't keep using it, but I also couldn't seem to get a decent night's sleep, and there was just too much to get done. I blew out a frustrated breath. Do you have a list of younger nobles who are involved with the Upja? My Ekam waited a beat before responding. Possibly, Majesty. May I ask why you'd like to know? Curious, mostly. I'm too close to this to really be involved. We all know it. Abraham and I can meet and exchange pleasantries, but if we want any actual discussion to happen, it's going to have to be out of our earshot. You're talking about negotiations. I am. I nodded, tapping a finger on the window. Alice doesn't believe in the Upja cause, and would provide a critical eye and counterpoint to Zaran's youthful idealism. It could work, Majesty. You really don't have the time in your schedule to personally oversee negotiations with what's still technically a terrorist group, Alba said, handing me my chai. It was hot again, and I sipped at it as Emery mulled over my idea. I have a list, Majesty, he said finally, his dark eyes thoughtful. Fantastic. Message Abraham then, and tell him to come to the palace and see me. Smiling brightly when my bodyguard gave me the look, I handed my empty cup back to Alba. We'd better get going, or we're going to be late and Lena will fret. I was surrounded by familiar faces as we headed up the steps into Shivan's. I was trying to keep my outside appearances to a minimum, since I knew Emery hadn't approved more than a handful of new bodyguards, and didn't want any of them on duty when we were out in the open. Funny, Hail. You make it sound like you've been coming here forever. I'd only been once since I'd been home, back when Jet had still been alive. Rama had worn a look of nervous concentration as he'd ushered me past the clamoring media, and Adele's face had been blank as he waited inside the door of the restaurant. Now they were both dead too. Adele turned traitor on me and killed Rama, and Emery killed him in turn. How does a week and a half feel like a lifetime? Grief stretches out our hearts, Majesty. Zin pushed the door open for me. His grey-green eyes were gentle with shared pain. We'd all lost and grieved as we counted the dead from the failed coup. I missed them all, but Jet's absence was a painful hole I knew Zin felt. He had grown close with the bodyguard who'd sacrificed himself for me in Garuda Square during their short time together. I'd survived and stayed on my throne, but some days the cost didn't feel like it was worth it. Offering up a half-hearted smile, I went through the doorway of the grey brick building and left the noise of the outside world behind. Majesty! Evan Shivan took my hands and pressed kisses to my cheeks. The rotund owner of the restaurant had remained a dear friend despite my time away. I'd spent many hours hidden away in the kitchen in the days after my father's death. This restaurant was still a haven, free from media surveillance and anyone whom Evan deemed unsuitable. Your nephew and sister-in-law are waiting for you. Thank you. It's busy tonight. We're out to a 6-month waiting list, Majesty. He smiled. Everyone wants to eat here, on the off chance you'll stop by. I laughed. I'm glad I'm good for business. Elevator, Majesty. You mean I have a choice, Ikam? I teased. The last time I'd been in Shivan's, Emery had been so paranoid I'd had to take the stairs. Granted, people were trying to kill me at the time, so it wasn't wholly unfounded. Stairs sucked regardless, so I headed for the elevator before Emery changed his mind. I had no way of knowing what Taran's reaction would be. He'd loved his brother, idolized him, and he was old enough to understand what was going on, despite Lena's attempts to shield him from the worst of it. I'd ordered everyone to silence about the fact that it had been Taran's weekly visits to my mother that had allowed the traitors to poison her. We'd gone to great lengths to keep that information secret. There were things an 8-year-old boy didn't need to know, and if I could protect him from the worst of the fallout, it was worth the lies. Nervous, Majesty? I shot him a sideways look. I don't know anything about kids, Zin. What am I supposed to say? My aunts always started with, "Hello, so good to see you." I punched him in the shoulder as we exited the elevator. I hate you. Yes, ma'am. He exchanged a nod with Indula and Willamette, the latter opening the door for me with a smile. For whatever reason, Indula had passed Emery's test and was out in public with us. He was the only one of the new recruits I'd seen with us outside the palace, possibly because he'd been my mother's bodyguard and had proved his loyalty when he'd turned Bial over to us during the fighting. As I'd learned in the last month, Zin was frequently right. I worried about Taran for nothing. Aunt Hail! My nephew would have rushed me, but for Lena grabbing him by the collar. Taran jerked to an unwilling stop. Your Majesty. Throwing his guardian a look over his shoulder, he gave an awkward bow. At the insistence of Matriarch Desai and Matriarch Surakesh, I'd agreed to strip Taran of his princely status and allow him to be formally adopted into the Surakesh clan. He was officially just a noble now, and not a member of the royal family. In private, there's little need to be so formal, I said with a smile. Either of you. Lena's answering smile was cautious. I'm trying to teach him some respect for the throne, Majesty. Given the circumstances, I thought it would be best.
True. I crouched down and held out my arms to my nephew. But we are family, and that is also important. I pressed my cheek to Taran's curly hair as he hugged me. He was the only family I had left, the only Bristol offspring from my mother's line besides me to survive. The tragedy was that the traitors had managed to wipe out my mother's direct line in the end. There were distant second cousins, the offspring of my grandmother's siblings and their children. But Taran would never take the throne, and I couldn't have children of my own. Not that I'd shared that secret with anyone. An ambush on a backwater planet had destroyed any hope of an heir from me, but the only man who'd known about it was dead, and I wasn't about to announce it after narrowly surviving a coup attempt by my cousin and nephew. Besides, with Indranan hovering on the verge of a renewed war with the Saxon alliance, and my own grip on the throne still tenuous, it was the last pot of oil I needed to throw on the fire.
Mr. Joshi says I have a real talent for quantum mechanics.
Taran babbled on about his day as he released me and sat down. I shook off the chill and forced my attention back to him, and before I knew it, dinner was over. "Young man, let me show you a puzzle. If you can figure it out, I'll believe your tutor's high praise," Zin said, gesturing for Taran to follow him to the window so that Lena and I could talk in private. "Have you had any luck?"
"Nothing, Majesty."
Lena glanced over her shoulder at where Taran was happily chattering at Zin.
"I've looked through all Lab's communications that I could access. He was smart enough to keep it off the house service."
I kicked myself again for listening to everyone who told me I couldn't violate Lab's privacy and forcibly download his smarty before he'd had a chance to delete all his files. There'd been very little information after his death, and all that we'd gotten from Ganda's computer was proof that she hadn't known any of what Lab and Wilson were planning.
"I'll keep digging, Majesty. We did get some leads on his repeat visitors, and my security is following up on that now."
"Do that, Lena. I don't want to be blindsided by whatever he claims is coming."
"Absolutely, Majesty."
We said our goodbyes, Taran too busy trying to figure out Zin's puzzle to notice that the adults were equally preoccupied. I boarded my air car behind a privacy screen, my bodyguards splitting into the decoy cars Emery insisted upon. Given that Mother's first Ecum had died in an air car crash, I couldn't blame him for the precaution. "Pity we can't just meet with Caspel now," I muttered, staring out the window at the night sky. "It wouldn't surprise me if he just appears if you say his name 3 times. My Ecum shook his head and laughed. "He's neither demon nor wizard, Majesty." "Neither are our enemies, and yet they seem to have vanished like it." I picked at the stitching on my skirt for a moment, and then looked up at Emery again. "Sometimes it feels like we've done this for a lifetime." We hadn't, though. Over a month ago, my Ecum had been a tracker, sent by my older sister to bring me home. I'd been determined to stay as far away from Indranan as I could, the thought of returning to the confines of the palace unbearable. But the deaths of my sisters, and my mother's decline into what we'd thought was Shakti dementia, hadn't given me much of a choice once I'd returned home. "Sometimes it does." I wasn't sure if him agreeing with me was a good thing, so I looked back out the window, keeping my thoughts to myself. Chapter 3. "Majesty." I turned from the bedroom window at Emery's call and wiped the angry tears from my cheeks with the heel of my hand. "We should go. You know how nervous Caspel gets when we're late." "You didn't sleep." "I did." "Liar." My Ecum gifted me with a rare smile. "You dozed, same as you have for the past week. You can't keep staying out of dreams, Majesty." It's not good for you. And neither is the Fryn.
Neither are the nightmares. I crossed to the closet. Emery would stand there all night and lecture me rather than get moving. Pushing aside the clothing, I tapped the code into the hidden doorway and looked over my shoulder at him. I'm tired, Emery, but it's more exhausting to have to watch Portis die or Jet get blown up than it is to go without sleep for a bit. Emery didn't counter me, but I could feel his disapproval boring into my back. I crawled into the confines of the tunnel, and thankfully Emery didn't pursue the conversation as we headed out of the palace. I could wrestle with my claustrophobia or argue with my bodyguard, but not both. Bugger me. The cold hit like a knife in the kidney, and I huddled deeper into the hood of my dark coat as I pulled my Colt 45 free. I grabbed Emery's hand and helped him to his feet. After a quick nod at me, he put a hand on my back and we started off down the alleyway. The night was dark, the sky above filled with stars winking through the thin veil of scattered clouds. Cold air stung my lungs, a sharpness I could only counter with shallow breaths. The streets were empty. Only one other figure in the distance hurried to their destination without the slightest glance toward Emery and me. Half an hour later, we were down by the docks. The sound of the waves was loud in the early morning air, and the chill sank past all the layers of clothing, biting deep. Emery stepped in front of me when a shadow separated from one of the buildings. "It's just me, Icam," Caspel said, his hands up. "It is flat-out ridiculous that I have to sneak around just to be able to meet with the head of my spy agency in private. We could be in my rooms, Caspel. Warm." "My apologies, Majesty. It is the nature of the game. Walk with me. There's a fire around the corner." True to his word, there was a vacated heating coil that spat blue flame in an alcove off to our left. I stuck my hands as close as I dared, while Emery turned his back on us, scanning the darkness with unforgiving eyes. "What is so damned important, then? Or do I have to stand out here and freeze before you tell me?"
"I was finally able to get in touch with my operative aboard Admiral Schul's vessel."
Caspel's grim look accompanied his words and made my stomach twist. "How bad is it?" The fire forgotten, I wrapped my arms around my waist and tried not to shiver.
"Bad, Majesty. The Admiral is behaving as though everything is fine for the sake of the rank and file. However, most of his command crew and a significant portion of the ship's crew have voiced displeasure over your ascension to the throne."
"That's not really a new thing."
"True,"
Caspel said, without a hint of irony.
"Admiral Schul has a higher than normal percentage of males on his command ship, and in the Second Fleet as a whole. Also, my asset hasn't confirmed yet, but they suspect Major Bristol is still on board the ship."
"He doesn't deserve that name. He only got it when he married my sister."
"My apologies, Majesty. I was using it out of expediency, and to avoid confusion."
I nodded, only because it was too cold to argue. But I had formally revoked Albin Maxwell Bristol's standing from the Bristol ranks at the same time I'd removed Lab, and I didn't want to hear that name in conjunction with mine again. "Can they confirm without blowing their cover?" I asked. Caspel wiggled a gloved hand.
"Possibly. Given what we know, Majesty, my first thought is that my operative have an exit strategy ready for themselves, and as many loyal subjects as they can gather should
the proverbial shit hit the fan?" I returned Caspel's nod of agreement. "Yes, absolutely. And I want an idea of how many other loyal subjects I have in the fleet entire. Let's not allow Schul to run off with any more of my ships than we have to."
"Absolutely, Majesty."
We're out then. I'm freezing, and Emery is no doubt getting antsy.
Of course, Majesty. We'll speak again when I know more.
Somewhere warmer.
Of course, Majesty.
Caspel bowed and vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Rolling my eyes, I looped my arm through my bodyguards and headed back out into the light. Thoughts on that? I asked through our Smarty link. We can trust him, right?
As much as I trust anyone, Majesty.
That's not at all reassuring.
Being reassuring isn't part of my job, Majesty.
The image of Jet, reminding me that his job wasn't to keep me happy, lanced through me. It was followed by the memory of my demand that he not die, and his smart-ass comment that that was in his job description.
Majesty.
Emery stopped, his gloved fingers closing on my wrist. I must have gasped out loud. Memories, I managed, and forced out a smile. I'm not going to cry here, Emmy. My face will freeze. I met the sun the next morning with bleary eyes and an edgy temper that carried itself into the daily briefing in my mother's office. I hated this room. The decorations were all wrong, and I swore I could feel my mother's judgment raining down on me from the painting on the far wall. I didn't belong here. Majesty. I looked up at Clara and blinked. She raised an eyebrow, glancing at my desk where my fingers were drumming. I stopped them. Sorry, what? We are still clearing the rubble of the Imperial Tactical Squad headquarters. For the moment, General Vandy and the remains of the ITS command staff are using offices generously provided by Matriarch Tobin. But we need to discuss the long-term plan for rebuilding the site.
And the cost,
Feynin murmured.
Apologies, Majesty, but our budget is stretched tight as it is.
I nodded. I'd seen the numbers myself, and even though I didn't understand half of what they meant, I could understand the big red mark of an ever-increasing debt. We were stuck in the eternal struggle of being rich in resources, but poor in available credits. Is there any reason they can't stay where they are for now? I'd prefer to not rush a reconstruction. That's how mistakes get made. I can't see why not. Admiral Hassan replied with a shrug. Clara nodded in agreement. Matriarch Tobin has said the ITS is welcome rent-free for as long as it takes to get the new buildings up, though we should probably discuss paying her something if it takes longer than a year. Okay, get someone on reconstruction plans and keep me in the loop. I don't really need to sign off on any of it. I trust you'll find someone competent enough. Clara smiled slightly and swiped her finger through the air, scrolling down the list of meeting minutes on her Smarty. You are meeting with the Upcha this afternoon, Majesty. Yes. Abraham and Azarian are coming to the palace. Alice and Zaran will be in attendance. I arched an eyebrow at Feynin's poorly concealed frown. Something to say, Prime Minister?
With apologies, Majesty. I believe this is a bad idea.
You've said that the last several mornings. I get it. You don't want me to meet with them, but you're not in charge here. Feynin bowed his head. If you say that again, I'm going to get out of this chair and punch you in the throat. Feynin paled. Clara blinked at me, and the others around the room froze. I hadn't raised my voice at all, but my reputation still held the floor. I wondered if I'd still be able to command so much fear in 20 years, or if I would have to actually punch someone in the throat occasionally to make sure it's stuck. The Upcha are not the problem, and the throne will listen to their words. Then we will make up our minds. Indranan has enough enemies. I'd rather start looking to make some allies, and there is no better place to start than with our own people. If you don't like it, Feynin, that's fine. But I don't want to hear another word about it, and that includes talking to the press. Are we clear? Perfectly, Majesty. He bowed his grey head. Bugger me, you people make me need a drink. I got up and crossed to the bar and poured myself a single shot of whiskey. Everyone found other things to look at as I tossed it back and returned to my seat. Admiral Hassan cleared her throat after a minute. Unless you have something else, Your Majesty, we have a meeting with the rest of the Raksha in half an hour, and I'd like to go over the recent information on Canafe before that. No, I think we're done here. Clara? I stood, everyone else following me. That was everything, Majesty. She dropped me a curtsy. With your leave. I'll see you later. I watched Fainin leave the room, wrestling with my annoyance. I hadn't liked the man from the first moment I met him, but I couldn't put my finger on why. Politicians make my teeth hurt too, Majesty, Hassan said softly once we were alone. But they have their uses, and Fainin is very popular. Your sister listened to his advice. I wasn't entirely sure why Ciri had listened to his advice. The man set my teeth on edge. But she always had been more patient than me. So have I. I just don't agree with him. I rubbed at my forehead and hissed an exhale. I'm also very irritable right now, Inanna. I'll try to refrain from being... I groped for the right word. Yourself, Majesty? I shot her a glare. Ha! But yes, I guess so. Let's go look at the map before the others show up. Majesty, the Upja are here. I dragged myself out of the dreamless doze with a groan, and shot Alba a dirty look I knew she didn't deserve. My chamberlain didn't flinch, which was one of the reasons I'd hired her in the first place. She handed me a metal tube, and the bright burst of orange hit my nose with the cold water that misted over my face. It helped some, but I still looked in Emery's direction. My Ikam met my eyebrow with the look. You need actual sleep, Majesty. Until I can get it, this is going to have to do. I could just get the Frin myself, Emmy. It says something that I'm asking you instead so you can keep track of how much I'm using. His look clearly told me he wasn't sure just what it said, and to be honest, I didn't know myself. What I did know was that I couldn't go into this meeting with my head full of sand. I mustered up a smile. Please? Emery let out an almost imperceptible sigh before holding his gloved hand out. I inhaled, my head clearing instantly and my eyes losing their gritty feeling. With Alba's help, I brushed the wrinkles out of my black pants and readjusted the white silk top with its dark red flowers chasing down the sleeves. Then we headed out of my quarters and down the hallway to the smaller meeting room off the throne room. It was normally used for visiting heads of state, but the location meant that Abraham and Taz would have to go through the throne room, and I thought a reminder of who I was would be helpful. The location for the first official meeting between the Empress of Indrana and the leadership of the Upja had been hotly contested in the press for the better part of 3 days. Many people thought it was foolishness to allow them into the palace. I knew it was the best way to get Emery to agree to the whole thing in the first place. Your Majesty, Alice curtsied as we arrived. Everyone else is already inside. None of us in the chamber would be armed, not even my bodyguards. It was how I'd been able to convince Abraham to come to the palace, despite my promise of clemency. Emery had fought me on it, and the only way I'd won was to allow him a full contingent of Marines in the room next door. The mood? Nervous, Majesty, she replied without hesitation. Abraham is better at hiding it than Zaran. Tazarian seems quite at ease. I wasn't going to admit that I was nervous, even though my stomach was doing a strange little dance. My childhood best friend, Tazarian Benton Shivan, was behind that door. I hadn't spoken to him since the day I left home. Cass and Zin were at my back, and I shared a look with Emery before nodding to Alice, who reached out and pushed the door open. "Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Hail Mercedes Jaya Bristol." Alba had a good pair of lungs on her, a fact that most people missed due to her soft tone. Abraham and Taz bowed in unison. "Thank you for coming." I forced myself to keep looking past Tazarian's brown eyes to Abraham as I held my hand out to him with a smile. "We look forward to these conversations and hope they'll be the first of many as we forge a new path for Indrana." "Your Imperial Majesty, we thank you for agreeing to see us." He pressed his palm to mine, though his smile was guarded, and he stepped aside for Tazarian far more quickly than he should have. "Your Majesty." There was a teasing note in Taz's voice I was surprised my Ecum didn't take exception to, as my childhood friend held his hand out. I pressed my palm to his. The years had added even more size to him. My long fingers still only came to his first knuckle, and he towered over me, a rare feat given my height. A whole wealth of emotions went to war in my chest, and I had to settle for smiling awkwardly instead of saying hello, until I could be sure my voice was under control. "It is good to see you again," I said. "I did not think the Dark Mother would be so kind." Taz smiled. "She rarely is." "We are grateful, Majesty, for this chance to speak with you." "I know it took a lot of trust for you to come here," I said. Demanding no weapons was a risky move. "I suspect that you still have the upper hand, even without weapons, Majesty." "I have been told that fistfights at negotiations are frowned upon." Tazarian laughed, causing everyone else to stare, and I covered my mouth with a hand in a poor attempt to hide my smile. Rather than joining me, Abraham struck up a conversation with my chamberlain. Taz folded his hands together and bowed again. "Do you mind if we sit, Majesty?" "Not at all." I took a chair and gestured at the seat next to me, feeling stupid and awkward. "Abraham is content to speak with Alice and Zaran?" Taz nodded and looked over his shoulder, sending his black hair shifting over his neck. It was long, brushing the collar of his black shirt. "This is the easy part. It will be much harder after we leave here." "Trouble in paradise?" He laughed. "More like human nature, Majesty. Tell me when more than 3 people have been able to easily come to a consensus about important issues. The moderates have always supported Abraham's vision for the Upja, but don't let that fool you into thinking everyone does." "Point." I leaned back against the sturdy grey cushion of the chair and crossed my legs. "You all appear to have come to some kind of agreement as to how to proceed." "Some kind," Taz replied with a shrug of his shoulder. "Christoph's faction was just the most vocal and willing to split. There are plenty still with us who think that only violence will get people's attention. It's really just a matter of degree." "Words versus fist versus hammer." "Versus tactical sonic device." I grinned at him, then sobered and studied my old friend. Taz sat calmly under the scrutiny. He'd always been good at that, a still mountain to my raging storm. He hadn't changed much, adulthood filling out his face in some places and chiseling it to sharp planes around his jawline and eyes. "Did you ever marry?" I hadn't meant to ask the question out loud. Bugger me, sorry, you don't have to answer that. "I didn't, Majesty. I wasn't interested in raising children in a society that tells half of them they're not as good simply for the way they were born." I raised an eyebrow at the snap in his voice, and deliberately didn't look at my 3 bodyguards, all of whom had given up the pretense of not listening to our conversation. "How do we fix it, Taz?" I leaned forward, resting my forearms on my knees. "Things were wrong when I left. I can only assume they're worse now. But my assumptions won't go a long way to offering up useful solutions. I need some solid details and even more solid ideas for fixing this." His relief was visible, and for a second I thought the tears in his eyes were going to spill over. Then he blinked, cleared his throat, and smiled. "How soon do you want it, Majesty?" "Tomorrow, if you think you can manage it. Changing people's minds is going to take a lot longer, but I can implement actual procedural changes whenever I feel like it." I winked. It's apparently one of the perks of this job. "I'll send it to Alba tomorrow, then." "Bring it by in person, Taz," I said. "I'd like the chance to talk more." Exhaustion slammed into me as the Fryn ran out, and I barely kept myself from tipping over onto the floor. "Hail, what's wrong?" Taz reached for my hand, stopping short at Emery's warning snarl. "It has been a long month," I managed, knowing my weak smile didn't ease anyone's worry. "I'm just tired." "Get her out of here. You can't let Abraham see her like this," Taz said. "You'll have to carry me if you try to get me on my feet right this second," I murmured, intrigued by Taz's concern not only for my well-being, but for how the Upja would perceive any sign of weakness from me. "Just give me a moment. Emery, I'm sure you have a distraction up your sleeve that doesn't involve hurting anyone." He gave me the look, and I saw Alba shift out of the corner of my eye to block me from Abraham's view. "It's not unreasonable that your Majesty would have another commitment," Emery said softly. "Can you make it to the door?" "Should be able to." I took a few deep breaths, and then stood just as Alba brought Abraham over. I held out my hand with a smile. "I'm sorry to have to leave, though I'm sure you'll all get more work done here without worrying about me." "Majesty," Abraham said, with a quick bow over our pressed-together hands. "Thank you again for this. It means more than you know." "It will benefit the people of the Empire." I nodded. "We will speak later." I smiled at Taz, nodded at Alice and Zaran, and somehow made it out of the room before my knees gave out. Zin caught me around the waist. "Majesty." "Just pick me up," I said with a sigh. "I don't have the energy to argue with you about carrying me." He muffled his laugh, but I still felt it rumble in his chest as he carried me down the hallway. Leaning my head on the back of the couch, I fought against the blackness that was trying to drag me under. "Ma'am, just sleep. We'll be right here." Caspian Yuri Kreskin had been silent up to this point. My baby-faced guard had started out as a shy, hesitant member of my bodyguards. Now he was my Dveur, Emery's second-in-command. Of all of us, I think he'd changed the most in the past few weeks. "There are things in the dark, Cass." My reply was slurred. "I know." He closed a hand around mine. "We'll be right here." I gave up and slid under the surface of consciousness. Chapter 4. I woke to stillness. No panicked flailing or tears. A quick glance at the time on my smartie showed I'd been asleep for close to 16 hours, and the first of Pashati's suns was starting to rise. The light from the primary star, Nasatya, would drown out any coming from Dasra. The secondary sun's orbit had taken it away from us to the edges of the system. It would be another 10 years before it swung back around, bringing with it an eerie twilight during the winter months and oppressive heat in the summer. Right now, though, it would appear as little more than a dim star following behind the sun, when you could see it at all. I felt much the same. Adrift, and yet following some path I couldn't quite see. "Bugger me," I muttered, rubbing both hands over my face as I rolled from my bed. I was still dressed in my clothes from yesterday, a small blessing, and padded over to the window in stocking feet. I'd made the choice to stay in the chaos of the weeks prior, knowing even now it was the right decision. For all my outward calm, I felt like I was lurching wildly from one decision to the next, with nothing but a desperate hope the people around me wouldn't let me fuck up too badly. "You're being a ridiculous drama queen, Hail." Portis's voice was low and amused in my head. I didn't mind it, even if he was making fun of me. He was dead and gone, so in my head was the only place I'd ever hear his voice again. Portis had been my best friend, my love, and the man my childhood bodyguards had sent after me when I left home. While I'd been away, he'd tried to keep me safe. The whole time he'd been reporting on my exploits back home, albeit heavily editing things at times. "I miss you, ass." "This isn't any different from running a ship, and you know it. Stop second-guessing yourself and get on with it." "There aren't enough hours in the day." I hated the whine in my throat and turned from the window with a hiss. There were as many hours as there had always been, and other people managed just fine. Emery stood by the window in the main room, staring out at the sea. His lips moved, low voice rolling across the room as he had a conversation via his smarty. He half turned toward me with a smile. My smarty blared a jarring warning of an incoming rocket, but before I could scream, the window disintegrated, flame eating the air. Emery vanished through the gaping hole in my quarters. I woke so violently from the nightmare that I fell from the bed. The floor bruised my knees, and as I dragged in gasping lungfuls of air, I could taste the smoke and fire. I pressed my forehead to the smooth wood, feeling the tears drip from my eyes. "Dream! It was just a Shiva-damned dream, Hail. Pull yourself together." But the time showing in the corner of my vision said I'd been asleep for 16 hours. The similarity to my nightmare had me lurching to my feet and out of my bedroom. Emery stood by the window, but unlike my dream, he cut his conversation short the moment I came through the door. "I'll call you back. Majesty?" "Get away from the window." Knowing it was stupid, I grabbed him by the arm and dragged him back toward my bedroom door. You died." I sank to the floor, and Emery followed me down. "It was a dream, Majesty. One of the side effects of Fryn is the nightmares. You know this." "It was so real." I buried my face in my hands, hating the tears but unable to stop them. "How stupid! I shouldn't let it." "You have been going since our boots hit planet. You have been nearly stabbed, shot at, poisoned, and damn near blown up. Hail, any one of those things would have put a lesser person on their knees." It sounded so strange to hear him say my name. The last time had been right after the explosion in Garuda Square. I looked up at him, rubbing the tears from my face. "How do you know what to say?" That rare smile peeked at the corner of his mouth. "It's a gift, Majesty." "It doesn't feel like I slept at all." Emery helped me to my feet. "You did, and soundly. At least, up until a few minutes ago. I'll have Stasia bring some food while you get a shower. That should help." "I'll hurry. I'm sure we're behind." "I cancelled all your meetings for today, Majesty.
Alba rescheduled what she could. The others will manage fine without you there for one day."
He grabbed my shoulders and stared me down.
"You're done, Majesty. No more Fryn. We've pushed it past the breaking point here."
"I'm fine."
Your heart almost stopped.
I blinked at Emery's clipped tone, and then nodded. "Okay, we're done." Laughing at his surprised expression, I tapped him on the chest and slid out of his grip. "Did you expect me to argue? We've gone to great lengths to keep me alive, Emmy. It'd be stupid if I went and did myself in just trying to run the Empire. If I'm in this for the long haul, we'll have to figure out a better way to get things done."
"I've instructed Alba to pare down your schedule to start. We'll revisit things after you've rested up and see where we can adjust permanently."
"Maybe I should just let you run the Empire, Emmy."
"Not in a million years, Majesty."
The laughter helped chase away the fear as I headed into the bathroom. One shower and change of clothes later, and the last vestiges of the dream faded away. "Who were you talking to?" I asked Emery before taking a bite out of a biscuit.
"General Saito has a call-in scheduled with Trackers Winston and Pesh in 2 days, and wanted to know if I'd be free to join her."
"Do they have news about Bial?"
"I have no way of knowing that, Majesty."
Bial Rian Malik had been my mother's Ikam. His involvement in the plot to murder my whole family was as yet unknown because he'd fled just after saving my life. Only after he'd vanished did my own Ikam inform me that Bial had been chosen for the Tracker Corps. An accident that killed Bial's sister just after they were paired put him into a coma. The coma kept him from succumbing to the madness that usually befell severed tracker pairs. "What did you tell her?"
"That it depended on how your Majesty felt."
"I don't need a babysitter, Emery," I replied, holding up my glass and wiggling it at him. "I'm of legal drinking age and everything." It was more fun to try to make him laugh than it should have been. Emery's chuckle was accompanied by a resigned shake of his head.
"Majesty."
"Seriously, I'd rather you go hear what they have to say so that you can report back to me. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm assuming we have enough guards on duty?"
"I've approved Isa, Gita, and Indula for full duty, unless your Majesty has objections."
"You know I don't. I like Isa and Indula. I'll know better when I spend more time with Gita, but I trust your judgment on it. Isa Hajuman was a policewoman who'd stumbled upon us after the explosion in Garuda Square. Cool under fire, she'd stayed with us the whole way through the assault on the palace. I was pleased she'd accepted Emery's offer of a job. I'd had 6 other offers of bodyguards from major houses since news broke about Gita, but she was the only one Emery had accepted so far. Indula was an enigma. He'd clearly done something to earn Emery's trust. I'm sure it had to do not only with the fact that he'd been one of my mother's bodyguards, but also that he was instrumental in preventing Bial from taking me prisoner when we'd returned to the palace to confront my cousin.
"I'm putting Gita on Team 1 with Zin and Kisa. Isa and Indula will be on 2 with Will. There's still a decent pool of guards to choose the rest of your teams from, but I need the time to really vet them."
"Take whatever time you need. I trust you." Emery smiled.
"That's nice to hear, Majesty."
"Well, you haven't tried to kill me yet, is all I'm saying." I stuck my tongue out at him. "You know what we need in terms of security, and I'm pretty sure I promised you at one point that I'd keep my nose out of that arena. Besides, we've got all the time in the world," I said with a shrug. Chapter 5. It was more than strange to spend the rest of the day doing nothing. Emery had been right about my schedule, and the Fryn. The withdrawal headache hit several hours later, and I realized how off I'd been on my own dosage estimates. I managed to nap for a few hours, but shook myself awake when the nightmare started, and spent some time catching up on Hansi and the other social media networks, and reading through an endless stream of emails. It was after lunch when the news reports started rolling in, and I sat up on the couch. "Alba, turn the news on the wall." A young male reporter was standing in front of a park I recognized as the one within a few kilometers of the palace. "The protesters clashed at about 1700 Standard Time. Though the majority of either side seemed to stay out of the fighting, and it is unclear just who initiated the conflict, Indranan police force riot control swept in and intervened in the fighting. Those responsible for the violence have been arrested, but no word yet from the IPF as to what the charges will be." "Bugger me," I muttered. "What happened?" "From what I can see, Majesty, there was a group of Upja supporters engaged in a demonstration at Indranan Lights Park. A group of counter-protesters showed up and things got violent." "Do we know who started it?" "We don't, ma'am. I've requested a list of those who were arrested from the IPF. We'll see how long it takes for me to get a response." "If you don't have one in an hour, let me know." "Yes, ma'am." Alba tried unsuccessfully to hide her frown behind her tablet. I raised an eyebrow at my chamberlain. "What?" "Nothing, Majesty." "Cow shit, Alba. What is it?" "It would perhaps be better to just let the police handle this." "Oh?" I glanced over her shoulder at Emery. He shrugged. "It is their jurisdiction, ma'am. It would be better for the Crown to remain unbiased." Laughing, I got to my feet. "Depending on who you ask, that's already an issue, Emery. I've read the news articles. I'm either being far too lenient on the Upja or not listening to their reasonable requests." "Be that as it may, Majesty, there are laws in place for these situations. If the Crown starts interfering in them without good reason, it could cause more problems than it will solve." I glanced back at the screen, where footage of the violence replayed. Pulling a face, I waved my hand and turned it off. "All right. I'll stay out of it for now. I want a regular update on the situation." Alba nodded. "Of course, ma'am." I survived the rest of the day and into the next morning before the restlessness took hold. After lunch, Stasia and I undertook the task of cleaning out my father's office. She'd offered to do it without me, but I felt like I needed to be there. "I had it aired out and we shut down the screens, Majesty." I nodded, stepping through the door straight into the past. Mother shut up his office the day after he died. Nothing has been touched in here for 20 years. The desk and shelves were pristine, protected from the dust that coated the floor by the screens. That dust was marred by footprints. Father's desk was a massive thing, pale wood streaked with stains, and my breath caught as a memory surfaced. I sat here. I touched the edge of the desk, just to the left of the heavy leather chair, and recited the planets in the Empire to him while he worked. I got them all right, so he took me to the beach. My voice felt thick in my throat. I sank down into his chair and reached for the old-fashioned photo in a solid wooden frame. My father, younger than I was now, smiled back at me with his arms looped around 2 men. His best friends. They'd all gone to the academy together. I frowned, unable to remember their names. Both had been killed in a shipboard accident just before the start of the war. The day before he died, I sat here and studied for the naval entrance exam. I continued, setting the frame back on the desk. He always preferred the chairs by the fireplace. We were going to talk Mother into letting me go early. "Haley, baby, go on." Dad's voice was weak over our smarty link, and his blood was all over my hands. I won't leave you. I gripped my father's hand tighter at the sound of his voice in my head. I don't want you to see this. Go on. I love you. I love you too, I replied in my head, because I didn't trust my voice to say the words as I let my bodyguards drag me away. Majesty, are you all right? I wiped the tears away and forced a smile. Oof. We'll keep the furniture and the books, Stasia. Pack up everything else and put it in storage. Yes, Mom. We got the office cleaned out, and I settled into the desk to read briefings. But the late afternoon found me restless again, and I paced the confines of the office while Zin stood quietly by the door. The news was playing on the wall, the endless replay of the riots interrupted by a story about General Prajapati's trial. The trial room itself was media-locked, but that didn't stop them from speculating on the events of the day. There was little question of the general's guilt. She'd admitted as much in my throne room. However, she was popular and good at her job. The calls for a royal pardon had already started. Damned if I'm going to be able to execute her, I muttered. Majesty? Prajapati. I made a face and poked my finger at the images on the wall. I'm not going to be able to execute her. I need her. Plus, her lawyer's argument is solid. She was supporting what she thought was the better choice for the throne. We have zero proof they included her in any of the other plans. This isn't a democracy, ma'am. Zin actually sounded offended, and I covered my mouth with a hand to hold in the laugh. And thank Shiva for it, I managed. Things are messy enough as it is. What did you mean when you said you need her? I replaced the stream of the news with General Prajapati's file. She was first in her class at Mumbai. She set records in the annual war games at the Royal Military Academy that haven't been broken in 50 years. She defeated the Saxons on the ground on 4 separate planets during the war. I can't throw all that skill away, even if she's a traitor, even if she hates my guts. It'd be foolish. Unless a miracle happens, we'll be at war with the Saxons again before the end of next year. You won't be able to trust her. I know. I have to hope she hates the Saxons more than me, or is telling the truth in her claims that she was doing what was best for the Empire and proved to her I am what's best. I shrugged. In the meantime, I'll put someone on her with orders to shoot her in the head if she looks like she's going to commit treason again. Zin didn't comment with anything more than a raised eyebrow. I need to get out of here. I spun in a circle. I'm calling Stasia for my coat. Majesty, we are not prepared for you to leave the palace. That! I threw my hands in the air. I have to go somewhere. I've been cooped up here for too long, Zin. Are we really expecting someone to take another shot at me so soon? We're always expecting it, he replied. I made a face at him. You sound like Emery. Can I go to the library? I'm reasonably sure we can manage to keep me alive for that trip. Zin nodded. I grabbed the grey woolen sari from where I'd discarded it hours earlier and draped it over my green pants and top. My 3 bodyguards were in quiet conference in the hallway when I emerged, and Kisa and Gita both bowed. Majesty. I nodded in reply. Don't rush out of your meeting. I promise I won't leave the palace. We'll be in the library when you're done. I sent Emery the note, even though I was fairly sure Zin had messaged him the moment I'd left my office. The palace bustled with activity as we moved through the hallways. People curtsied or bowed as I passed, and I stopped occasionally to chat with those whose faces were growing more familiar by the day. I waited with Zin at the doors of the library while my bodyguards cleared the room. It wasn't open to the public, but authorized personnel were allowed access to the specialized material within. In a digital world, print books still thrived, but most records were kept electronically. It was a rare collection of printed work housed here. Mother had added extensively, if a bit randomly, to the collection, buying books from all over the Empire, as well as the Solarian conglomerate and other places. I'd asked Father about it once, and he said it made her happy. I inhaled the familiar and comforting smell of old paper and crossed to the wide leather chairs by the massive fireplace. Besides Father's office, the palace library had been my favorite childhood hideout, curled up in a chair with a paper book or something on my smartie, hiding from the world and from Mother. The wave of nostalgia swamped me, and I swayed for a moment. Zin closed a hand on my elbow.
Majesty?
I'm all right, just remembering. Logs were stacked in the fireplace. As I grabbed the lighter from the mantel and knelt, Gita moved to intercept me. Majesty, let me... I cut her off with a look. I'm the Empress, Gita, not an invalid. Yes, Mom, I'm sorry. You'll learn, I said, and lit the fire. It took a few moments of fussing to get the logs to catch, and the air recyclers kicked in the moment their sensors detected a change in the CO2 levels, along with the rising smoke. I rocked back on my heels and got to my feet. Zin, have we heard from Taz?
He arrived back at the palace this morning, Majesty. Alba arranged a room for Shivan in the guest quarters until we could work him into the new schedule.
Are you going to kick up a huge fuss if I message him and ask him to join me? I gave Zin my best innocent expression in response to his very exasperated look.
Majesty, he's the second-ranking member of the Upjar.
Who's here at my request. I'm sure he's been screened several times since he arrived. You can even do it again when Alba gets here with him. There was a knock at the library doors, and I beamed at Zin. Gita was staring at us with wide brown eyes. Kisa grinned and headed for the door after Zin. You'll learn, she said to the older woman as she passed, patting her on the arm. I settled into the chair, wrapping the grey fabric around myself and tucking my feet up underneath me. The flames popped and crackled in the grate over the voices across the room.
Your Majesty.
I smiled up at Taz, but it wasn't returned. Have a seat. Do you want something to drink?
If it's no trouble. Tea would be fine.
Alba? Yes, Majesty. She left the room. Taz settled into the other chair. He was dressed in a navy blue narrow jacket, and his cream pants were loose except where they cuffed at the ankle.
I'm sorry for my informal attire, Majesty. Your summons caught me by surprise.
You look fine. And would you like to talk is hardly a summons.
It is when it comes from the Empress.
What's with the hostility? I raised an eyebrow at him as I sat up straighter. Alba's heels clacked efficiently on the hardwood as she came back into the library with a tray. She set it on the little table nearby. I nodded my thanks and took the cup of chai she handed me. I studied Taz over the rim of the mug. I'd thought, after our first meeting, we were going to slide back into friendship as though the last 20 years hadn't happened. However, the bruised wariness in his eyes told me I'd been an idiot to even consider it.
Many thanks.
Taz smiled at my chamberlain as she handed him a cup of tea. Swallowing back the urge to ask the question a second time, I let Taz fix his tea. After he'd put enough sugar and milk into it to set a schoolyard full of children into spasms and drunk more than half the cup, he finally looked back at me.
You've learned patience, Majesty,
he said with a half smile. I had it beaten into me." He still was as easy to read as ever, surprise flickering across his face while he tried to decide if I was joking or not.
"You arrested some of my people," he said finally.
"I haven't arrested anyone."
"Fine. The police arrested my people. What are you going to do about it?"
I didn't have to look around to know what my bodyguard's reactions were. Gita's inhale wasn't quiet enough, and I could feel Zin's glare like a laser blast slicing through the air. I set my cup down and stared at Taz. The silence drew itself out into a single thread before he lowered his eyes to the floor and murmured,
"Apologies, Your Majesty. I was out of line."
"Don't do it again. There are laws in place for what happened the other day, Tazarian." His full name felt awkward in my mouth. "We are not going to interfere and make things worse."
"I am sorry, Majesty. Your mother would have had them shot."
"I'm not my mother." I pushed out of my chair and set my cup on the mantel before resting both hands on the warm stone. The flames danced over the logs, curling around edges and blackening the wood as they flared brighter. A log collapsed, sending up a burst of sparks.
"That is very obvious."
Taz had stood when I did. Setting aside his tea, he looked to Zin for approval before moving to the fire.
"Things are changing. Sometimes it's a little much for any of us to handle."
"You don't say." I looked away from the fire at him. A tentative smile flickered in his eyes. "Why didn't you come with me?"
"I remember very clearly you saying you needed to do this on your own, that I shouldn't waste my life on your pursuit of vengeance, Majesty."
"It's just as well," I murmured. "You probably would have died out there. Everyone else did."
"I know. I'm sorry for your losses."
"It is over and done." I grabbed the fire iron to poke at the logs. "I am more concerned with Indrana's future than shedding tears about my past. Emery says Abraham has left the capital."
"As I said the other day, the Upja are fractured."
He glanced over his shoulder at my bodyguards again.
"There's more to it than just that. Princess Siri's death hit Abraham hard. He has not recovered, and I do not think he will. He loved your sister."
"I know." I smiled sadly. "Taz, was Atmika their daughter?" I asked the question over my smartie, because saying it out loud would have been a ridiculous risk.
"Abraham has not spoken of it, but I believe it to be true."
"So you're taking over leadership?"
"With his blessing, Majesty," Taz replied. "We think it would be best."
His brown eyes reflected his earnest words.
"There is hope that I can rally them enough to work toward the peace we all want. I am hoping you are willing to."
One of the library doors banged open, and Emery strode in. He said something sharp to Zin, making his partner flinch, but Emery's face was expressionless when he stopped and nodded to me.
"Majesty."
"That was an entrance, Ikam." I picked up my cup and took a drink. "What is it?"
"Shivan, step back from the Empress."
I raised an eyebrow at Emery's tone. Taz took a step back, but met my Ikam's look with an easy smile.
"The Empress requested me." "The Empress you wish to depose," Emery said. "I wish for equality, Ikam, nothing more. Despite the circumstances that put her there, I am happy to see her on the throne." "Majesty, it is an unwise decision to meet with this man without more security."
"Excuse me?" Everyone froze. The crackling of the fire was the only sound in the room. and I could barely hear it over the pounding of my heart. I set my mug down carefully on the mantelpiece and rolled through my possible responses. Tazarian, it was a pleasure. Thank you for speaking with me. I'll see you tomorrow. Alba will take you back to your room.
Your Majesty. Ikam.
Taz executed a perfect bow and left the room. The rest of you get out of here. Except for you, I said, because Emery actually turned to leave. The door closed behind Zin, and I crossed my arms over my chest. The next time you have something to say to me, either do it in private or over the comlink. Don't you ever question my judgment in front of someone like that again. Are we clear?
I am concerned for your safety.
Cow shit. You're questioning my competence, Emery. That's two different things. I'm not an idiot, but treating me like that in front of a rebel sure makes me look like one.
You met with a rebel leader with only 3 guards, none of whom were close enough to actually protect you from danger.
I took a step closer to him. I could kick Taz's ass 20 years ago, and I'm a whole lot meaner now than I was back then.
Your confidence is admirable, Majesty, but it's my job to keep you safe. What if he'd been carrying a bomb like Ramani?
My stomach clenched at the little girl's name. I really want to punch you in the face right now, I said, and turned away so that I wouldn't give in to temptation.
He's a member of the Upja. His group is at least partially responsible for everything that has happened.
The Upja are fracturing. Christoph's break was just the start. Abraham can't keep them together, but he's hoping that Taz will be able to, or at least convince the majority to stick with them. That's the kind of thing I get from a meeting like this, because there's no way in Naraka Taz will say that tomorrow, with all the recorders and people who will be present.
Majesty,
I'm not finished. I whipped back around with my hand held up. I don't know what your problem is. I know what I'm doing here, whether I choose to share it with you or not. I'm going to follow my gut on certain things because it has never, ever lied to me. You are always welcome to disagree. In private. But in front of others you'll keep your mouth shut. Is that understood? Emery snapped to attention, his shoulders and back perfectly straight.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Get out of here! I don't want to see your face right now! I was still furious, and as his footsteps echoed out of the room, I sank down to the floor, staring at the fire until my vision blurred.
Majesty.
I stood to look at Zin. There was worry on his face, but otherwise not a hint of how he might be feeling. I exhaled and rubbed at my forehead. I wasn't being reckless. You get that, right? There was a reason for it.
Emery can be very focused at times, Majesty.
Like a laser-guided missile. A smile cracked through Zin's careful expression.
Yes, ma'am.
I realize you didn't answer my question. I shot him a look and tapped my fingers on the tabletop as I passed. Glancing out the window at the sun hanging low in the sky, I shuddered. The tremor at the sudden thought of the night descending surprised and then infuriated me. Ay, Ram. Am I really terrified of going to sleep?
Majesty?
Was there a story in my file about Rastinghowl? Zin frowned, his grey-green eyes unfocusing for a moment as he searched for the information.
No, ma'am.
Interesting. Though I guess I'm not surprised Portis didn't share it. Someone would have ordered him to bring me home right then if they'd known.
What happened there?
Rastinghowl isn't a place. He's a person. Was a person. I moved back to the fire and knelt in front of it. He was wholly convinced that the world was ending, and that his god would save him and his followers. I'm still not sure what he needed the guns for, but that's the logic of madmen, I guess. Howe shouldn't have done the deal in the first place. I told him not to, begged even. The whole thing felt wrong. But the money was too good to pass up. It went sideways, like those things always do, and we all ended up captive. I looked over my shoulder at Zin. Rusting Howl and his followers took that whole body of Christ thing literally. They ate Hamish before we managed to escape. The shudder slid up my spine, and I stuck my hands closer to the fire as Zin knelt at my side. I stabbed that man with his own knife and slept like a baby after. Howe never doubted my gut again. All the shit I've seen, why is it that now I can't stop the nightmares? Everyone has a breaking point, Majesty. You're safe, at least for the moment. It's natural to lose it a little. Zin grabbed the poker and fiddled with the fire for several moments. It's the same reason Emery is wound so tight right now. In his experience, things always go to shit right after the big events die down. That's what his problem is. He thinks I'm going to mess something up because I've let my guard down. Zin didn't answer me right away, and when he did, his eyes were on the fire, not on me. "Dat," he muttered. "He's not worried about you letting your guard down. He's afraid he will." "What?" "He dreams you died. Every night since the explosion. That's all he sees." Chapter 6. I didn't know what to say to Zin's revelation, and he refused to elaborate further, so I curled up in one of the library chairs and read a book until the flames died out. The walk back to my rooms was silent, and my Ecom was nowhere to be found. I ate dinner alone and went to bed early, hoping that the gods would be kind enough to grace me with another night of dreamless sleep. Why I thought that, when the gods have never been kind to me, was the real question. I woke, gasping in the dark, and sobbed as the nightmare faded. It took some coaxing, but I eventually fell back asleep. There was no more death, though my dreams were still chaotic and stressful enough that I woke in a foul mood. My mood only worsened when I saw the report from Emery about his meeting yesterday with General Saito. It was perfect and detailed, and likely would answer any questions I had. It was so he wouldn't have to talk to me. I closed it without reading it and slid out of bed. My breakfast was laid on a tray, and I picked at it while staring out the window. "Are you not hungry, Majesty?" asked Benne, one of the newer maids, a young girl with large brown eyes and short brown curls. "No." I waved a hand, snatching my chai off the tray before she could take it. Stasia didn't say a word when I put on my customary uniform, nor did my maid attempt to do much more than braid my hair back out of my face before I left the room for my first briefing. Cass was at my shoulder. Normally his presence wouldn't have bothered me, but today all it did was highlight Emery's absence. Zin had also gone off duty overnight, and so I was surrounded by the members of Team 2 as we headed through the palace. Alba picked up on my mood as if we'd been working together for years, and no one bothered me when I passed through the hallways. I sat silently near the back of the room while the Raksha, Indrana's military council, discussed the latest Saxon fleet movements. "The 3 Vajrayana ships that were out on maneuvers when the Saxons hit us arrived in system yesterday. I'm working on integrating them into home fleet. Since the hit on Canafe, we haven't seen any overt movement in that direction from the bulk of their forces," Admiral Hassan said, pointing at the worlds floating above the table in the war room. "What we have seen is some movement closer to the heart of the Saxon territory since our last briefing, but nothing unusually large. Word on the ground in Canafe is they're still fighting pitched battles with forces they claim are Saxon Shock Corps Marines, but no one can give me a verified image." Caspel leaned on the table and frowned.
I also can't get a total on how many ships might be in the area. Initial reports said it was less than a dozen. We need to get reinforcements in there. Lieutenant General Agani Triskan, Prajapati's replacement for the council, was a lean man with a sour face who'd come highly recommended by not only Admiral Hassan, but General Saito as well. I was expecting some fallout for the decision, not only because he was a man, but because he was barely older than I was. Our troops have to be running low on supplies. We can't send Admiral Schul in until we know what the situation is, Caspel replied. Canafay isn't worth the entire Second Fleet, even with the Vajrayana ships. We're better off closing up the gap behind them and starving them out. There are people down there! Women, men, and children! How can you? I am fully aware of who is on Canafay, Agani. But not who's in the space above it? What good are you? Enough, both of you! General Vandi slammed a hand down on the table after a glance in my direction. Agani, I know you are worried for your daughters, but let's keep a clear head, yes? Director Ganesh is doing what he can with the limited information he has. His daughters are on Canafay? I asked Admiral Hassan over our comlink. Yes, ma'am. One is stationed with the army on Mina, the other is Navy. She was working on the Vajrayana project. My apologies, Director. I was out of line. Agani folded his hands and bowed to Caspel, who waved him off. I understand your concerns, General. We're doing what we can, I promise you. Caspel, I'd like a plan from you by this evening to get intelligence on how many Saxon ships are in the system, so we can decide how to proceed, Admiral Hassan said. Until we have that information, we are rather stuck. I, for one, am not interested in sitting around waiting for the Saxons to make their next move before we respond. Heads nodded around the table. I got to my feet as the meeting wrapped up and headed for the door. Majesty, I'd like to apologize for our lack of progress with Bial. General Saito met me at the door, folded her hands together, and bowed. Given that the accident occurred so soon after the pairing, there was no formal training for him, but he seems to have an innate talent. My trackers are finding it challenging to follow his trail. You lost him? I'm sorry, Majesty. I thought Emery briefed you. He sent me a report. I haven't had a chance to read it. Oh, I assumed you two would talk. The morning was chaotic. If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with the matriarchs. That answer sounded forced, even to me, but I ignored the general's concerned frown and left the room. I was dreading this meeting. However, dragging my feet wasn't an option, since I was fairly certain Clara would just wait to start until I was there. Better to be in my seat anyway. I hadn't officially met with the Matriarch Council since the coup attempt, and I was curious to see just how the ones who'd supported Matriarch Kaitri would react. Cass, Isa's coming in there with me, I said, as we hit the door. I turned to the young woman without waiting for a confirmation from my deveu. I want you watching for any reactions that seem out of place. Yes, ma'am. Isa had been swept up in my wake during the coup attempt, but didn't seem to mind her new job at all. Matriarch Desai was already in the room, and did little more than raise an eyebrow when Isa followed me inside and settled into parade rest behind my chair. The late morning light filtered in through the stained glass windows, throwing blue across the far wall. I watched the door, carefully cataloguing the entrance of each matriarch. Alice and Zaran were in deep discussion as they entered, but both curtsied in my direction, and their smiles were genuine. Matriarch Webley, by contrast, couldn't meet my eyes and hurried to her seat. The dark-haired woman had voiced her agreement with Elsa Kaitri's objections over my legitimacy for the throne, though she hadn't been involved in the loud debate that had followed. I made a note to investigate her further. Ganda's mother, Loka Naidu,
had dark circles under her eyes. I held a hand up to stop Isa before she could intercept the matriarch. My aunt came straight to me and dropped to her knees. "Your Imperial Majesty, I offer my family's most sincere apologies and beg your forgiveness. My Loka." I held a hand out as I shifted to the edge of my seat. "Your other daughter already spoke with me. Ganda's actions were her own. I don't hold you accountable." "I raised her better, Majesty. I don't know where she went wrong." Eyes dark with grief, she looked back at the floor. "I should have known what she was planning." Children are good at hiding things from their parents. My mother could have told you that. Get up. The floor is cold, and you are forgiven." "Thank you, Majesty." She smiled in relief, bowing again as she got to her feet, and then moved off to take her seat. I'd missed the entrance of the other matriarchs, one of the reasons I'd wanted Isa in the room. There were a handful I wasn't too sure of, and as I scanned the faces at the table, it was easy to take note of who met my eyes and who didn't. Clara tapped her fist on the tabletop, and all the side chatter stopped. "For obvious reasons, there is a bodyguard in the room. I expect this will continue until we can be certain we've cut all the rot out from this traitorous infection that plagues us." Matriarch Prajapati shifted uncomfortably at Desai's words, knotting her slender fingers together until her knuckles were almost white. Her sister's betrayal had been no fault of her own, but I noticed how the space between her and those around her was a little wider than normal. "I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Matriarch Zaran Kaitri to the council chambers." Clara smiled warmly. "Though the circumstances are unpleasant, we are looking forward to her wisdom." I stomped my left foot on the floor in acknowledgement, the sound echoed by the others in the room for a few seconds before we returned to silence. Zaran nodded, slightly embarrassed by the attention. "Zaran, if you would fill us in on the meeting with the Upja," Clara continued. Zaran nodded, her short curls bouncing with the movement, and folded her pale hands together on the tabletop. "3 days ago, Alice and I went with the Empress to meet with the 2 ranking members of the Upja, Abraham Suda and Tazarian Bentan Shivan. I believe there is another meeting scheduled today with Tazarian and 2 new representatives that is open to matriarchs and members of the Ancillary Council to further outline just what they would like to see from the government. During our meeting earlier, Alice and I had the opportunity to talk with both men. Abraham was very pleasant and polite, not at all what one might expect from a rebel leader." She smiled briefly. "Since then, I have spoken with several other members of the group. They are also all quite articulate and presented a united front in their desire to see what they referred to as true equality of the sexes within the empire." "You find something amusing about that, Matriarch Zelen?" I asked when the woman snorted. "I find several things amusing, Your Majesty, starting with the fact that we're even talking to a known terrorist group openly involved in seditious acts against the throne, and ending with the idea that there isn't already equality for men. There's a male prime minister, for Shiva's sake. More than half your bodyguards are men, and you just appointed a man to the Raksha. What more do they want?" "If I could, Your Majesty." Alice spoke up with a raised hand. At my nod, she looked across the table. "They want more than tokens, Ter. They want to not be passed over for promotions when they are more than qualified, simply because their boss would rather put a woman in the spot. They want to be paid the same for the same work, not nearly half a ravga less." "That's preposterous. I don't pay my male workers any less." "Detailed studies across the empire say otherwise," Alice replied, but the murmuring agreement with Ter Zelen rolled over her words. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry, but I cannot in good conscience attend this meeting," Matriarch Surakash said. Good people were killed by this group not long ago. This empire has never negotiated with terrorists. And starting now, when we are on the brink of war, is not something your mother would have condoned." I blinked at her. The refusal to attend the meeting so unexpected I was at a loss for words. Even worse, more than half the heads around the table were nodding in agreement. And my mother. I kept my mouth closed even though I wanted to scream. If people didn't stop throwing her rule in my face, I was likely to lose it. "Majesty, your blood pressure is a bit high." Isa's voice was soft over the comlink. "I know," I replied. "You get used to it with this bunch." I turned off the warning flashing in the corner of my vision and took a deep breath that didn't go unnoticed by the women at the table. "Ladies," I said, resting my hands on the table and pushing to my feet. "I will say this only once, so I suggest you listen closely. Times are changing. You can like that or not, because no one, not even I, can force you to choose something that is not in your heart. Times are changing," I repeated. "Indrana must change with them or fall into the rubbish heap with so many relics of the past. I am not my mother, and the Indrana of the future is not my mother's empire. There is a wealth of untapped potential in our citizenry, and it is long past time our laws reflected a recognition of that potential." I looked around the table. I could force each and every one of you to show up to that meeting today. But I can't force you to hear Tazarian's words, and I can't force you to open your hearts. Alice stood also. "Her Majesty is right. I was skeptical and unsupportive of the Abja, but I have come to realize that it is time to let go of the arrogance of our past. I encourage you all to actually listen today, not with the intent to speak back, but simply to hear their message. I encourage you to talk with your own sons. You'll likely be surprised when you do." A stunned silence followed Alice's words. I bit my lip to keep my smile in. Less than a month ago, she'd told me she didn't believe in the Abja cause, but it seemed something had turned her around. "Well, thank you for that. Your Majesty, Alice?" Clara cleared her throat with a smile and tapped her fingers on the tabletop as we both sat down. "Zaran and Alice have prepared a full report on the meeting. I recommend everyone read it before this afternoon." Matriarch Hassan knocked her knuckles onto the table. "As fascinating as this pet project is, can we discuss a more pressing matter? The Empress needs to produce an heir and needs to name someone in the interim to make sure there's no confusion in the line of succession. War is looming. The populace is nervous. This would go a long way to calming them down." I crossed my arms over my chest and tried not to glare at Admiral Hassan's mother. "Me having a baby is more important than the million other problems this empire has right now." Clara shook her head. "You do need an heir, Majesty. Matriarch Hassan has a point. Indrana cannot afford to be leaderless, especially with things being so volatile at the moment. For obvious reasons, anyone from my father's line is no longer eligible for the throne." I gave Loka a small nod. "Any other distant relations are only children, and too far removed from the direct maternal line to be considered. Taran and myself are all who remain of mother's line." "You cannot name Taran, Majesty. The law—" "I am fully aware of the law," I snapped, cutting off Matriarch Tobin's protest, and the elderly woman blinked at me in shock. "I am merely pointing out the impossibility in front of us. I have no family left." "All the more reason for you to get cracking, child." Matriarch Maxwell thumped her fist on the table with a wheezing laugh. "Find a nice-looking and reasonably intelligent young man." I dropped my face into my hands with a groan. Now was definitely not the time to let the council in on my barrenness. All Naraka would break loose. Alice thumped her own knuckles on the table. What Matriarch Maxwell is saying, admittedly without much tact. Pfft! When you hit my age, child, you'll see tact is a waste of time. Alice smiled sympathetically at me. I understand there is a lot going on right now, but it is important you start interviewing candidates, Majesty. Fine, I said, leaning back in my chair and thumping a fist on the tabletop. In the meantime, I'm naming Alice as my heir. The room exploded into chaos. Alice gaped at me, her cheeks going pale. Majesty, no, I don't want, and that's exactly why I chose you. I pointed across the table, ignoring the din. You all pushed for this. Don't protest now. Majesty, you can't make such an important decision without... This is ridiculous. Majesty, this is something you should consider carefully. Are you suggesting I'm acting impulsively? I asked Clara with a raised eyebrow. Majesty? No, seriously. I've been watching Alice since I got here. You all act like I haven't given the issue of who's running this empire after me, or if something happens to me, any thought at all. I am neither an idiot nor taking this lightly. Alice is highly capable. I trust her to have the Empire's best interests at heart. Your Majesty, this is highly irregular. Dat. I ran my tongue over my teeth. Matriarch Acharya, I am still in the mood for executions. I know for a fact that you were in agreement with the old Matriarch Kaitri, and I have reports of you meeting with her outside the palace on more than one occasion, so I would advise you not to cross me right this second. Are you threatening me? She gaped. Matriarch Kaitri was an old friend of mine. Are we now under suspicion for any interactions we had? Have you been paying attention? I don't threaten, I replied. We're done here. Alice is my heir. If anyone would like to formally dispute that, let Matriarch Desai know. I waved a hand. Now get out. Everyone left except Alice and Clara. I'm going to be sick, Alice murmured. Not on the carpet. I grinned at her. Don't worry, you'll get used to the idea. Majesty, the fallout from this. We'll handle it, Clara. Alice can do the job if something happens to me. That's the important part of this, if I recall. At least until your Majesty has a child. I cleared my throat and forced a smile in Clara's direction. Of course. You are going to have to tell someone about that one of these days, Hail. The voice in my head cheerfully reminded me. I snarled silently at it as I left the room. Chapter 7. The public meeting with Taz felt entirely different from the quiet of the library. I sat at the head of a ridiculously huge table, in a room I was fairly certain hadn't been used for at least a decade. The windows arched to the ceiling and provided a view of the palace gardens that were currently covered in ice and snow. I was tired, and the pounding headache that had developed some time after lunch kicked itself into high gear as the room flooded with people. Matriarch Surakesh was true to her word and didn't show. However, her eldest daughter, Meena, came through the door and gave me an elegant nod. Your Majesty. It's nice to see you. I wasn't expecting your family today. My mother and I are not in complete agreement about some of the issues this empire faces, she replied. Thank you for coming, I said, and she nodded again before moving to her seat. Taz and two young men entered, and the buzzing chatter went mercifully silent. Your Imperial Majesty, he said with an elegant bow. He was dressed in a well-cut, dark grey Nehru jacket and pants of the same colour. Tazarian, Gahi, Salham. It hurt more than a little that the youngest member of their group had the same name as one of my dead bodyguards, but it was a popular name and there was no avoiding it. I relaxed in my chair as the introductions commenced. Given the number of people in the room, it was going to take a while before everyone was settled again. Half the matriarchs weren't in attendance, though Matriarch Zelen surprised me with a curtsy before she took her seat. All the eldest daughters were here, and I took that as a good sign. Prime Minister Feinin and several carefully selected members of the media were also in the room. The security for the nobles and my 2 teams of bodyguards shrank the space even further. Emery was conspicuously absent, considering the fuss he'd kicked up about me being around Taz last night. I pushed the thoughts of my Ecam out of my head as Clara welcomed everyone and graciously turned the floor over to Tazarian. He cleared his throat as he stood, smoothing his hands down the front of his jacket. His nervous habit hadn't changed over the years. Your Majesty, ladies, Prime Minister and distinguished members of the media, thank you all for coming today, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to have our voices heard. The Upja have never been against the Empire. What we want is simply to be a part of the Empire, an equal part. We believe that excluding half the population from the ability to inherit titles, from helping to make the laws we must obey, from the basic respect afforded to women simply by the accident of their birth, is wrong. I pulled my eyes away from Taz with some difficulty, so I could scan the faces of the women at the table. The older matriarchs who did come were clenching their jaws and glared through unforgiving eyes, though Matriarch Tobin, ever the wild card, was smiling. The younger women at the table were split. Some looked at their hands and shifted in their seats. Others shared the stone faces of the opposition. A small segment were smiling, clearly captivated by Taz and his message. Men fought alongside women to win our independence from the Solarians. You seemed happy at our support then, and continue to accept it within all branches of the military. But we are more than just machines to be ordered about. We can think rationally. We are not controlled by our anger or ruled by our instincts. In this, the 31st century, do we not want to bring Indranan into the light? You are the ones who hold the power, but your power is not lessened by allowing us to determine our own fates, to feed our families, raise our children, go to school, and hold public office. Your power is not lessened by treating us as equals. You seek to bring an end to the monarchy. Matriarch Desai's voice was quiet in the stillness of the room. Taz looked at me rather than Clara. Is it not an antiquated system of government? It suited us in the early days, perhaps, when things were dangerous, and the whole existence of our world needed a single voice to keep it moving in the right direction. Now, with our people spread across so many worlds, with so many lives in the balance, is it right for them all to be beholden to one person? He waved a hand through the air. We've seen the danger that leads to over the last 2 decades. How close our empire was brought to the brink of war, one upon which we still totter because everything hinges on one person's decisions. You're pushing it too hard, Taz, I thought, wishing there weren't comm jammers in place around the room. The muttering was low, but it wouldn't stay that way for long. Young man! Matriarch Maxwell raised a slender hand. You are... Chastisement or compliment, her words were cut off by the seething rumble that shook the table. I looked to Cass, whose comm system was unaffected by the jammer, and he stiffened. Up, Majesty! he said in a voice I'd never heard from my baby-faced guard, but I had already pushed to my feet. "Detain those 3. Don't harm them." I had time to meet Taz's eyes as my bodyguards hustled me from the room. He was standing in front of the other 2 Upja, his hands raised and a resigned look on his face. Cass kept a hold of my arm as we strode down the hallway. The other bodyguards formed up around us, eyes hard at whatever the threat was. I was dying to ask, but I didn't want to distract him. We weren't heading back to my rooms. Instead, Cass took a sharp right down a narrow corridor. My diverse stopped outside a blank metal door, pressing his hand to the panel next to it. I balked when the door slid open to reveal a tiny lift. "Where does that go?" "Under the palace. Your mother had it built several years ago." I resisted when he tried to pull me forward. My heart was pounding in my ears. "Majesty, we have to." "Didn't Emery tell you?" I wasn't going to have this conversation out in the hallway, but my legs wouldn't move me toward the yawning steel coffin in front of us. I can't go in there." "Majesty!" Cass now wore a look of panic that was probably the same as mine. "Please don't make me carry you. I have orders." "I don't care about your fucking orders."
"Majesty."
Emery appeared around the corner.
"Everyone, stand down. The threat here has been contained."
The bodyguards around us relaxed, and Cass quietly shooed them down the hallway until Emery and I were alone. I closed my eyes. What happened?
2 men drove a truck into the front gate of the palace and detonated it. I'm getting scattered reports that other places in the capital have been hit, but nothing more than preliminary details at the moment.
Dark Mother. How many?
The 2 women on duty at the gate were killed, along with several civilians waiting to be admitted. A handful of others were injured.
Emery rubbed a hand over his head.
I don't have numbers yet on the other attacks. We weren't sure if there would be a force trying to breach the gate. I wanted you somewhere safer than your rooms. I'm sorry. I should have briefed you on this plan and reminded Cass about your claustrophobia.
We probably should have done a dry run. Or 800. Swallowing hard, I cursed under my breath and took a step toward the lift. In fact, we're here. We may as well see what happens while there's no urgency.
Majesty.
Don't argue with me, please. It'll just give me an excuse to run. I was thankful for the lack of a skirt, which I'm not sure would have fit inside the tiny space. The lift was barely over 2 meters square. 4 people could have fit if they liked each other. Holding my breath, I stepped inside, and the floor shifted when Emery followed me. I squeezed my eyes shut, knowing if I turned around and saw him blocking the doorway, I'd lose it. The door made no sound when it closed, but the light shifted behind my eyelids, and my heart jumped in response. I opened them, studying my blurry reflection in the polysteel wall. General Saito said the trackers lost Bial.
Majesty?
Just talk to me, Emery. Give me something to think about besides the fact that we're in a box. I grabbed for the bar on the wall when the lift started moving, and gave what I'm sure was a hysterical laugh.
You didn't read my report?
There wasn't time this morning. I pressed my head to the cool metal. And I was still mad at you.
You were right, Majesty.
He sighed.
I'm sorry for questioning your judgment. Cass said you ordered the Upja detained.
I think it's far more likely Christoph orchestrated these attacks, but it's safer for everyone this way. Emery leaned against the wall next to me, and I turned my head so I could see his face.
Winston is one of the best trackers I know. They lost Bial's trail at Wasteland Station, but they were backtracking and she was confident she could find the trail she missed.
You've been looking into his activities here, haven't you?
Emery nodded.
I want a full report. We'll go over it from this end and hopefully be able to find something that will help the trackers when we talk to them again.
We, Majesty?
I shrugged a shoulder, trying to ignore the way the lift shuddered to a stop. I want to know if he was involved in the plot against my family. The door slid open, and I bolted out of the lift into the dubious safety of the underground chamber. Or if he just had a misguided sense of honor and we should cut him loose. Send these trackers after our mystery man, Wilson, instead.
His trail is even colder than Bial's.
I know, but he's more important. Bial's a puzzle, to be sure, but you and I both know if he'd wanted to bring this empire to her knees, he could have done it long before I got home. The underground room Mother had built showed no signs of wear. I couldn't help but wonder if it was paranoia or prudence that sparked the construction of what could only be called a war bunker. There was a small hologram table in the far corner, and several banks of screens on the wall. Tables and chairs along the other wall. I pointed at the two doors with a raised eyebrow.
Sleeping quarters in the one on the right. The left one leads to a secondary exit.
Most of the tension left my shoulders at those words, even though I knew it was likely the exit in question was a tunnel of some kind. It at least meant that there was another way out besides that hideous metal box. Zinn told me about the dreams.
He told me about Rastinghowl.
A small smile flickered to life on his face.
And that he was done being the go-between for us.
That didn't even last a full day.
He doesn't care for strife, Majesty.
Who does? I lifted a shoulder and then leaned against the hologram table. What did you say to him when you came into the library?
I asked him how his leg was.
Emery actually looked ashamed.
I was angry. It was uncalled for.
But obviously pertinent. How did he hurt it? How did you get the star? The Imperial Star was an award of great prestige. It wasn't issued for just any act of valor, but something above and beyond the call of duty, that caused the recipient to walk the road to temple. Usually, they didn't return to the living. Emery wore his on his face for all the universe to see. I doubted it was from pride that the intricate diamond pattern, the 4 spikes turned slightly widdershins, rested in so prominent a location.
I got it on my face, so I would remember whenever I looked in the mirror that letting my guard down will get the people I love killed,
he said, as if I'd asked the question out loud.
Zinn's leg isn't injured, Majesty. He lost it, just below the knee.
Emery tapped at his own, his eyes clouding with memories and grief.
We'd been in the field for several years, but we were still rookies. The case was an ugly one. You probably don't remember it. You would have only been 9 or 10. We were tracking a serial killer who'd managed to escape off-world before his sentence could be carried out.
I do remember. You're talking about the 14 Roses killer. I nodded, shuddering a little. I remember Ofa and Tefiz being completely on edge the year before he was caught. We were barely allowed out of the palace before, and even after they caught him, Tefiz kept a hand on her gun when we went outside.
It was just as well she did. His followers killed more people after he was caught than he did during his whole spree.
Emery shook his head.
Zinn and I caught up with him outside of Salarian territory. He died in the shootout.
My Ikam didn't blink when he told me the lie, even though we both knew his orders were probably not to bring Howl Tajman home alive. We'd shot one of the women with him, and didn't check to make sure she was dead.
She took Zin's leg off with a machete, and I got shot twice by another man who was hiding in a crawl space.
I flinched.
I let my guard down when I thought the job was done, and we both almost died. As it was, Zin lost his leg, and I can't ever forgive myself for that.
He doesn't blame you, I said, after touching my hand to my lips. I'd come close to losing these two before I'd even met them, and I wondered how things would have played out if they'd died in a run-down warehouse on some fringe Solarian world. I'd likely be dead.
He doesn't have to, Majesty. I was in charge, and I messed up.
You're afraid the same thing will happen here? Taking a deep breath, I headed back toward the lift.
Emery shook his head slowly. It's not about being afraid, Majesty. I can't let it happen here. I swore an oath to protect you and the Empire. I won't forsake it.
I wasn't about to tell my Ecam he was wrong. His penance was his own business. If I had learned anything about Emery in the short time we'd been together, it was that once he swore an oath, not even the gods themselves could get him to turn his back on it. We rode up to the surface in silence. The doors slid open, and only the fact that I knew the rest of my guards were still standing in the corridor kept me from doing anything but strolling out of the lift as if my heart weren't about to jump out of my ears.
You're going to want to take a breath, Emery murmured. I'll unmute your vitals from the others once your heart has slowed down.
I'm working on it, Emmy, I said over the comm without looking in his direction, and smiled at Alba as she approached. Let's go talk to Tazarian. I really want to know if he was in on this plot or just a victim of circumstance.
Chapter 8. Where do you want to speak with him, Majesty?
Emery asked. The throne room?
Emery and I shook our heads in unison at Alba's suggestion.
It's too formal, I said.
Too exposed. They're confined to their rooms right now, but we could get an interrogation room cleared, he said.
I'm not treating them like criminals, Emery. They technically are, ma'am, Alba offered. Only your temporary clemency keeps them from being considered as such. What about the room we were just in? It's been swept and cleared and swept again. I can't imagine things have gone downhill so badly in the last 10 minutes that it's suddenly unsafe. Emery laughed, and Alba looked a little sheepish. I continued down the hallway back to the meeting room. It was empty. No signs of the chaos that had filled it earlier, except for a few chairs still pushed away from the table. I dropped into mine and swung a leg up over one of the arms. Alba, do we have footage of the room when the bomb went off? Yes, ma'am. Get me a clip, starting 30 seconds before I entered and going until I left the room. My smarty pinged several minutes later, and I queued up the playback. Taz was giving his passionate speech, but I muted the sound so it wouldn't distract me as the scene played out. Both Upja and Taz jumped at the unexpected rumble, and so did the others around the table. Even I twitched, my head swinging toward Cass, looking for an explanation. Something caught my eye and I started the playback over again. Emery, look at this. What do you see? I asked, throwing the file onto the screen embedded in the table in front of me. My Ecam tilted his head to the side.
The Upja were as surprised as everyone. Or they're very good at faking.
He broke off and reached out to tap the screen, sending the images back several seconds.
Matriarch Zelen, however, doesn't move at all. Even you flinched a little, Majesty.
It shook the room. Everyone should have reacted. She stops tapping her fingers just there. I froze the playback, as if she were counting. But several hours earlier she was very vocal in her opposition to the Upja.
It makes a decent smokescreen.
Shiva save me from political machinations, Emery. Can't people just say what they mean? I rubbed my face with both hands and then looked at him. This is all your fault.
You stayed, Majesty,
he reminded me with a slight smile. I would have stuck my tongue out at him, but Cass escorted Taz and the two young men into the room. All three dropped to their knees. Bugger me, get up. Groveling makes me uncomfortable. Sit down. I pointed at the row of chairs Emery had pulled out on the other side of the table from me. Taz winced when he sat, a hand going to his ribs. I threw Cass a sharp look. Cass, did I or did I not expressly say not to harm our guests?
You did, Majesty.
I want to know who wasn't listening to me.
I'm fine, Majesty. It's nothing.
It is not nothing, Tazarian. You are my guests, and your safety is my responsibility.
My apologies, Majesty,
he replied, dipping his head. Shut up. Gahi choked down a laugh, while Salham just kept looking from Taz to me to Emery and back again. So, Christoph is responsible for this, yes? I asked, leaning back and tapping my heel against the chair. He had to have known you were meeting with us.
It wasn't exactly a secret, Taz said. He must have hoped you'd take it badly and have us arrested.
He's right about the first part, I muttered. What do you think his plan would be if I actually did that? The silence stretched. Taz thought over my question for a while before answering.
He'd keep killing, Majesty. Try to make it look like it was the Upja demanding our release. Abraham has left the capital. There's no one but me right now to speak for us.
I swore under my breath, but Taz continued.
He'll likely keep at this, even if you let us go. The man is insane. He wants you and every matriarch dead, and he wants the Empire in ashes. He's not someone you can reason with or negotiate with. He won't stop until he's won this fight, or he's dead.
And even if we kill him, his followers will carry on. I know how these people work. I swung my foot to the floor with a thud. So you're telling me there's nothing I can do?
There is. You probably won't like it.
I arched an eyebrow and stared at Taz for a moment. Everyone out! The younger Upja got to their feet, and my bodyguards headed for the door. Taz didn't move. Emery didn't move. Life was back to normal, apparently. I waited for the door to close before I gestured at Taz to continue.
Let us go. Let us handle this.
It was my turn to stare at him with wide eyes. You want me to authorize you for some kind of gang war in the streets?
I would hope it doesn't come to that. We'll do what we can to avoid bloodshed. There are more of us, Majesty, and we know Christoph better than your people.
Rubbing my hand over my face with a sigh, I looked up at the ceiling. The grey stones varied in color, making them easy to count from one tip of the arch to the next. I reached 103 on the halfway point before I shook my head. I can't, Taz. I can't ask you to take care of my problems for me.
If you'll pardon my bluntness, you already have a war to fight, Hail.
Taz glanced at Emery, but my Ecam didn't comment on the familiarity.
It's going to take everything you have to get up to speed on the Saxons and keep the Empire safe. I know Christoph. I know how he thinks.
Taz got out of his chair.
Ecam, may I approach?
Emery raised an eyebrow at him, but nodded, and Taz knelt, putting a hand over mine.
Let me do this for you. For Indrana. We were a good team once.
We were, weren't we? I murmured. My thoughts were spinning in circles, but my hand turned itself over without command to link my fingers with his. Please keep our people safe. I met his brown eyes, hoping my "please keep yourself safe" was clear enough on my face. I will do whatever is needed, Majesty. I cleared my throat, untangling my fingers from his, and feeling suddenly awkward about the whole thing. I want someone with you. Emery, could we steal Captain Gill and her squad? I'll check when she gets here, Majesty. I already called to see if Sergeant Terrace was nearby. I shook my head as Taz got to his feet. That was kind of you, but she won't be able to help him. Taz doesn't respond to Farians. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Humanity had started to believe we were truly alone in the universe when the Farians made contact. According to them, there were more races out there in the vastness of space, but they didn't venture this far to the Milky Way's outer edges. The Farians, though, were driven to explore. Their unique ability to heal or kill with a touch was the touchstone of their beliefs, as well as a biological drive. Humans, as it turned out, were perfect for a race that needed to heal. Our fragile bodies provided the outlet for energy that would otherwise burn a Farian up should they try to hoard it. However, 1 in every million humans didn't respond to the Farian touch, and Taz was one of them. It's all right, Taz said with a smile, and a shrug that had him putting his hand on his side again. I don't think they broke anything. Majesty, if you'll head back to your rooms with Cass, I'll finish up here, Emery suggested as he opened the door. I nodded and followed him through the doorway. Alba was standing in the hall with that look on her face. The one that I recognized meant she had something important to talk to me about. So rather than argue with Emery, again, I gave the Upja a final smile and headed off down the corridor. Majesty, I have a message from Ambassador Toropov requesting dinner this evening if it's convenient. Has he been under a rock all day? Tell him to pick a time when my people aren't being killed in the streets. Alba blinked at my sharp tone but nodded. Verbatim, Majesty, or should I soften it? Verbatim. We'll see what he does with it. Jaden Toropov wasn't the sort of man to commit such an unbelievable faux pas, and I wondered just what he was up to. Alba, let the networks know we'll be addressing our people this evening around 2000. I think we'll do it from my office. Do you want me to start writing something, or would you prefer to do it yourself? You can start it. I'll probably edit before I go on, though. I stopped in the hallway and waited with Indula by my side while Cass and the others cleared my rooms. When it was safe, we headed inside. Cass, I want those guards who can't listen in here now. Yes, ma'am. Alba moved to the couches, already composing a speech with her smarty. Contrary to what I'd said, I probably wouldn't have to fiddle with it all that much. I flipped the news onto the far wall and stood with a hand over my mouth as the reports filtered in. How do I respond to this? I whispered when Emery joined me. How can I possibly respond to this without sounding... Words failed me, and I waved a hand helplessly at the wall. I've been here a month, Emery. How can I lead them through this horror? You can, Majesty, he said, without looking away from the newscast. Captain Gill is going to shadow Tazarian and report back about his plans. He agreed to wait to take any action until you were informed. I'm surprised you got him to agree to that. Emery shrugged. I may not agree with him, and I certainly don't trust him. But he was right about knowing Christoph better than any of us. And he's got more people on the ground. How many places did they hit us?
They detonated explosives in 4 spots around the capital, including the one at the palace gates, 2 restaurants and 1 park.
I want someone on Matriarch Zelen.
It's already done, Majesty.
I paced, trying to keep the walls of my rooms from closing in on me as my brain spun for a way to cope with all the horror. The capital was still reeling from the explosion at Garuda Square, and now there was more death. Had I brought this on my people? I shook my head before I'd even finished asking the question. Christoph and the others had been gunning for the throne before I got here. Don't wallow in a bunch of useless self-pity, Hail. It won't accomplish anything.
Majesty!
Cass came into the room with a man and woman in tow.
Matriarchs Desai and Hassan were very helpful. After a review of the footage, it was determined these 2 were the ones who misheard your orders about proper treatment of our guests.
Yes, my orders. Which were what, exactly, Cass?
Detain the Abjar, but don't harm them, Majesty.
Don't harm them. I watched the pair flinch with each clipped word. And yet my guests were harmed. Who has an explanation for me?
None, Majesty,
the woman said, keeping her eyes on the floor.
We reacted rashly, and we apologize.
Apologies don't mend broken bones, I said. I'll be drafting a letter of reprimand to put in your files. Be thankful you are not my guards, or you'd be out on your asses. I looked at Cass and jerked my head toward the door. He led them out. I crossed to where Alba was sitting and leaned against the table. Okay, what have you got for me?
Take a look at this.
My smarty pinged as Alba sent the draft over. I thought if we started with something soft and then raised the volume, it would have more impact. I nodded. I like it. Move the second line here and add in the tears of the Empire to the bit before that.
Yes,
Alba said. Are we still using terrorist? Without hesitation, I replied. Chapter 9. We kept my address to the Empire short and sweet. I managed not to snarl too much, even though my seething gut wanted to swear vengeance for those who died. You are no longer a gunrunner, Hail, and hasty words start wars. Wars were something I'd had too many of already. Taz had been right about that, and I was now grateful for his offer of assistance. We were only 2 days out from the bombings, and already the Abjar had subdued 2 different bands of Christoph's terrorists. The fact that they'd turned them over to Captain Gill without any complaint had even impressed my Ikam, at least a little. The next day I was sitting in my office with Caspel and Admiral Hassan, finally hearing some decent news about the Second Fleet problem. My office was shielded from listening devices, but we still had Emery's jamming system on to be safe. There are 28 ships under Admiral Schul's command. Admiral Hassan threw the descriptions up on the wall. There were 7 Nadi-class carriers, each capable of holding 16 smaller Jal fighters, 2 Asvin medical frigates, 10 Jarida-class battlecruisers with enough firepower to level a comparable force, and 9 Sarama destroyers. Caspel stood and tapped on the various names of the ships as he spoke.
According to my operative, 8 of the battlecruisers, including Admiral Schul's flagship, 1 of the medical frigates, 3 of the craft carriers, and 6 of the destroyers, are crewed by officers who seem sympathetic to Christoph and his position. There's a chance of a mutiny on at least 1 of the other craft carriers, but my operative is attempting to contact the captain of that ship and let her know her XO is suspect.
Admiral Hassan nodded her dark head.
I know several of those captains and commanders personally, Majesty. They are loyal to you.
I'm so tired of dancing around this issue with him. I tapped my fingers on my knee. Let's get Shul on the line, Admiral. See what he has to say to me. Ma'am. Call him Inanna. I want to see him lie to my face. Caspel cleared his throat. With apologies, Majesty, but I can't let you jeopardize my operation. If you tip him off too soon, before we have things in place, it could result in the loss of your supporters.
Damn it, Caspel! Excuse me, Your Majesty.
Alba broke in, not quailing from the sharp look I sent her.
President Hudson of the Solarian conglomerate is on the line for you.
Took him long enough to get around to calling? I muttered, and Hassan choked on a laugh. Confronting Shul was going to have to wait. I looked at Hassan. Notify who you can, as carefully as you can. Tell them to keep an eye on Shul and be prepared for the worst. I want you two to cook up a viable reason to recall 2nd Fleet home without tipping our hand. Yes, ma'am. Hassan snapped a sharp salute. I nodded at her, and she turned on her heel. Caspel followed her out, closing the door behind him. Throw the call up on the wall, Alba. I smoothed the wrinkles out of my shirt, but stayed in my office chair. A quick glance over my shoulder confirmed that Emery would be visible, standing in parade rest just behind my right shoulder. I rolled my neck, nodded at Alba, and pasted a smile on my face as she opened the connection. President Hudson. The president of the SC Council was an older, distinguished-looking man with pale skin and silver hair. I caught the flicker of his eyes toward Emery before he composed himself and smiled at me with the slightest tilt of his head. Empress, it is a pleasure to speak with you, even though the circumstances are so somber. On behalf of the Solarian conglomerate, allow me to offer my condolences for the loss of your mother and the recent difficulties. I wanted to laugh at the ridiculously careful phrasing, but instead I settled on a cool look. Our thanks, President Hudson. It's been a troubling time for Indranan. The recent attacks both here at home and on other worlds of the Empire is heartbreaking. It is a disappointment to us that the Saxon alliance would violate the peace treaty that has stood for so long. President Hudson didn't bat an eyelash, but I heard the gasps in the background. My people were silent, and for that I was grateful. That is terrible news, Empress. Though the accusations against the Saxons are unfounded, we haven't heard anything from the Solarian consulate on Major, and one would think had anything happened in violation of the treaty, they would be the first to say something. I would caution you to think of your people in this time of grief. Hasty measures for revenge don't make for good business. And fomenting dissent in my empire doesn't make for keeping peace treaties, President. I crossed my arms over my chest and gave him the look that used to scare the pants off hardened gunrunners. It worked just as well on politicians, because bright spots of color appeared on President Hudson's cheeks, and the conversation behind him grew in volume. Empress, let us be very clear here. I switched abruptly to the more formal royal we. When we find the proof linking the Saxon alliance to this plot, we will pass it along to you. But the Indranan Empire is no longer a member of the conglomerate and has not been for 15 centuries. We do not need your approval when making decisions on matters that affect our people. We wish to continue our good relations with the Solarian conglomerate, but we will not sacrifice lives or territory to maintain those relations. We appreciate your call, sir, I said with a sweet smile. However, we have things that must be attended to, and we're sure you do also. Have a nice day. I waved a hand at Alba, who cut the connection before President Hudson could come up with a reply. Alba exhaled. I glanced at her. Too much?
No,
she said, surprising me.
Though hopefully you didn't give him a heart attack.
There are plenty more old men on that council to take his place. I rubbed at my neck and turned in my chair. Emery, thoughts? My Ecam raised an eyebrow at me, and I rolled my eyes at the ceiling. It was apparently enough to prompt him as he moved back toward the door of my office. It was harsh, Majesty, but well controlled. You'd do well to establish with them that you're not some blushing young thing who will be bullied. I snorted. I'm not sure anyone would mistake me for a blushing young thing, Emery. If they haven't read your file, there's always a chance. Alba, I think my Ecam is teasing me. He may be delirious from lack of sleep, ma'am. The banter helped relax the shards of tension lodged in my back, and I actually laughed. It's his own damn fault for getting me into this mess. Alba, did we get a response from Ambassador Toropov? Not as yet, ma'am. Interesting. I started to push out of my chair. I've got a meeting with Alice in about an hour, don't I? Yes, ma'am. Then an appearance at the Arts Center, Alba said. You're letting me keep that one? I looked at Emery in surprise. I figured you would fight to keep it, Majesty. Security will be tight. It's not too much extra trouble. I couldn't speak past the lump in my throat. There was a memorial concert scheduled for the children and other victims of the Garuda Square bombing this evening. I had lobbied for it, had somehow talked Emery into letting me go, and had been convinced that the newest wave of violence meant I was stuck in the palace. Busying myself at my desk, I struggled for the words, but was saved by the ping of an incoming message. It's Alice. I answered the call. Majesty. I nodded. Judging by the look on your face, we're going to need to reschedule our meeting? She nodded. Something has come up, Majesty. I'm terribly sorry. Don't be. I waved a hand. Usually I have to pass out at an important meeting to get some free time. Get with Alba and she'll reschedule you. Yes, Majesty. I closed out the call and bounced out of my seat, drumming my hands on the desktop, unable to contain my delight. A whole 3 hours to myself. It's unprecedented. Alba cleared her throat. I almost hate to say it, Majesty, but I just received a message from Ambassador Toropov. He says he is at your disposal whenever it is convenient. Bugger me, I muttered, falling back into my seat. Don't you dare laugh, Emery. I would never, Majesty. Liar. Alba, tell him to meet us in the library in 20 and order some food from the kitchen. Yes, ma'am. I waited until she was out the door before I got up. Emery, I'm going to ask Trace for a meeting. If I'd learned anything over the last month, it was that my Ecam hated surprises, and if I wanted him to agree to things, it worked in my favor to fill him in ahead of time. Trace Jerryson was the king of the Saxon Alliance. He'd inherited the position from his father, who'd been killed in a naval battle shortly after my father had been assassinated. For a while, it looked like Indranan would take the upper hand in the war. But Trace, even at 17 years old, was a far better strategist than my grieving mother. To what end, Majesty? Emery's question was cautious, his face guarded. To stop the war before it happens. There were times I felt like I was talking to my father instead of my bodyguard. You know we can't stand up to the Saxons for long in a straight fight. I leaned against the desk. I've been told I'm a pretty good negotiator. What are you going to offer him? Honestly, I have no idea. And while I'm sure I can make a final decision, I'm not about to go up against the Matriarch Council on this. What I really want, Emery, is to see his face, or more accurately, to be in the same room with him. I want to be able to learn what I can from him before this thing implodes on us. At least then I'd have a halfway decent chance of beating him. I've underestimated you again, Majesty. Emery said with a smile. I hope that's a compliment.
It is.
He waved a hand at the door, still smiling.
Let's go meet with Toropov.
I'd picked the library, which seemed to be fast becoming the new default place for informal meetings, since even I wasn't crazy enough to try to convince Emery to let the Saxon ambassador into my rooms. I curled up in the chair by the fire, reading an old-fashioned book. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring ruin upon her army. I looked up from the ancient writings of Sun Tzu with a smile when Zin leaned down.
Majesty, Ambassador Toropov is here to see you.
Let him in. Closing the book, I put it aside as I stood. Ambassador, thank you for coming to see me.
Thank you, Majesty, for making the time. It's quite an honor and a pleasure to see you again.
Toropov took my outstretched hand in both of his scarred ones and squeezed gently. He was dressed in a deceptively casual outfit, but I caught the faint sheen on his shirt as he sat in the chair across from me. Only silk looked like that in firelight. Which meant the shirt he was wearing cost almost as much as the book I'd just put down.
Majesty?
I blinked and laughed. Sorry, Ambassador. I was ruminating on how easily fortunes change. I've had food prepared.
Fortune is fickle.
Toropov followed me to the table in the corner, nodding his thanks at Alba as she set a cup on the table.
Would you like to hear the story of how I got here?
Picking up my cup of blue chai, I gave Toropov a nod. We ate, and I listened as he spun a tale of a boy born to poverty, who ended up in trouble and was given the choice between jail or service. He chose service, and spent nearly 40 years with the Saxon Marine Corps before retiring.
10 years ago, I was offered the chance by His Majesty to come here. I'm glad I took it. You have a fascinating empire, Majesty.
Thank you. Toropov leaned forward in his seat.
But you didn't agree to see me to listen to an old man ramble about his past, especially since I'm sure your bodyguards already knew everything I just told you.
I smiled at him over the rim of my cup. True, but it was a good story nonetheless. I need to speak with Trace. Toropov didn't bat an eyelash.
I can set up a comm with him, Majesty, but you don't really need my assistance with that. Your Chamberlain could have just... Ah.
He stopped and smiled.
That's not what you mean, is it?
I am willing to let him choose the meeting spot. I believe there is a list of neutral planets for just such a purpose. The hesitation on Toropov's face was fleeting, gone so fast I thought I must have imagined it.
Does your Majesty have a reason I can pass on to the king? It would help facilitate matters.
I held in my laughter at the ambassador's careful phrasing as I rose from my seat. Let's call it a discussion of the issues that concern both our peoples.
Very well, Your Majesty.
He gave me a sharp nod and walked with me back to the fire.
I will see what I can do.
That is all I can ask. I set my cup down and reached for my book. Toropov smiled, canting his head to the side as he read the title.
It has been years since I read that, Majesty, though it was a translation, not the original Chinese. I'm most impressed.
I get through it, I replied with an answering smile. It is not the same as Cheng, but there are quite a few similarities.
Have a good afternoon, Majesty. I will send your chamberlain a message as soon as I have news."
I nodded my thanks and settled back in the big chair after Toropov excused himself. I'd probably just stirred up a hell of a hornet's nest, but if it worked out, it could stop this headlong slide into war. And I had to stop the war. We would fight if we had to, but I knew Indrana wouldn't survive. Not by herself. I picked the book up again, returning to the page where I'd left off. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring ruin upon her army. The first is by commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. Chapter 10. I took the handkerchief Alba handed me and wiped the tears from my face. I'd gone for so long without music from home, and now it surrounded me, carried on the high, clear notes of a young boy's voice. According to my chamberlain, the singer had lost a cousin in the recent bombings, yet he'd insisted on performing. Now he sang a prayer to the gods more ancient than Indrana, a prayer that forgave the killers, a prayer that said goodbye to loved ones. It broke me open, broke open the whole audience. Only my bodyguards had dry eyes. The silence that settled on the audience lasted for several heartbeats before I broke it with the tapping of my left foot on the floor. It rippled out around me, filling the auditorium with the sound. The young man pressed his hands together and bowed low, his shoulders shaking with tears that were finally released. I finished wiping my face and tucked the handkerchief into the deep green sleeve of my shirt as I stood. My bodyguards formed up around us as we made our way out of the auditorium into the chaos of the waiting press. "Your Majesty, is it true you've come to an agreement with the Upja to fight these recent attacks?" "Majesty, we've heard reports Abraham Suda is no longer in charge of the Upja. Is this why Tazarian Shivan was at the palace the other day?" "Your Majesty, any plans to visit the wounded you've been chatting with on Hansi?" "Your Majesty, Tazarian Shivan was once your mother's choice for your husband. Is there still a chance you'll consider him for the consort position even though he's the new leader of the Upja?" "Excuse me?" I whirled on the reporter who'd asked the question, and the woman backed away. The crush of her companions around her prevented her from gaining the distance she suddenly decided she wanted. "Who are you?" "Elijah Yulin, Majesty, Pashati Daily News." She swallowed hard. "We were just curious about—" "I heard the question the first time." I didn't bother to stop the snarl in the back of my throat, even though more than a dozen cameras were sure to pick it up. "We just got done at a memorial concert, Ms. Yulin. 143 Indranans have been killed in the last few weeks, and your first thought is gossip." I leaned in, surprised that Emery didn't stop me. "Shame on you." "Majesty, shame," I repeated, turning around and walking away. The other journalists melted from my bodyguard's path in stunned silence. "It's not a primary news source, ma'am," Alba said once we were back in the air car. "She doesn't have palace access. Make sure it stays that way. If I see her again, I promise it will result in a public relations nightmare." "Yes, ma'am." We rode back to the palace in silence. By now my people could read my moods well enough to know when to be quiet, and they left me alone to stew over the incident. I was still angry the next morning. With some difficulty, I shoved it away before my scheduled call with Trace. I met Ambassador Toropov at the door of my office with a smile, but he raised an eyebrow at me.
"Is everything all right, Majesty?"
"Well enough." I was sure he'd seen the coverage. It had been all over the news this morning. Settling into my chair, I nodded at him to proceed, and he threw the screen up onto the far wall. I had seen my fair share of news reports about the king of the Saxon alliance in my years away from home, but it was a testament to my self-control that my mouth didn't fall open when Trace appeared on the screen.
Empress.
He dipped his blonde head, his smile reaching up into his eyes. The last time I'd seen him in person, he'd been a gawky 11-year-old. Now, Trace Jerison was a tall, broad-shouldered man with short blonde hair. I couldn't deny that he was attractive, but he wasn't my type. He was also, thankfully, married, so I wasn't going to have to answer any infuriating questions in that regard. It's good to see you.
We've both come up in the world, haven't we, Hailey?
Before I could reply, he continued,
I was sorry to hear about your family. We'd been concerned about the declining state of your mother's health for some time, but never considered it could be something so horrible.
I'm sure you didn't, Your Majesty, I murmured. Trace blinked and started to protest, and then I watched as that all-too-familiar mask of leadership dropped onto his face.
I know there have been rumors, but I can assure you that the Saxony was not involved in the recent events. I am committed to keeping the peace treaty between our people.
As am I replied, even though I wasn't entirely sure how I was going to make it happen. There was a moment of tense silence as we stared at each other.
Well,
Trace cleared his throat.
Jaden said you wanted to talk about meeting. I have plans to look over the list of neutral planets with my head of security. As a gesture of good faith, we'll pull 3, and you can go over them with your ecam to choose the final spot.
I nodded, unable to find any suitable reply among the mess in my head for several moments. That's very generous of you. He shrugged uncomfortably.
Saxony doesn't want a war. I figure you and I have seen enough death in our lifetimes, and we're not interested in starting something up so more young men and women will see the same horrors.
That was true enough, at least, and I felt relatively certain he believed what he was saying. However, of the two of us, I was also certain I was the only one who'd ever seen anything close to combat. It still didn't answer the question of Canafe, but I couldn't ask about it here, not when he'd just offered to let me pick the meeting spot. Instead, I smiled. Very kind of you, Trace. I appreciate it.
We'll talk soon.
Trace disconnected, leaving me staring at the blank spot on the wall. Ambassador Toropov cleared his throat.
With my apologies, Majesty. His Majesty can be very abrupt at times. It was nothing personal.
I laughed and stood. You seem to have forgotten I've dealt with far worse. Toropov laughed himself and rose with a fluid bow.
I seem to have done just that, Majesty. I will pass along the list as soon as I receive it.
A pleasure as always, Ambassador. He nodded and left my office. Well, that was interesting, I said, tapping Zin on the shoulder. It's been a long time since I've talked to Trace. We met briefly when I was 7. King Jerry visited Mother the year before the war broke out. It was a last-ditch attempt to stop the growing tension. He was a cute kid, all gangly and awkward.
He's grown up, ma'am,
Zin said. Both of us have. I laughed again, and then rubbed a hand over my face. In very different ways.
What I meant was, he's confident, sure of his right to rule. It's an advantage.
You're still wondering if I belong here? I waved a hand before he could apologize. No, it's the truth.
Majesty.
Emery. I turned to my ecam.
I was wondering when you were going to speak up.
King Trace kept looking to the left. My guess is at someone standing behind the recorder.
Do you think he was being coached?
Emery tilted his head in thought. That short an interaction, it was hard to tell. I'll know better when I see the people around him. I'd recommend caution here, Majesty.
I'm in agreement with you. I replayed the conversation, this time catching the quick flick of Trace's eyes to the left of the camera. I wondered who he'd been watching, and just what it meant. Matriarch Desai wasn't happy about my decision to include Taz in the morning briefings, but I insisted, mostly because it saved me from having to sit through the same information 3 times in a day. She was coolly efficient as we moved through the details of the official negotiation process with the Upja, and turned the floor over to Taz without protest.
Your Majesty, we've made good progress cleaning up Kristoff's cells. However, as Captain Gill has no doubt informed you, we've still been unable to locate Kristoff himself.
He's still on planet, though?
Taz nodded. Still in the capital, we think, but he's constantly on the move and changing his face. Captain Gill has the legal body modification centers under close supervision, but there are a lot of chop shops out there.
Keep after him. Make sure you get some sleep, Taz. You look tired. A smile flickered to life, but Taz didn't call me on my hypocrisy in front of everyone.
Yes, Majesty.
Your Majesty, are we getting some kind of verification for the information this rebel is presenting us?
Prime Minister Iha Feinin, by contrast, had been less than pleasant to Taz since he'd joined us. Captain Gill has been our liaison with the Upja since this started.
Captain Gill also has several family members who are sympathizers.
That was news to me, and I stopped myself from glancing at my ecam. Captain Gill is trusted by us, I said.
I'm sure, Majesty. I'm just suggesting we cover all avenues rather than trusting a single source of information.
I stared at Feinin, but he didn't flinch. I didn't have a good reason to tell him no, and we both knew it. Fine. We will find a second source to verify, Iha. Will that satisfy you? The annoyed expression was only on his face for a second, but it was enough to make me triumphant. Feinin nodded.
Of course, Majesty. I am only concerned for the safety of the Empire.
As are we. Clara cleared her throat. Moving on to the next item on our list, Majesty. I have a list of potential suitors for you to interview. I'll pass the list on to Alba so she can get them slotted into your schedule. Taz raised an eyebrow, but wisely remained silent. I looked away from him, feeling my cheeks heat. Clara, now is not the time for this. You insisted he be here for the morning briefings, Majesty. Perhaps you should have looked at the topics beforehand? I couldn't punch her in the throat. I'd get in trouble. Folding my hands into my lap, I took a deep breath. Matriarch Desai, I dislike being pushed and prodded. If you haven't figured it out, you soon will. The more you try to get me to make a decision, the more I will resist. Since I am the Empress, there is very little you can do to actually force me. I will look at your list and fit this relatively minor issue into my schedule as it allows. This is the last I want to hear of it. Am I understood? I stood, and there was a lot of noise as everyone else in my office rushed to do the same. Yes, Majesty. Clara bowed, her eyes unrepentant. Have a good day, everyone. I reminded myself again that I couldn't punch her, and left the room. My bodyguards were silent as we headed back to my rooms. I flipped the news onto the screen of the far wall as we walked through the door and unwound my gold sari, tossing it onto the back of the couch. I flopped down and took the cup of chai Stasia handed me.
You can't punch Matriarch Desai, Emery said.
I know, I replied with a tight smile. Doesn't mean I don't want to, though. Gita and Kisa settled into their spots by the door. Zin appeared to be having a silent conversation with Emery as they both looked out the window at the bay. I drank my chai and picked at a stray thread on my cream-colored pants. More rumors continue to swirl about the Empress's relationship with the Upjar new leader, Tazarian Shivan. A source inside the palace confirms they've met in private several times and that Shivan is now part of Empress Halimi's inner circle. He's attended several daily briefings and is no longer being subjected to searches when he enters the palace.
We're still searching him, Majesty. That part isn't true.
What do you mean, that part? None of it is true, I snarled in return.
Of course, Majesty.
Before I could say anything, the bubbly newscaster continued. There's been a great deal of speculation about the Empress's necessary search for a prince consort. Is Tazarian the front-runner for the position? Our viewers weigh in on the issue. The screen died as I abruptly cut the feed and got to my feet. Source inside the palace?
There are a lot of people around you, Majesty, Emery replied. They do sign non-disclosure contracts when they come to work, but the press is offering a lot of money for information about the new Empress. We can't follow them all to make sure they're not talking. Your Majesty could make worse alliances, Zin said with a shrug.
Oh, could I? He either missed or ignored the sharpness in my voice.
He's not a noble, ma'am, but the Shivans are an old family who have been in favor of the throne for a long time. You were paired once, and it would cement an alliance with the Upjar.
I dropped to the couch and set my mug down before I threw it at Zin's head. My buried grief surged up my throat and choked me. Portis's face and his dying words rang in my head, clamoring for my attention. Has everyone forgotten that only a little over a month ago I woke up covered in blood next to Portis's body? Because I haven't. I slammed a hand down on the table, making everyone but Emery jump. I lost the only man I ever loved, and you all just want to farm me back out with a smile on my face and my goddamned legs spread. All for the good of the Empire. Fuck you! I won't do it! Gita gasped. Zin swallowed. I stood up, my hands curling into fists. I will not! Do you hear me? I will not get married. I loved him. Only him. Tears clogged my throat, and I pressed a hand to my mouth. The grief sliced through me so painfully bright and sharp I couldn't breathe.
You three. Out.
Emery's voice was soft. As the door slid shut behind my bodyguards, I sank back to the couch. My sobs rang in my ears. My breath was choppy, catching and wheezing as I fought for air. I folded over, my head on my knees, and cried until exhaustion set in. Emery's hand settled onto the back of my neck with gentleness I didn't realize he was capable of.
Get your breath, Majesty.
I dragged in a shaky breath, and then another, before I lifted my head. Emery handed me a handkerchief, and after I'd wiped my face and blew my nose, he handed me a glass.
Find your center, Hail, or you're going to fly apart here, and there's nothing I can do to save you.
I don't know if I can, I whispered. I thought... I fooled myself into thinking the grief was gone. I'm not over him. I don't know if I ever will be. I took the drink from Emery and tossed it back.
You don't have to be over him.
Can't they just be happy with Alice? She's a better option than a newborn anyway. He took the glass from me and rose to fill it again. I blew my nose a second time before I followed him. I can't do this, Emmy.
I know, Majesty.
No, I mean, I physically can't have children."
The story of the fight on Candless spilled out of me. Emery listened, handing me the drink midway through without comment. "I know."
"How can you know? Portis didn't tell anyone. There's no way you would have bothered with dragging me home if you'd known."
I tossed back the drink.
"Did you hear me? I can't have children. What's the point of protecting an empress who can't produce an heir?"
"I heard you, and I already knew." I stared at him, the expression on my face one of abject shock.
"How?"
Emery smiled. "I'm not an idiot. I was standing right there when the technician did his scans. He may have been too distracted by you to flag it, but I saw the results." He took my empty glass and filled it a third time, but he didn't hand it to me. Instead, he drank it himself. I gaped at him as my brain grappled for something, anything about this to make sense.
"You knew? All this time?"
Emery nodded.
"Why?"
Emery raised an eyebrow at me. "Why what, Majesty?"
"Why are you here? Why did you stay? Why didn't my mother find out about it?"
I waved my hand in the air.
"I'm useless, Emery."
"Your Empress Mother didn't find out because I erased the results of the scan."
"Why would you—"
"Hail," Emery said, giving me the look. "Your value as the Empress of Indranan is more than your ability to bear children. The Empire needs you. As you've been pointing out, the issue of who's taking over after you is the least of our worries right now. I can't afford to worry about dynasties when we don't know if Indranan will last out the year." I stared at him for a good 10 seconds before I snapped my mouth shut. Clearing my throat, I turned away so he wouldn't see the tears suddenly burning my eyes.
"So, what do we do now?"
"I'd advise against making this information public," Emery said, and I laughed.
"That would not go over well."
"Only you and I know. I haven't even told Zin. It's probably best to keep it that way until things calm down. You've already told Matriarch Desai to back off, and Alba will schedule or not based on your desires. She knows better than to let someone else influence her in that regard." I turned back to look at him and shook my head.
"I can't believe you're backing me on this."
"I have backed you from the beginning, Majesty."
"The beginning?"
I raised an eyebrow at him. Emery gave me a half smile. "From the moment I swore my oath. Happy?"
"Less sad."
I mustered up a smile of my own, looking at my tear-stained face in the mirror above the fireplace.
"Zin's going to want to apologize. Just tell him it's fine. I'm sorry for snapping at him."
"I will." Emery headed for the door. "Get some rest." I nodded, but poured myself another drink in the glass Emery had left sitting there, and sipped at it as I stared out the window. The sun reflected off the dolphins playing in the water, casting a rainbow sheen upon their dark grey sides.
"Majesty, may I have a moment?"
Looking over my shoulder at Gita, I tipped my head toward the window. My bodyguard joined me. Her curly black hair was pulled back into twists that were caught at the base of her skull. She didn't look at me, instead focusing her dark eyes on the ocean lapping at the edge of the beach. "What's on your mind, Gita?" "If you'll forgive my boldness. I have been there, ma'am. Blank with grief, and then mad at the universe for reminding me how little we matter by continuing to move on when my world ended. Nothing I can say will help, but I wanted to let you know I am here if you want to talk about him."
"Who did you lose?"
"My husband, ma'am. He was killed." Gita stopped and inhaled, clearly struggling. "It was an accident. Drunken kid in an air car who didn't use the auto drive. It was stupid and senseless, and 10 years ago. But I still wake up sobbing some nights because I miss him so much."
"I'm sorry."
Her laugh was tinged with grief. "Thank you, Majesty. That's not why I told you, though. It never goes away. They leave us, and we have to wake up every day after that without them."
"How do you do it?"
She shrugged. "Some days it's easy, and you go about your day. Some days you're going to wake up cursing his name." We fell into silence, and I watched my bodyguard chew on her lip as she wrestled with whatever she wanted to say next. Finally I laughed.
"Just spit it out, Gita. I promise I won't fire you."
"Given your understandable reluctance to involve yourself with someone, perhaps Your Majesty should consider having a tubed baby?" I blinked at the suggestion. "It's not done, Gita. With your pardon, ma'am, nothing about your reign thus far has been anything close to conventional. Why start now?"
"Point," I replied, with a quiet chuckle. "Wouldn't that turn everything upside down?"
Gita didn't respond, and while I wasn't sure even a tubed baby would solve my problems, I did realize the importance of naming Alice as my heir. I only hoped she would be able to hold the line should something happen to me. Chapter 11.
"Your Majesty."
The captain in front of me cleared her throat.
"I'm sorry, but have you been listening?"
"Yes." I tapped a hand on my desk and looked up at General Prajapati's lawyer. "The court convicted the general of conditional treason and several other lesser charges. But realistically, the treason is the only one we're concerned about here. Despite this ruling, and General Prajapati's own confession that she was involved with my late cousin's attempts to kill me, both you and the court seem to think that the throne should grant clemency." I shot a look at General Pai. The head of the tribunal was a short woman with close-cropped dark hair. "What that really means is no one wants to take responsibility for the actual sentencing, and so you're tossing it in my lap. It is traditional—" "Oh, hush!" I snapped at her. "You should know better by now than to say that to me." The weeks had sped by, but thanks to Emery's stubbornness, my schedule remained as light as he could force Alba to make it. General Prajapati's trial had wrapped up 3 days ago, and since then there'd been nothing but endless back and forth from the army tribunal and the general's lawyer. "How many people have you killed?" General Prajapati blinked at me from where she stood by the door, her arms shackled behind her back and my bodyguards flanking her.
"Majesty."
I grabbed a stack of photos off my desk and came around the edge of it, throwing them at her. They rained down, settling around her boots. "I could give 2 shits about you trying to kill me, Maya. It's been attempted too many times over the years for me to worry about holding grudges over it. However, the people you backed killed children. Killed my sisters, my niece, my mother. They destroyed anyone in their way, and so many who just had the bad luck to be in the wrong place at the wrong time." I leaned against my desk and crossed my arms. "I've killed people. I've never denied that. I've probably been indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands. I've made my peace with it, just like I've made peace with the fact that as Empress I'll do it all over again. The only difference between the two is it's supposedly legal, now that I have a crown on my head."
You told me that you did what you did for the good of the Empire. I haven't yet heard an argument that proves to me that killing you isn't in the best interest of my Empire.
That's because there isn't one, Your Majesty. Her lawyer swore under her breath at the general's quiet reply. Maya didn't notice it. She was still staring at the face of a 3-year-old boy on the toe of her left boot. His name was Ronson, I said. His mother told me he loved dogs and never stopped laughing. Maya closed her eyes and swallowed. When she opened them again, they were shiny with tears. As I told the court, I wasn't aware of the plot against your family and thought it was awful circumstance and nothing more. I joined with Matriarch Kaitri when you returned home because I couldn't see how allowing a criminal onto the throne was good for Indrana. I am still not convinced it is a good idea. You didn't seem interested in leaving quietly, so killing you was the most expedient solution. War with the Saxons is coming. Indrana can't afford to wait for you to prove yourself. I'm not interested in proving anything to you, General. She raised her head, dark eyes meeting mine. I know, Your Majesty. It is presumptuous of me to even think it. I shoved away from my desk and got in her face. You're Shiva damned right it is. I should take my Ekam's sidearm and drop you right here. I held my hand up, and Emery put his gun into my hand without question. Several people shifted uneasily at that, but the general didn't move or look away. You're right, General. Indrana is about to go to war, I said. I'm trying like hell to stop it, but even I might not be able to hold back the Saxons. The only thing keeping you alive is that I know our forces would suffer from the loss of your expertise. Think about that the next time you wonder about my commitment to this empire. I handed Emery his gun and walked back to my desk. The stunned silence bounced around for several minutes before General Prajapati finally lost her composure. You're not going to execute me? I'm not even going to demote you, I replied. You might, however, wish I had when we're done here. I waved a hand, and the woman who'd been standing silently in the corner until now came forward. She was shorter than the general, with a shaved head and a nasty scar running from her left ear to her chin. This is Lou. She used to be ITS, now she's mine. She answers to me. No one else. You answer to her. If she thinks for a second you're plotting against me again, she's got orders to put a blast through the back of your skull. There were a few strangled gasps by those in the room who hadn't been privy to my plans before the meeting started. I lifted a hand, and silence descended. Now, before the captain here has a stroke, you do have a choice. If you don't find this acceptable, I'll bust you back down to corporal and dishonorably discharge you. You will never again serve Indrana. I sat, folding my hands in my lap. General Maya Prajapati's whole defense had been based off her insistence that she'd done what she thought was best for the Empire. Now that defense was on the line more definitively than it had been the whole trial. Would she take the badge of shame? A keeper outside the chain of her command with orders to kill her at the slightest provocation, just so she could continue to serve Indrana? Or would she prove herself a liar? Your Majesty. Maya bowed low, an impressive feat given her shackled arms. I will gladly accept Lou's presence for the chance to continue to serve Indrana, and I thank you for being so gracious in giving me a second chance. I nodded in reply. Zin, get her out of those cuffs. Admiral Hassan will brief you on your new assignment, General. Yes, Majesty, Prajapati said, bowing again as she rubbed at her wrists. She started to follow everyone else as they filed out of my office. General! She stopped and turned back to me. Majesty? Lu can take care of herself, but if anything happens to her, I'll be very upset. Lu grinned. General Prajapati nodded sharply and left the room. I really hope I don't regret that, I said to Emery, as I kicked a foot up onto the edge of my desk. I think it was the right choice, Majesty. Whatever her feelings for you, it appears she has Indrana's best interests at heart. Colonel Near will keep her in line regardless. Was there any particular reason you gave the general the impression that Lu had been kicked out of the ITS? I grinned. Reputations are sometimes best when shrouded in mystery. It helps that most of Colonel Near's commendations are for classified missions, and the general no longer has clearance for such things. If she thinks Lu is a criminal, she might behave herself. Let's hope so. Don't be a pessimist, Emmy. That's what you pay me for, ma'am. Emery tilted his head to the side as a call came in on his smarty. Captain Gill, what have you got? I was still laughing when my own smarty chimed, and I answered the incoming call from Taz. I dropped my foot to the floor at the sight of his bruised face. We found Christoph, Majesty. He's cornered in the Hethen district. Gun blasts echoed behind him. My men have got him trapped in a building, and they're closing in. Captain Gill has called in reinforcements. As soon as they arrive, we're going in after him. Take him alive if you can, Taz. I don't want him martyring himself. Taz nodded once and cut the connection. I lunged out of my seat, but Gita and Zin were blocking the door. Majesty, what are you doing? Emery asked. I'm going down there. Sit down. I stared at him a moment before I sank back into my chair. Captain Gill is sending us a live feed, he said, throwing it up on the wall. The ITS captain was using her optic camera rather than the one in her hand, so we were watching the scene through her eyes. It was a little disorienting. We chased him into that building. Ilya pointed a gloved hand to the abandoned and crumbling warehouse on the right. Taz has men in the building sweeping it floor by floor, but they're meeting heavy resistance. Captain Hiltz and her team are on the door. I've got the rest of my team and half of Taz's people surrounding the exits. We'll have him out one way or another, Majesty. The screaming of sirens echoed through the air as several ITS vehicles arrived. Within moments, they were on the ground, and Captain Gill had briefed the new arrivals. I caught a glimpse of Taz as Gill nodded his way, and they headed across the trash-littered street at a low run. I sank lower in my seat, tangling my fingers together. They hit the main entrance. Captain Hiltz and her people moved swiftly through the still-smoking door. Ilya and Taz were on their heels. Clear! They swept one room after another, the radio chatter limited to short bursts of tactical. Captain, I'm seeing... Wired! This whole place is wired! How did we miss it? Get out! Get out now! The view blurred as Taz grabbed Captain Gill and shoved her down the stairs they'd just raced up. The camera abruptly cut out, leaving us in silence. What happened? I stood up from my chair. Emery, where did the... My Ecam was staring at Zin, who wore a look of horror. Gita swore, a gasping curse that was as much prayer as any soldier could manage. What happened? The building exploded, Majesty. Taz! I pressed a hand to my mouth, the only thing I could do to hold back the scream building inside me. Dark Mother, Emery. Sit, Majesty. He pushed me back into my chair, his hand lingering on my shoulder. Yes, Admiral. No, the Empress is still in her office. We all are. We were watching via Captain Gill's cam when it went black. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that it would keep the tears at bay, but they slipped out as the names of those I'd lost echoed in my ears. Now Taz, and Ilya Gill, and Faze were. Emery tightened his fingers on my shoulder when the sob escaped. "Yes, ma'am. Keep us posted. Majesty, Admiral Hassan has rescue craft inbound to the site to look for survivors. It's radio dark over there. We're not sure if there was a Smarty disruptor in the blast, or if everyone was dead." The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. I pushed out of my chair, turned the news on, and put it on the wall with a flick of my wrist. It wasn't great as intel went, but it was better than the voice in my own head repeating the names of the dead over and over again. "An explosion rocked the abandoned Hethan district just a few moments ago. The area is cordoned off, but from what our reporters have learned, there was some kind of military operation going on." The newscaster's face was appropriately solemn. "We're going to Talia on the scene now." The camera cut to a pretty young woman with the smoking ruin of the building in the frame behind her. "Thank you, Kalini. I'm here just outside of the blast zone, which is as close to the destruction as the ITS troops on the scene will allow us. If you look up, that sound is several naval medical transports coming in for landings in that field to our left. I haven't been able to figure out who is in charge just yet to get more information on what caused the explosion and what the ITS troops were doing here in the first place." I paced the confines of my office for close to an hour. Dread evolved into certainty as report after report on the survivors trickled in, with no mention of Taz or Captain Gill. Faze was unharmed. The Farian had been far enough away from the back side of the building when it blew that she'd been protected from the blast. "They found them." Emery grabbed for my arm, already moving toward the door. "Roger that, Admiral. We're en route. We'll meet you at the hospital." "Are they alive?" I matched Emery's stride. Alba hurrying behind us as Zin and Gita cleared the way. Teams 4 and 6 met us at the garage entrance. "Captain Gill is hurt badly, but Faze was with them when they dug her out, and used what juice she had left to stabilize her." Emery's mouth thinned, the way it always did when he had news he didn't want to tell me. "Tazarian is... It's not good, ma'am. They're not sure if he's going to make it." "Shiva. Tell them to hurry, Emery." I sank back against the seat and knotted my hands in my lap. Chapter 12. The Royal Indranan Hospital was a scene of organized chaos that stilled only briefly when my grim-faced bodyguards marched into the emergency area. "Your Majesty!" The bright-eyed young man at the desk leapt to his feet and bowed. I was all too aware of the eyes on me and chose my next words with care. "We have come to see our people." "Yes, Majesty, I can take them back, Ishan." An older woman with steel-grey hair patted his shoulder and gave me a smile as she hit the button to open the doors. "Your Majesty, I am head nurse Oni Sugit. I'm sure your Ecom would like to go ahead of us?" Emery passed instructions over the comm. He didn't move from my side. Team 6 moved through the doors, hands on their weapons. I stayed where I was until I felt Emery's hand on the small of my back. "Majesty." Faze bowed. "They won't let me in to see Lieutenant Saito." The ITS sergeant was dirty and disheveled, but otherwise appeared unharmed, so I pulled her into a hug, trying not to squeeze her too tightly. "I am glad you are safe," I murmured as I released her. "Dr. Flipson is in the operating room with Tazarian Shivan," Oni said. "I'll let her know you are here, but it's hard to say how much longer she'll be in with him. Captain Gill is resting, as Sergeant Terras is supposed to be." The nurse gave the Farian a stern look that the red-haired woman acknowledged with a wan smile.
and she can't see Lieutenant Saito because they are prepping her for surgery, in the hopes they can save her other leg. And you have exhausted yourself already, young lady."
Oni stopped at a room and tapped lightly on the half-closed door.
"Come in."
"Stay down, Captain," I said as we came into the room.
"Majesty."
Ilya struggled to sit up anyway, until Oni clucked at her and moved around the bed to set it in position. Captain Gill's face was bruised, a partially healed gash near her hairline, evidence of Faye's aid.
"I am so sorry. It was a trap. The whole thing was a trap, and I stepped right into it."
"You couldn't have known, Captain."
"How many did we lose?"
"Not right now." I shook my head. "We'll discuss it after you've healed. Taz is in surgery. Rest, Captain."
"Yes, ma'am,"
she replied, but we both knew she was lying. We fell into an uneasy silence. Faze dozed in a chair by the window. Emery spoke quietly with Ilya, and I tried not to pace.
"Majesty, sit,"
Zin said quietly, pulling a chair in from the hallway.
"They're going to be a while."
I drifted in and out of wakefulness as reports filtered in from Admiral Hassan and others. The building had been leveled by the blast, and it would take them days to uncover all the bodies. Or what was left of them.
"Empress hailing me."
I sat upright in the chair, blinking at the woman standing above me.
"Your Majesty, I am Dr. Eleanor Flipson."
She held out a pale hand and smiled as she bowed.
"How is he?"
I took it and stood.
"Still alive. He suffered massive internal injuries and a nasty concussion. We have repaired the worst of the damage, but it will be a day or two before I know for sure if he's out of danger."
Her Indranan was heavily accented. "You are not from here, Doctor." Despite the exhaustion in her blue eyes, Eleanor smiled.
"I am not, Majesty, though I have lived here most of my life. My parents came here on missionary work from Sanctaria when I was 10, and I fell in love with your empire. I returned after I graduated from medical school."
"I am grateful that you did. Can I see him?"
"He is in post-op, Majesty, when he wakes."
Her eyes unfocused as she checked her clock.
"Shouldn't be much longer. Let me go check with the nurse."
I crossed to where Emery was looking out the window.
"Dr. Flipson is one of the best trauma surgeons in the Empire, Majesty."
He sub-vocalized over our private comm. "Are you telling me not to worry?"
I saw him smile out of the corner of my eye. "I know you are worried, ma'am, and with good reason. They dropped a building on him. He's lucky to be alive."
"Have you gotten anything new from Admiral Hassan?"
"No. They found the rest of the ITS team who went in ahead of Captain Gill. No survivors."
"Christoph is lucky he's dead."
"What makes you say that, ma'am?"
"Because I'd kill him myself if he weren't." I turned around as Dr. Flipson came back in the room.
"He's awake, but still pretty groggy, Majesty. If you'll come with me?"
We headed down the hallway. Zin and Gita already stood outside the room Taz was in, and my other bodyguards were spread out at either end of the corridor. Emery gave the nurse and Dr. Flipson a pointed look, and then shut the door behind them when they left the room. Taz's face was even more battered than it had been when he'd called me this morning, and his olive skin had a sickly yellow cast to it that turned my stomach. Bolstered by the privacy, I couldn't stop myself from touching his face. "Hey, you." Taz's eyelids fluttered up, closed again, and then snapped open like a kicked-in door. Emery was more prepared than I was, and pressed him back against the bed, speaking low and quick in his ear.
"You're safe, Shivan. Safe. At the hospital."
"Tresk?"
Taz's voice was rough. "Where am I? What happened?"
"Christoph dropped a building on your head." I curled my fingers around his bandaged hand. "You just got out of surgery, so try not to mess up Dr. Flipson's handiwork." Taz blinked at me, hearing the words but clearly not quite comprehending them. But his fingers closed around mine as he relaxed against the bed. I remember waking up this morning, and then nothing. Captain Gill and I were—" He tried to sit up again, glaring at Emery when my Ecam pushed him down. "Is Ilya okay?" "She's fine. Took a worse beating than you. But Sergeant Terras got to her in time, and she doesn't have your issue with variants." Taz mustered up a smile, but it faded. "Who didn't make it?" "Corporal Dance still hasn't been found. According to Captain Gill, she was right next to the building when it blew. Lieutenant Saito is in surgery. They're trying to save her leg." "What about Madhu and my people?" "I don't have a count on the Upja." I'd been more concerned about Taz and the ITS troops. Guilt swamped me, and I had to look away. "Corporal Chaturvedi didn't make it." Taz swore, the words cutting through the air. "Her birthday was tomorrow." I glanced at the doorway as the sound of voices filtered into the room. "I'm so sorry, Taz. Captain Gill thinks that Christoph wanted to take out as many of you as he could when he detonated." Emery stiffened at the escalating noise outside the room, and we both went to see what the commotion was. A man was holding the hand of a young girl, pleading with Zinn and Dr. Flipson. I would have recognized him anywhere. The younger copy was behind me in the hospital bed. "Easy," I murmured, putting a hand on Emery's arm when he moved to stop me from leaving the room. "It's Taz's father." "Your Majesty." Benton Shivan dropped to a knee. "I beg you to let me see my son." "He is outcast. You don't deserve to see him." I arched an eyebrow. "Where's his mother?" "She doesn't know we're here, Majesty. I snuck Alea out of the house." Benton raised his eyes to mine. "I have regretted every moment since my wife banished him. When I heard the news, I thought my chance to see him again had been lost forever." I bit back the harsh words that leapt into my mouth. Standing up to Varma Shivan would have left him out in the street the same as his son. "Your Majesty, don't blame my father. He was only doing what Taz had asked when he left." Alea watched me with dark eyes that were identical to her older brother's. "Which was what?" "To stay and take care of me." The girl would have only been a baby when Taz was banished from his home. It didn't surprise me he would have felt responsible for his younger sister and asked his father to watch over her. I'd never cared for Varma Shivan and her unpredictable temper. "You may go in. If he says you stay, you'll stay. If he says otherwise, or you upset him, I'll have my bodyguards throw you both out in front of the news cameras." "Yes, Majesty." Alea curtsied and slipped around me. I didn't need to worry about her, as it turned out. Taz's face lit up, and he held out his arms for his little sister. Alea embraced him gently, resting her head on his chest and whispering something my ears couldn't catch. Benton hung back by the door, uncertain or unwilling. I couldn't tell which until Taz raised his head, and the utter shock at seeing his father crashed over his face. "Papa? My son!" There were tears in Benton's eyes. I moved out of his way and quietly closed the door on my way out. "Let them stay," I said to Dr. Flipson. "And if Varma Shivan shows up, don't let her in without contacting me first. I don't care what she threatens. I'm in charge, not her." "Yes, Majesty." "You will let me know about Lieutenant Saito as soon as she's out of surgery?"
Of course, ma'am.
I held my hand out. Thank you for everything, Doctor. Let's get back to the palace, Emery. Tell Admiral Hassan to meet me there. I want a full report on her findings within the hour. As far as we can tell, Christoph had a central charge strapped to himself, with several secondary incendiary charges scattered about for maximum damage. It's doubtful we'll find his body intact, but they're scouring the wreckage for DNA to confirm he died in the explosion. Admiral Hassan rotated the image in the air above the war room table, highlighting the spots she was talking about as she pointed to them. How many casualties? All ITS personnel have been accounted for. We lost 7. Captain Hiltz and her team were wiped out, and Corporals Chaturvedi and Dance were also killed. Thankfully, the other 2 teams were far enough behind that they only suffered cuts and bruising from the debris. Of the Upja who were present, we think at least a third of them died, since they were already in the building when it blew. I suspect Christoph's people took them out as they came in to sweep the building. We're still working with Tazarian to get an accurate head count.
The only bright spot, Majesty,
Caspel said, pacing the length of the table with his hands clasped behind his back,
is that this seems to have broken Christoph's radical faction, rather than energized them. We don't know how many men Christoph had in the building with him, but I'm not hearing any chatter. Anyone who survived has gone silent.
High price to pay, I whispered, scrolling through the ITS files of the team who'd died.
Without a doubt, Majesty,
Caspel agreed.
A necessary evil. Those of us who make the decisions have to live with it.
At least we're living. I turned from the row of dead faces. Keep me updated about Christoph's body. I want to be sure this is over before we leave for the negotiations.
Of course, Majesty.
I nodded, which was a mistake. The room spun around me. Caspel's eyes went wide with alarm, and he caught me by the arm, but it wasn't enough to keep me from sliding to the floor.
Majesty!
I'm all right. I closed my eyes, felt Emery's gloved hand on the back of my neck. Just got dizzy.
You haven't eaten. Alba.
I've already got food headed for her rooms, Alba replied. I assumed she'd head back there after we were done. I called Dr. Ganjan. He's coming this way. Caspel and Admiral Hassan both quietly said their goodbyes and left the room. I'm fine. I just got dizzy. I tried to sit up, but Emery shook his head. Baka me, do I have to keep lying on the floor?
I don't like your vitals, Majesty. I'd rather wait for the doctor.
I blinked at his serious tone and pulled up my vitals with my own smartie. Then I whistled low. Oh, on second thought, I'll stay right here. Why are those so bad, Emery? I thought that enforced rest was supposed to help. My teas fell flat. The truth was, the new schedule had helped, and I'd been sleeping better in the last week than since I hit planetside. In fact, other than being worried about the events of this morning, I'd woken up feeling better than I had since the coup attempt.
I don't know, Majesty. I'm running a scan now.
Emery took the blanket Zin produced and spread it out next to me. I scooted onto it, closing my eyes and resting my head back against a second rolled-up blanket. The door opened, and Dr. Ganjan rushed in. Emery left me with Zin to speak quietly with the doctor. Hey, my blood pressure's out of the critical range. I grinned at Zin, who gave me a strained smile. Oh, relax, will you? If you stress out, it'll just make me stress out.
You're not going to be able to do these negotiations, Majesty. Not if your health doesn't improve.
I made a face at him. My health is fine. I just got dizzy.
You're a young woman, Majesty, with no health issues in your history. You shouldn't be getting dizzy spells.
Zin moved out of the way as Dr. Ganjan knelt at my side with a smile. Majesty. Fancy meeting you here on the floor, Doctor. Dr. Ganjan blinked at me, but smiled.
How are you feeling, Majesty?
Fine now. All my readings are back to normal. Can I sit up?
In a moment, Majesty. Let an old man feel useful.
Dr. Ganjan put his hand on my head, and his eyes unfocused as he began running his own tests. I waited as patiently as I could for what seemed like forever, until the doctor nodded, and Emery helped me up off the floor. What's the verdict, Doc?
You are fine, Majesty.
I blinked. That's it? I'm fine? Dr. Ganjan smiled and patted my hand.
You are exhausted, overworked, and stressed, Your Majesty, not to mention still recovering from your Frin usage. I am very pleased just how well you've recovered. Other than that, there is nothing wrong with you.
My Ecam would possibly disagree with you, Doctor, but thank you for coming. I promise to try to get more sleep. The doctor smiled again at my lie and bowed. Emery wasn't smiling.
Majesty, why didn't your warnings go off?
I looked at the ceiling and ran my tongue over my teeth before I answered. I may have turned them off. Emery gave me the look. A while ago?
Majesty.
He sighed.
Turn them back on, please.
It was my turn to sigh, but I did it. Happy?
Not in the slightest.
That makes two of us, I replied. Now I think I can make it back to my rooms without falling over, and since I'm pretty sure you've cancelled all my appointments for today, I'm going to lie on the couch until dinner.
Alba ordered food for you. You'll eat first, Majesty.
Fine. I sighed at him. I'll eat and then lie around. Bully. Chapter 13. Emery was once again ruthless with my schedule, and despite Alba's protests, he cut out all but the most critical of appointments. Which was how I found myself in Father Westincar's study mid-morning several days later, sipping a glass of whiskey. I pushed away from the table, littered with empty dishes, and wandered to the small window. The wide sill was the same grey stone that made up the rest of the room, and it was cold under my palms. The day was grey, the sun struggling to cut through the heavy cloud cover and failing miserably. Is this winter ever going to be over?
Nothing lasts forever, Majesty. Not the cold, not the heat.
Nothing lasts, I murmured, still staring out the window. There was an ache in my chest I couldn't define.
I would tell anyone else that the gods last.
Father Westincar smiled.
But I know that means very little to you, Majesty.
He was right, but I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. I had some newfound faith. It just didn't include believing gods lasted forever. Do you think I'm doing the right thing, meeting Trace? He raised a grey eyebrow at me.
I am just a priest. My opinion on state matters is worth very little.
However, he continued, before I could finish my inhale and voice my protest.
Indranan needs peace. More war, especially one we are unlikely to win, does us no good.
So in other words, what harm can it do? I returned to the table and tossed back the last of my whiskey. I could start a war, Father.
You have been in war, Majesty, or something close to it. I can see it in your eyes. You would not throw your people needlessly into such horror.
You have a lot of faith in me. Father Westincar laughed and spread his arms wide.
I am a priest, Majesty. Faith is something I have an overabundance of.
I hugged him and laughed.
but it was strained enough that the priest held on for a second longer before he let me go. "You are a good person, Your Majesty. Never doubt that. And never doubt your abilities." I mustered up a smile as I stepped away. "Thank you for lunch, Father, and the conversation. I appreciate it." "My door is always open, Majesty." He bowed low, exchanging a nod with Cass as he came up. My young Deveux returned the nod, and we headed back through the temple. Emery's new schedule may have given my chamberlain and my new heir heartburn. I, however, loved the fact that I could lie down for an hour before my meeting with Alice, so that I wasn't all groggy and dim-witted. It was necessary. My heir was quickly getting over her awe of me, and had started to voice her opinions during our regular get-togethers. Most of the time, she remembered I was Empress. "There are a few women obviously not qualified to be part of the negotiating team," I said, leaning back in my office chair and fiddling with the photograph of my father and his friends. "Matriarch Maxwell is too old for space travel." "Don't let her hear you say that," Alice murmured with an amused look. "Clara is also out of the question. We need her here, along with Zaran. I don't want to disrupt her work with the Upja." "You crossed Matriarch Zelen and Prajapati off the list?" I nodded. "We're still not sure about Ter Zelen's involvement in the Christoph affair, and given her sister's poor judgment, I'd rather not be on a ship with Matriarch Prajapati right this second, even if she did publicly denounce Maya's actions." I studied the list for a long moment. "Do we think Matriarch Tobin is in good enough health to go?" Masami Tobin had a sharp mind despite her age, and I could see her laughing in the face of the Saxons and their male-dominated culture. "According to her last physical, yes." "Let's ask her then." I was thinking about asking Matriarch Naidu also. I thought the work would help take her mind off things. Alice shook her head. "She is doing poorly, Majesty. I don't think she would be as focused as we would like." "True." I set the frame back in its spot. "What are your thoughts on Katerina Saito?" Matriarch Saito was 14 years older than me, and had been quiet during all the debates on my legitimacy. Her family ran one of the largest private banks on Indranan. "She and my mother were close, despite their age difference," Alice said. "Her husband died the year I was born. Mother used to say she never recovered from the loss, and threw herself into her work instead. She's smart, Majesty. I think she'd be a good choice." I slid Katerina's name over to the other side of the screen and studied the remaining names. "I want Matriarch Vandi," I said, sliding the youngest member of the council over as well. "She's very inexperienced, ma'am. Her mother only passed last year. I'm only 5 years older, but I've been on the council for I want young. She'll bring a fresh eye to the whole thing." I smiled at Alice. "Times are changing, aren't they? Best if we use the ones who are more open to it." "Is that why I'm not going with you?" I blinked at her in surprise. "What?" "I'm not going because I'm not open enough in my thinking. Too set in my ways even though I'm younger than you are." "Are you putting your mother's words in my mouth?" I asked softly, and Alice flushed. "I'm sorry, Majesty. You're not going with me because you're my heir, Alice," I replied, tapping a finger on the desktop. "Both of us off-planet at the same time is bad enough, but to have us in the same room on an unsecured planet with potential hostiles? If something went boom, where would that leave the Empire?" "Why do you assume something is going to explode?" I shared a look with Emery. "Because something always does. You should probably figure that out, Alice, before it catches you off guard." She nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Matriarch Desai wanted to remind you that Prime Minister Fenin will be part of the delegation." "More's the pity. I said. We've still got a week, though. Maybe the Prime Minister will fall and break something in the shower.
Majesty!
I rolled my eyes at Alice. I'd been browbeaten and overruled about having Fainin as part of the delegation by practically everyone. In truth, I wasn't all that surprised, as "I don't like his face" wasn't a good enough excuse to bar someone of Fainin's abilities and political clout from the negotiations. I needed someone more experienced, and he was the man for the job, no matter how much I disliked him.
You dislike him because he's an ass.
Taz shifted in his hospital bed, winced, and hissed at me when I moved to help him.
Leave off, Hail. I'm fine.
We were alone in the room, which was the only reason he could get away with both the irritable tone and using my name. Still, he smiled sheepishly when I raised an eyebrow at him.
You still have that disapproving eyebrow. Can I blame that slip on the pain meds?
Nurse Sugit says you've been refusing the meds the last few days, so I'd say you're better off blaming it on the lack of meds, or being an idiot. Take your pick. I stood. Now, do you want me to help you, or should I call Oni?
Taz sighed. You're as much of a bully as Nurse Sugit is, Your Majesty. Don't call her. I really am fine, and she'll fuss for a half hour if she comes in here, which means I lose my time with you.
He gave me such an earnest smile I sat back down. I'm only going to be gone a week.
The last time you left, I didn't see you for 20 years.
I made a face at him. Saying stuff like that is what leads to the gossip, you know. Taz smiled. The bruising on his face was fading, and his obvious cuts were healing. It was the internal injuries that kept him under Oni Sugit's watchful eye. He wasn't healing as fast as Dr. Flipson had hoped, and the concussion had been brutal enough that Taz occasionally forgot where he was, or how to do simple tasks like use a fork. He'd protested, but she insisted on keeping him until he'd been at least a week without any episodes, once his internal injuries were fully healed. "What?" I finally asked, when I couldn't take the silence any longer.
I do still love you, Hail.
My heart twisted. Taz, please don't.
Hear me out. This needs to be said.
He reached for my hand.
I always will. But I know things are different now. I can see the ghosts in your eyes. I'm grateful for the chance to get to know you again, and hopefully forge a new friendship. I'm not going to push for more than you want to give. Let them gossip. You and I know the truth.
His gentle words eased one of the million knots that had taken up residence in my stomach, and I let slip a relieved laugh as I squeezed his hand. I am really glad you didn't die.
Me too.
He grinned and released me.
All right, Your Majesty. Enough sappy talk.
Captain Gill said they found some bone fragments that were ID'd as Christoph's. Nodding, I settled back in my chair after giving his hand one last squeeze. They did. Ilya seems fairly sure that's all we're going to find, given the size of the explosion and the fact that he was right on top of it when it blew.
Lucky we even found that much,
Taz murmured.
When are you leaving?
3 days. I've instructed Alice to continue to come see you and keep you updated.
Do you think she'll actually do it? I'm pretty sure she doesn't like me.
She'll do it because I told her to. I smiled. And you'll be surprised, I think. She may not support the Upjar movement as wholeheartedly as Zaran, but she's fair, and she believes in what's best for Indrana.
I promise I'll behave myself.
I'll believe that when I see it.
I am crushed you think so poorly of me,
Taz said. Prove me wrong. His amusement fled, and he stuck a hand out at me. "I swear I will, Majesty. We want what's best for Indrana, no matter the cost." I took his hand in mine. "So do I." Chapter 14.
"Good morning, Your Majesty."
Fënin bowed low. "Morning." I waited for him to come up before I smiled. "Would you care to join me on my walk?"
"With pleasure. One does get quite restless on board, Aya."
He fell into step with me, Zin trailing behind us. Emery had shifted the team assignments on board the Parasahi. Even with the size of the massive ship, it was close enough quarters that trying to go anywhere with 3 guards made the already claustrophobic space unbearable. Besides, Captain Starzin had assured me her crew was loyal, and since I trusted Zin's older sister, I was reasonably sure no one was going to try to kill me. At least, no one on board. We jumped from ship to ship after leaving Pashati and boarding Admiral Hassan's command vessel, the Vajra, finally settling the whole delegation into the Parasahi. Fënin had suggested we break the delegation into separate ships, but that made it more challenging to organize meetings on the trip to Redcliffe. I'd promised Alice I would try to get to know the Prime Minister better, and that meant being on the same ship with him. "Did you sleep well?"
"Surprisingly, yes, Majesty. I think I'm sleeping better here than at home."
Fënin smiled. It transformed his severe face into something more pleasant.
"Might have something to do with the fact that I'm not being bothered several times an hour."
I laughed. It might. I'd had the best sleep of my life the first night on board. I hadn't even realized how much I missed the gentle hum of a ship's systems until we were underway. My claustrophobia didn't extend to spaceships. Not that the Parasahi was in any way cramped. There were perks to being the Empress. My cabin was massive.
"I have that list of requests you wanted, Majesty,"
Fënin said.
"Shall I send it to you?"
"Yes, please." We were 3 days out from Redcliffe after this morning's float into warp. Even though this meeting was largely informal, I wanted a solid platform of issues to talk with Trace about. Starting with Canafe. According to Caspel, the situation was bad and moving steadily to worse. The only good news was his operative had retrieved Governor Ashwari, and they were going to meet us at Redcliffe. It didn't answer the question of how I was going to retrieve the 47 brand-new ships from a shipyard near an occupied planet, but it meant I would be able to do it. We'd left the 3 ships that had escaped back at home where they'd be safe. If Caspel's operative got the governor to us alive, or soon enough after her death for us to retrieve the information from her smarty. I shuddered at the gruesome thought, and Fënin looked at me in concern. "Always so chilly on board," I lied with a smile. Only Emery and I had been there for the final meeting with the GIS head before our departure. Caspel had asked that we keep the news about Governor Ashwari secret, and even though I was trying to improve my attitude around Fënin, I had no trouble with the request. The fewer who knew about the governor and Caspel's operative, the safer the pair was. We walked along in silence until we met Matriarch Masami Tobin and a guard coming in the opposite direction.
"Good morning, Your Majesty."
The elderly matriarch greeted me with a smile and let go of her guard's arm to curtsy. "Good morning. How did you sleep?"
"Horrible. Too noisy on board these things. Apparently the children had no trouble, though. I'm certain they're still asleep."
The fiery older woman hadn't supported me in the beginning, but she'd come around eventually. Luckily for me, her support of my cousin had been more logical and less emotional in nature. Despite her age, her mind was sharp, and she'd been my first choice to come along for the negotiations. The children were the 2 other matriarchs, Sabine Vandi and Katerina Saito.
who rounded out my delegation and gave some balance to Tobin's acerbic personality. Matriarch Vandy was practically a child at only 27. Matriarch Saito was almost twice her age, but still far younger than Masami Tobin's 87 years. I hunted for a suitable reply, but thankfully the matriarch didn't need one as she turned her attention to Feinin. "And a good morning to you, Prime Minister." "Matriarch?" "I will leave you two here. I must head back to my quarters for a meeting with Alice over the comm, and I'm sure that someone will insist I eat first." "Eating doesn't sound like a bad idea," Feinin said. "Would you like to join me, Matriarch Tobin?" I left them deciding if they were going to eat in the mess hall or in Masami's quarters, and headed back down the hallway with Zin at my heels.
"Your meeting with Alice isn't for another hour, Majesty."
"Thanks for not saying that until we were around the corner." I smacked Zin on the arm. I didn't fancy getting sucked into having breakfast with those two, and I do have some things to read before that conference with Alice. 3 days later, I sat on the edge of my seat as one of the shuttles from the Parasahi took us down to the surface of Redcliffe. The tiny independent world was located some 7,500 light-years from the Ashvin system, and about twice that from Trace's home planet of Marklo. Designated as Tango on the Solarian conglomerate's list of neutral planets, Redcliffe was available as a meeting site for occasions just like this. For a price. I didn't begrudge them that. It was one of the major means of income for this little blue jewel floating out here all alone. I'd gladly paid the fee, since I was the one who'd requested the meeting in the first place. The fact that Trace had offered to pay half was kind of endearing, though it added a wild story to the rumors flying around that marriage to Trace's little brother was on the table as part of the negotiations. It didn't help matters that Trace had been in discussion with my mother, before she started her slide into madness, about the possibility of a union between his youngest brother and Pace. Now there was no one left except for me. However, I was 17 years older than Prince Samuel, and there was zero advantage to that sort of alliance, even if it were up for discussion. I pushed aside the maudlin thoughts and stood as soon as the pilot gave the all-clear. Shaking out the cream silk of my sari, I let Alba fuss for a moment with my hair. Stasia had done it up into a complicated braid, and there was a spike with rare black earth pearls hanging down it in a midnight cascade. It was similar to the one I'd used to bust out of the room on the Parasahi back when this all started. The synchronicity appealed to me, and I'd let her put the fanciful thing in my hair.
"Majesty."
I nodded to Emery's unasked question and followed him from the shuttle. Trace waited inside the hangar a few meters from the shuttle, surrounded by his own bodyguards. A retinue as large as my own stood behind him. A man with pale skin and jet-black hair smiled from the edge of the ramp.
"Your Imperial Majesty."
He executed a bow with all the pomp of one used to the motion.
"I am Executor Billings. Welcome to Redcliffe. We are most pleased by your choice of our planet. If there is anything you need at all, please don't hesitate to ask me. If you'll permit me, I will introduce you to the others who were invited."
"Thank you, Executor." I paused a moment under the pretense of letting Alba fix something on my dress so I could get a look at Trace through the filter of my bodyguards. He wore a shirt as blue as his eyes, tucked smartly into a pair of black pants I was willing to bet were military issue. The boots were combat-ready, and I felt a pang of envy because Stasia had insisted I wear something proper on my feet. My only victory had been that the shoes were heelless, but it appeared that might have been a miscalculation, because it put me several centimeters below Trace in height. At least he wasn't wearing his crown, and I felt relieved that my guess on that front had been correct.
It's like two gangs of schoolyard bullies sizing each other up. I muttered to Emery. Come on. If I let this silence drag on any longer, it's going to get awkward. I crossed the space between us, stopping within arm's reach of Trace and giving him a quick nod. Trace, I said, before Billings could launch into his speech. Hail me. Trace held out a hand and I took it. Covering it with his other one, he squeezed gently, still smiling. It's good to see you again. Executor Billings, I do not wish to be rude, but I think we can take it from here. Of course. Like any good functionary, Billings knew exactly when to vanish. Trace watched him go, then turned back to me. If you'll allow me to present my fellow countrymen? At my nod, the introduction started, and voices filled the air as Indranans and Saxons said their hellos. After half an hour, Trace leaned in. I'll walk you to your quarters. Our bodyguards can follow and glare at each other behind our backs. I only just managed not to laugh. Trace grinned, folding my hand over his forearm and gesturing toward the back of the hangar. Our footsteps and voices echoed off the cavernous ceiling until we reached the doors on the far side. They slid open, and we crossed from the noise of the hangar into the relative silence of a well-lit corridor. You look good, Trace said as we turned a corner. I wasn't sure about the hair, but it suits you. So does yours. He grinned sheepishly. It's expected. Truth be told, I'd grow it longer if I thought I could get away with it. What's the point of being king? He laughed. It's a little easier for you to buck tradition, I think, Haley. I've been doing this for a while. If I suddenly started acting weird, I think Ivan there might have a heart attack. Not a heart attack, Majesty. The massive man to Trace's right had a voice like two battle cruisers colliding. I would be concerned about the state of your mental health. His eyes were grey, harder than stone as they bored into mine with no deference whatsoever. I remembered you, your Imperial Majesty. I blinked at him in confusion for just a heartbeat before the memory came back. This time the laugh slipped free. She punched my charge in the stomach. Ivan spoke past both of us to Emery. Knocked the wind out of me. There was a strange glee in Trace's announcement. I shrugged at Emery. He tried to kiss me. Trace was still chuckling. I guess that answers the rumors about the wedding plans. My little brother wouldn't stand a chance against you, Haley. I arched an eyebrow at the familiarity, and Trace misread it. I tease. I'm sorry. I know that's not why you asked me here. He sobered, waving his free hand in the air. We'll have plenty of time to talk about affairs of state, and I don't want to squander the opportunity to catch up with you. Here are your quarters. I'm up the hallway. There's a lovely garden on the grounds, and it's spring here, so all the trees are in bloom. He smiled, releasing my hand from his arm. If your guards would like to check it over, I'd be grateful if you'd have dinner with me out there this evening. That would be nice. I returned the smile. I'll let Emery and Ivan hash out the details. Trace gave me a sharp bow. I will see you later, then. Chapter 15. That went better than I expected, I announced, as soon as Emery let me into my quarters. Gita and Willamette were set up by the wide windows on the far side of the room, and Stasia greeted me with a smile and curtsy. They had come down to the planet with the advance team to secure our rooms. I'd been a bit surprised Emery hadn't sent Zin down with them. Instead, he'd sent Indula.
The weather is much nicer, Majesty. Would you still like chai?
Stasia asked. If you brought it, I may as well drink it, I said. Were you expecting them to take a shot at us, Majesty? That question came from Zin. I punched him in the arm. Maybe just at you, because I can see the appeal. No, I was expecting cold, awkward formality. I frowned. I wasn't expecting the humor or the overly familiar tone. Crossing the room, I rested my elbows on the windowsill and studied the city in the distance. I'd spent most of the trip here rehearsing what I was going to say to Trace, and now it seemed like formulaic garbage. What do you think? Emery lifted a shoulder at my question. He was polite, Majesty. Genuinely pleased to see you, and more relaxed than he was on that call. Alba? Same, Majesty. I saw no tension from the king or from his delegates. Turning from the window, I looked across the room at Zin. Zin, thoughts? Their guards were also relaxed. I'd even go so far as to call it arrogance. The nodding of several heads around the room showed most everyone was in agreement with him. I would agree, Majesty. Alba spoke up. It wasn't quite malice, but... She frowned. I can't find a word for it I like. Arrogance works as well as anything. Even when they didn't think we were looking, they're all so relaxed. Interesting. Gita? Ma'am? She jerked, dislodging the ornate vase between us. I caught it with my left hand. Setting it back onto the lacquered pillar, I gave my bodyguard a raised eyebrow. Thoughts, Gita? I wasn't there, ma'am. We didn't see very many people, Majesty. Before I could say anything else, Indula cut in with a sideways look at his fellow bodyguard. His staff is efficient and tight-lipped. Stasia had more success, I think, probably because she's prettier than me. My maid blushed, and Indula grinned. Not much, Majesty. Success, that is. Several people were unsuccessful at holding in their laughter. The king's valet is a dour old man who did little except tell me good morning. The younger boys were careful, but they let slip a few things. The king had a very loud argument with his mother just before he left. About? I didn't get specifics. I'm not sure they knew, ma'am, but I'll see what else I can find out, Stasia replied. And while the government may be denying it, even the Saxon people think that they have taken over Canafe. Do they now? I shared a look with Emery. I wonder where they got that idea. Good question, Majesty. I waved a hand. Okay, everyone out. I need to get ready for this dinner. Gita, hang back a moment. Everyone else filed out, and Stasia disappeared into the bedroom. Gita dropped her chin to her chest. I'm sorry, Majesty. I depend on my people to see things I might miss. Next time, I expect you to be paying better attention. Yes, Mum. Gita bowed. Gone. I waited for her to leave before speaking to Emery. I want to trust him, but something is off. I can't explain it, I just feel it in my gut. The worrisome part is if the Saxons had anything to do with what happened at home, then did Trace know about it? The best-case scenario here, Majesty, is that someone in his government is in control, and he doesn't know about it. Worst case is he's actively involved. Pessimist. That's what you pay me for. I rolled my eyes at him. Go make sure the gardens aren't filled with people who want to kill me, Ecom. I'd like to enjoy my dinner. Of course, Majesty. I managed to get to the garden before Trace and Ivan. Even though Redcliffe's sun had set,
The spring night was balmy, and a pleasant change from Indrana's winter. The garden itself was lovely. Our table had been set up in a little gazebo surrounded by some species of fruit tree in full bloom. The delicate petals were iridescent in the floating lights, and their sweet smell reminded me of Modak. The treat had been a favorite of my little sister's, and the thought of her clung to my heart, making it beat painfully for a few seconds before I shook the sadness loose. Pace would have loved these trees, Emery.
So would my mother, Majesty.
He reached up and touched a branch, and the light danced through the flowers.
Anything shiny catches her eye.
A smile flickered on his face.
That's how my father caught her attention. At least, that's the story she likes to tell. He claims it was his intellect.
I laughed. Pace would have loved you, too. Emery didn't respond, and the subtle shift of his shoulders welcomed our company. I pasted a smile that was mostly genuine on my face before I turned. Trace.
Haley.
Trace crossed the stone path with his hands held out as if we were old friends, moving with a jerky, barely contained energy that put me on edge. He took my hands and squeezed them, leaning in to press a kiss to my cheeks.
Nice outfit.
He grinned and winked before he pulled away. For dinner I'd chosen a pair of black pants and a narrow jacket in emerald green. I'd worn the only sari Stasia had brought with us for that first meeting. Everything else was an assortment of my usual uniform-styled outfits and a few salwar kameez. Trace was dressed in a spotless white shirt and grey trousers. He'd rolled the sleeves up and raised an eyebrow at my amused snort.
What?
Your butler fussed about that, didn't he? He grinned, the smile calling up the crow's feet around his eyes.
Hubert was very put out. Bad enough I refused the jacket, the vest, and his god-awful choice of neckwear. The Empress will think I am a total barbarian.
He laughed.
You didn't have to argue with your staff at all, did you?
They learned quickly. I slipped my arm around his and headed deeper into the garden. I'll give you some pointers. Trace's laugh this time was tinged with sorrow.
In another life, maybe. It really would create far too much chaos if I started behaving like...
His awkward pause was priceless, and I couldn't resist the tease. Like a gunrunner? Trace went red all the way up to his hairline and covered his face with a hand. For a moment, I felt slightly guilty, but his shoulders started to shake with suppressed laughter.
Haley me. Saxony is not ready for the likes of you.
If it helps at all, I'm sure Indrana wasn't either, but they're recovering. I glanced back over my shoulder. It appears dinner is ready. I let Trace push my chair in and settled back with a smile as a white-jacketed man wheeled a cart up to the table.
They have some very nice wines here on Redcliffe,
Trace said, studying the cart.
Unless you'd prefer whiskey?
I kept my surprise hidden behind the smile. Wine would be lovely, thank you. Trace poured 2 glasses. Emery intercepted mine before he could hand it over, and I gave a little shrug. My Ikam is twitchy about such things, if you'll forgive him.
Ah, yes. Understandable. Proceed, Ikam. I wouldn't dream of interfering.
He smiled and took his seat.
It's clean, Majesty,
Emery said, handing Willamette the glass. She'd become my unofficial food taster for the trip and sipped it, wiped off the glass with a napkin, and returned it to Emery. I took it and raised it in Trace's direction. To peace, I said.
To peace, and to family,
he replied. I swallowed down the lump in my throat with a sip of wine, and smiled to Emery when he handed me the plate from the server. We settled into the meal, a lovely rice dish with chicken and spicy peppers that went well with the wine. Trace had far more practice with small talk than I, and kept me entertained with stories of his younger siblings' antics while we ate. He couldn't seem to stay still, though, either tapping a hand on the table or his heel against the floor of the gazebo.
It's a pity we can't just hash out the issues over dinner and wine, eh?
Leaning back in my chair, I rolled my wine stem between my fingers and considered my reply. It is a necessary evil, I think. With so many lives in the balance, it doesn't seem right for the two of us to make those decisions alone.
You disappoint me, Haley. What I heard of your exploits while you were away from home seemed to indicate you'd take a more direct leadership role. What's the point of being ruler unless you rule your people?
He asked, and saluted me with his glass. Don't believe everything you hear, I replied with a smile and a tip of my own glass. I think it's prudent to listen to older and wiser voices, especially on important issues. That's what a good leader does. Or any voices, really. Howe hadn't let the age of the person speaking impact if he listened or not.
True, I suppose.
He waved a hand.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
I pushed aside my sudden annoyance, reminding myself that Trace's upbringing had been very different from mine. It shouldn't be a surprise he'd be convinced that his way was the best. Besides, I smiled, there are so many issues to discuss we can't hope to cover them all by ourselves. Canapé itself is going to be quite the puzzle. My heart sank when Trace looked to his left, ostensibly to set his glass back on the table, but he hesitated slightly as he let go of it.
Yes, nasty business. You have my military at your disposal, Haley, to help take care of the mercenaries responsible for this.
That's so very kind of you. I set my own glass down, the taste of wine sour in my mouth. I think we'll be able to handle it. I didn't quite bare my teeth at him as I stood. If you'll forgive me, Trace, I think I'm going to retire. The wine appears to have left me with a disappointing headache. He stood.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Me too. I expected more from it. Good night, Trace. With a nod, I left the garden, Emery trailing behind me. He knows. Shiva damn it, Emery.
I'm sorry, Majesty. I know you wanted it to be otherwise.
You know what the really worrisome part of that was? I didn't slow my stride as we turned the corner and headed into the living quarters. He offered me whiskey.
I noticed.
I haven't drunk it outside of my quarters since I've been back.
And you didn't drink it before?
I nodded. Portis drank it. I never cared for it. We never drank much in public anyway. Howe thought it was poor form to show your enemies your weaknesses, and he considers alcohol a weakness. I knew from the look on Emery's face that he was recalling every time I'd had a drink and who had seen me do it, because I was doing the same thing. The list was small, and I trusted almost every single person on it, which meant either someone in my inner circle had betrayed me, or Trace had somehow gotten an agent close enough to me to find out such a personal detail. I couldn't believe Howe would talk about me and Portis to someone he didn't know. None of the options were appealing. If Howe had turned on me, there was going to be a hell of a splashback from all the stories he could tell.
I don't like this, Majesty.
I shoved the door of my quarters open. I'm in agreement with you, Emery. Chapter 16. Good morning, Faith. How are you? The next morning dawned bright and warm, chasing away some of my unease about the previous night's dinner with Trace. The Varian stood by the door of my rooms talking to Stasia. Her team was in tatters from Christoph's suicide bomb, and Captain Gill was still healing, and so I'd asked specifically for her to join us for the negotiations.
Well, Majesty, thank you. Did you sleep well?
I did, thank you. I heard Lieutenant Saito had a good day yesterday at therapy.
She did, ma'am. Stood up on her own and took a few steps.
I nodded. Dr. Wendell had been able to save the lieutenant's other leg. Faze and several other Farians had been able to heal the worst of her injuries, but learning to walk on her new prosthetic leg would take some time.
Morning, Majesty.
Alba came in, Cass and Emery behind her. Did you have a chance to look over the briefing I sent you? I did. I had a question about the file from Colonel Hagen. Waving a hand at my guards, I took Alba's arm and led her over to the far side of the room. Did we get verification on those images?
Not yet, ma'am. The director is working on it. He said to pass it along to you, but that we definitely didn't want to say anything until he could get a third-party ID on the uniforms.
I nodded, tamping down my impatience. I knew he was right, but part of me wanted to march into the meeting this morning and throw the photos Colonel Hagen had taken during a running battle on Canafe Major onto the wall for all to see. The Saxon features of the pale man with ice-blue eyes weren't the nail in the coffin, but the visible, if blurry, emblems for the Saxon shock corps were. Let Director Ganesh know I concur with him, but he needs to hurry it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Alba nodded. Has anyone talked with the matriarchs this morning? I asked, checking the timestamp on my smartie. They should have been here. The door opened, and the 3 matriarchs as well as Fainin were ushered in. They curtsied and bowed. Good morning, I said, taking a seat in a stiff-backed grey chair away from the windows and brushing a piece of lint off my black pants. I could see Fainin's reflection in the toes of my boots as he took a seat.
Morning, Majesty.
Saris rustled as Matriarch Tobin and the other 2 women settled into their chairs. Sabine Vandy was wearing a light blue drape of shimmery fabric that complemented her curly red hair. Katerina Saito was dressed in a sari with a complicated black and white pattern, and her chin-length black hair was decidedly out of fashion. I liked the way it looked with her high cheekbones, and was relieved not to be the only person in Indranan high society who didn't care about fashion trends. Matriarch Tobin was wearing a deep red sari shot through with gold thread. It was a specific choice to play off my all-black outfit, and I appreciated the elderly matriarch's wily sense of style. Rubbing my hands together, I looked at their expectant faces and took a deep breath. All right, people. I want to set some ground rules for the negotiations today. First, nothing gets agreed to that doesn't have my seal of approval on it. I've made it very clear to the executor that whatever we discuss, I am the one and only voice for Indrana. I want you to continue to impress that upon anyone you speak with today. That isn't to say I won't listen and take into account your opinions. That's why you're here, after all. I smiled at Sabine, hoping to ease the younger matriarch's worried frown. I want honest input from you. Don't hold back.
Yes, Majesty.
She dipped her head, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Secondly, no one is to mention Canafe.
But, Majesty!
Fainin shifted in his chair.
Isn't that—
No one, Fainin. We'll discuss it in due time, but not on the first day in the first hour of negotiations. Is that clear?
Of course, Majesty. What should we say then, if they bring it up?
That we're not prepared to talk about it at this time and change the subject to one of the other 15 things on the list you gave me. He gave a sharp nod, still unhappy about it,
but he didn't say anything else in the following silence, so I turned my attention to Matriarch Saito. Katerina, I want you to get a good read on all the faces at the table. By the end of the day, I expect a report back with some kind of baseline for facial expressions and what we can expect from our Saxon friends. Yes, ma'am. Right. I clapped my hands on my knees and pushed to my feet. Let's go stop a war. The others filed out. I grabbed Gita by the arm on my way past her. I want you to put your eyes on Trace and don't take them off. Record everything. Yes, ma'am. The unasked question was heavy in her voice. My gut isn't happy, Gita, and it's not because of my breakfast. I want you to watch him because I can't. I will, ma'am. Good. I squeezed her arm once and let go, heading out into the corridor with Emery and Cass flanking me. Negotiations are tedious, tense things, and that fact doesn't change if it's governments or gunrunners. The first hour of the proceedings was composed of Executor Billings making formal introductions. The second was the reading of the original peace treaty. The room itself was cozy, designed to bleed the tension out of its occupants. The cream-colored walls were accented with a soft, circular ochre pattern, the same color as the comfortable leather chairs surrounding the wide round table. There was a heavy buffet table on the far wall, filled with snacks, tea, and coffee. Several pitchers of water were set out on the table itself, and the rings of the massive tree trunk the table was made of reflected against the metal containers.
Empress Haley,
Executor Billings said, as the timestamp on my smartie flipped over to the 3rd hour.
If you would care to proceed with Indrana's grievances?
Of course. I pushed my chair back and began to read from the list Feinin had provided me. I'd buried Canafe as the 4th item on the list and didn't pause at all as I moved on to number 5. But still there was grumbling from the Saxons, and Trace clenched his jaw for a second.
Thank you, Your Majesty,
Executor Billings said when I'd finished and turned to Trace.
King Trace, do you have a response from the Saxon kingdom?
He stood and pressed his palms to the tabletop.
Nothing, save to protest the vile and baseless accusations of Indrana. They have no proof of anything on this list.
His voice was completely different from the previous night, and he didn't look in my direction as he spoke. The room exploded into shouting. Feinin and Matriarch Tobin both surged to their feet. Matriarch Vandy just stared with wide eyes, and I was pleased when she looked to me for guidance. I shook my head, reaching a hand out at the same time to keep Katerina in her seat. Both of you sit down, now! I issued the order over the comm, and Matriarch Tobin dropped into her seat. Feinin followed her half a second later.
Silence!
Executor Billings's order filled the air. Several people jerked, Trace included, and stared at the executor in astonishment. I'd expected such a reaction from the mild-mannered man. The Solarian negotiators prided themselves on their ability to navigate such difficult situations, and crowd control was at the top of the list. It was the reason the service was so successful, and so profitable.
The next raised voice will be ejected from the proceedings, permanently. Am I understood?
There was a chorus of murmured assents. Trace dropped into his chair with a surprising amount of sulk. I dipped my head to Billings and sat back down.
Now, as it turns out, Your Majesty,
he said to Trace,
Her Imperial Majesty has provided proof for some of the grievances listed. Most of them are simple issues that will easily be taken care of should you be willing to listen to my suggestions. The matter of Canafe—
With apologies, Executor. I knew it was a risk to interrupt him, so I offered up a smile I hoped would deflect the bulk of his annoyance. We are presently gathering our evidence for the issue of Canafe.
if you would be so kind as to table it until the end?"
Billings narrowed his brown eyes at me for a fraction of a second, before he smiled and nodded. "Of course, Your Majesty. You have 46 hours to come up with proof, or the grievance will be dropped from the list with prejudice."
"Agreeable. Thank you."
"I will lay out my suggestions for the other issues on Indrana's list." Billings cleared his throat, and a list appeared on the blank wall behind him. I poured myself a glass of water, handing it back to Emery without comment. He scanned it and handed it to Willamette. She sipped from the glass, wiped the edge off, and handed it back with a nod. I spotted Trace watching the whole exchange and saluted him before I took a drink. A very intriguing look that was part frustration, part calculation, flickered through his eyes before he returned his attention to the executor. We broke for lunch shortly after Billings wrapped up his suggestions. The 3-hour gap was designed to give both parties a chance to look over and discuss all the options. Since Indrana had started the process, we didn't actually have anything to discuss until Trace and his people had decided to accept or counter the executor's suggestions. Waking to the sound of shouting never bodes well, and I woke from my nap groggy and disoriented, which only made matters worse. "Emery, what's going on?"
"Fenin and Matriarch Saito are having a discussion, Majesty."
I snorted. "About what?"
"Item 3, Majesty. Fenin thinks the monetary reparations that the Saxons are being asked to pay is too small. He wants to counter with an amount triple what Executor Billings suggested."
My sigh floated up toward the ceiling, and I rolled out of bed. Running my hands through my hair as I crossed the room, I pulled the door open, and the shouting died immediately. "Have I mentioned that being woken up like that is extremely annoying and tends to put me in a bad mood? Apologies, Majesty." Katerina curtsied. Fenin turned from the window and gave me a short bow, but didn't say anything. "I was trying to explain to the Prime Minister that we don't get to counter any of the suggestions made by Executor Billings. Correct, Katerina? We only get to do so if the Saxons don't accept the proposal." I smiled, then raised an eyebrow in Fenin's direction. "You know that, Iha. So I'm curious why you're even debating the issue with Matriarch Saito." "I wasn't debating anything, Majesty. I was merely suggesting that the monetary amount will barely cover our economic losses caused by the Saxon kingdom's interference in our shipping lanes." I took a deep breath. "I think we're all aware of that. If the Saxons were willing to agree to any terms we threw at them, we wouldn't be on the brink of war. Executor Billings's job is to come up with suggestions he thinks they might be more agreeable to."
"Yes, Majesty."
"Good. Might I suggest we stop going at each other? Presenting a united front against the Saxons is important."
"Of course, Majesty."
Fenin bowed again.
"Matriarch Saito, my apologies."
"Thank you, Iha. I am also sorry," she replied.
"Majesty, Executor Billings is at the door."
I shared a look with Emery at Zin's announcement. My Ikam lifted a shoulder. "Let him in, Zin," I said, brushing the wrinkles out of my shirt.
"Empress hailing me."
Billings bowed deeply. "Executor, I wasn't expecting to see you for another hour."
"I know, Majesty. I heard from King Trace and thought I would come speak with you directly."
He frowned and looked around the room.
"May we speak privately?"
"Emery, clear the room." He did, settling in by the door after Alba closed it behind her. "Executor?" Billings rubbed a hand over his chin.
"I apologize for this, Majesty. It is most strange.
I have been an executor for almost 40 years and have never seen anything like this.
They rejected all your proposals. I laughed when Billings blinked at me in confusion. It was either that or they accepted them all, Executor, and since you look more frustrated than shocked, I pointed at him. Plus, their behavior this morning didn't really indicate they were going to cooperate.
I confess I'm at a loss, Majesty,
he said.
I don't see much use in reconvening this afternoon. There will be nothing to talk about. If you will permit me to look at the situation again and rework my suggestions, we can meet in the morning to see if they are acceptable for Indrana, and I'll present them to King Trace after.
This is agreeable. I smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I trust in your abilities, Executor. It's one of the reasons we chose Redcliffe for the negotiations.
I appreciate your faith in me, Majesty. I will see you in the morning.
Chapter 17. I muttered several curse words after Billings left the room. I knew this was going to be a challenge, Emery, but...
You expected them to be somewhat logical about it?
He asked, shaking his head.
The fact is, Majesty, they have the upper hand, and they know it. And they don't have to agree to anything.
They can't want to go to war.
If they think they can win, the losses would be acceptable. The Empire controls a lot of very profitable territory. Without it, we would go under.
Bugger me. I can't believe Trace would... I paced to the window and back. Have Gita come in. Go tell the others what happened. We'll all meet for dinner here and discuss our options. Tell Alba to call Alice and fill her in also. I'll want to talk with her after I'm done with Gita.
Yes, ma'am.
Emery nodded sharply and left the room. Gita came in through the open door, closing it behind her. Majesty? I sat down and stared at my hands, trying to find a way through my agitation. Now my gut was screaming at me to get the hell out of there, but leaving the planet wasn't an option. Not unless I wanted to really mess things up. Gita, you've seen combat.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down. I smiled. The hovering makes me nervous. You ever get that feeling that things are about to go downhill fast? We were running an op on the edge of the shipping lanes once against some pirates, Majesty. I snorted at her correction. You can call them smugglers, Gita. I will not be offended. Yes, ma'am. We had everything planned out, everything set up perfectly. The intel had checked out. It was a source we used before. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that things were going too well. I mentioned it to my CO. Did she listen?
She did, ma'am.
Gita smiled. We still got hit, and hit hard, by an ambush team warping in out of nowhere. But if we hadn't waited, we would have been wiped out. Well, things are far from perfect here. I laughed, dragging a hand through my hair. My problem is, I haven't shaken the feeling of people trying to kill me, so I have no idea if my gut is accurate or not. What's your take? King Trace is incapable of holding still. People like that make me nervous, ma'am. I don't want to make baseless accusations, but I've seen that behavior in too many junkies to ignore it. As far as negotiations went, his protest was too quick. He would have said what he did, even if you'd listed out 10 things you loved about the Saxon kingdom. Funny. I laughed. Her sarcasm was enough to loosen the awful band of tension in my throat somewhat. They rejected all of Executor Billings's proposals. That's almost unheard of, especially after so many years of peace. It would have been more understandable at the height of the hostilities. Precisely. I pursed my lips and tapped my fingers against them. Go get Matriarch Saito. I want to hear her report on how everyone else was behaving."
"Yes, ma'am."
I stood to pace. The ping of an incoming call rang in my ear. "Admiral Hassan." "Majesty, I'm relaying a message from Caspel. There will probably be some interference," she said. The screen split, and the hawk-faced head of Galactic Imperial Security appeared in the second panel. "Director Ganesh."
"I got it, Majesty. Third-party validation from not only a journalist with Solarian Net News who covered the Indranan-Saxon War during the height of the fighting, but from an independent merchant vessel who was paid to transport shock corps troops from Marklo to Venvenzi Port.
Venvenzi Port was in the neutral zone between Saxony and Indrana, close enough to Canafe to be able to draw conclusions that would be damaging to Trace's claims of ignorance. It's about time something went right. Can we find someone at the port who will be able to speak to where the shock corps troops were headed after?
Caspel grinned. "Already on it. There was a traffic controller at Venvenzi who can testify that their course didn't match the flight plans they filed. I'm sending you copies of the sworn statements I have so far, as well as video testimony. Do you want me to include Executor Billings on the transmission?"
"No, I'll tell him myself. Thank you." I grinned back. "Have a drink tonight, Caspel. You earned it."
"That I did, but—"
Caspel glanced over his shoulder with a frown that quickly turned into an expression so cold it froze my skin.
"Majesty, I am hearing gunfire outside my offices. Where's your Ikam?"
"In the hallway, I assume," I said.
"I'm not sure what's going on. I recommend you get back onto the Vajra with Admiral Hassan now. I'll touch base with you as soon as I can."
"Gods go with you." My voice sounded strange in my ears. Caspel gave me a fleeting smile and disconnected. "Majesty, I second Caspel's suggestion. We can better protect you." Admiral Hassan broke off, her eyes flying wide. "Incoming! I've got multiple bogies of unknown origin coming out of warp. Majesty, you need to—" I gasped when a laser blast that looked like it came from a Cheng-made Starfire 1011 slammed into the Admiral from off-screen, knocking her from her chair. There were a few seconds of shouted chaos, and then the screen went black. "Oh, bugger!" I stared, unbelieving at the blank screen. And then the building exploded around me. Bugger me. Everything hurt. I could feel my heart beating and hear it in my ears. The rapid thump, thump, thump drowned out everything around me, and for a second I thought I was back on Sophie, locked in that nightmarish combat in the cargo bay. Dark Mother Destroyer.
"Sitrep, now!"
"She's dead. I can't reach anyone else from Team 5, sir." "Must have hit us from orbit."
"Where's the Empress?"
"I've got vitals on her. She's still alive."
"I'm not reading any injuries on her."
Emery's voice swirled out of the swearing and chaotic jumble of voices in the dust and smoke.
"Majesty, can you answer me?"
he said over the smarty link. Not Sophie. We were on Redcliffe, and judging from the rubble pinning me in place, someone had just brought the building down on us. I tried to speak, but something was digging into my ribs on the right, and something heavy had my left arm pinned against my side. The breath had been knocked out of me, and I couldn't get enough air to make any sound. "Ma'am!" Stasia's hand closed on mine. "Cass! I found her!" Moments later, my tiny maid wormed her way down into the pocket of rubble where I was trapped. "It's all right," she said. "Are you hurt?" "Don't think so." I forced the words out. "Can't breathe. Where's Emery?" I was terrified to ask, sure that I'd imagined the bass of his voice in the jumble and in my head.
"I'm here, Majesty."
Relief rushed through me, hotter than plasma fire, when Stasia smiled. "He's banged up, but all right. So is Zin. I don't know about the others yet. Emery, someone shot Admiral Hassan. I saw it before.
Copy that, ma'am, he replied. Team 3, we have a Zulu situation. Repeat, Sit Z in progress. Transport has been compromised. Lan, do you read me? Get your asses up to the bridge. You kill anyone who won't stand down in the Empress's name. Is that understood?
The answer he got must have satisfied him, because he didn't say anything more. Let's get you out of here. Stasia turned, and fear gripped me when I realized she was going to squirm back out. Don't leave me.
Stay with her, Stasia.
Emery's soothing voice rode down and banished the crushing claustrophobia before it could take root and suffocate me.
Tell me what you can see.
While Stasia relayed the layout of my confinement, I focused on getting my left arm free. It cost me some skin, and I hissed a curse as I pulled my arm out. Stasia loosened the rubble around my left leg, enough for me to scoot out from under the chunk of ceiling that had nearly crushed me, and I scrambled up through the hole after her.
It's all right, Majesty.
Emery cupped my cheek.
We'll get you out of this. I promise.
The familiar hissing whine of a Hessian 45 said otherwise, but before I could pinpoint the location, Emery threw me to the side, covering me. I heard the discharge and the thud of a falling body.
Emery!
Zin called.
Okay. We're okay. What the hell was that?
Emery helped me to my feet. In the slowly clearing smoke, I saw Zin standing over the body of a Saxon guard. He rolled the man over with his foot, keeping his gun trained on him.
Dead,
he said, with a shake of his head.
He was about to shoot you in the back. That answers that question,
Emery muttered.
Come on, Majesty. We have to get out of here.
We crawled over the rubble, and the next sight stole the breath from my lungs. Oh, gods! The exclamation slipped out, and I pressed a hand to my mouth. Will was trapped under a concrete pillar from her chest down, and it was clear the lower half of her body was mangled beyond repair. Cass was at her side, speaking to her, gently stroking her dark hair. Ignoring Emery's curse, I dashed across the space and dropped to a knee next to her. Will, damn it! She coughed, blood bubbling up from her mouth. It trickled down the side of her face. "'S all right, ma'am. It was a good run. A great honor. Thank you." She convulsed, spraying blood, and then went still. Cass murmured something as he pressed her eyelids closed, and then turned his face toward me. "Majesty, we need to go," he said, tears standing in his eyes. I wiped my face, smearing blood and tears across it as I got to my feet. "Emery, I found Gita and Matriarch Saito. They lucked out and the room they dove into didn't get touched. I've also got us a way out." Kisa poked her head up over a pile of rubble to our right, breaking the stunned silence. "Oh, damn it. Not Will," she muttered when she spotted her friend.
"Grieve later,"
Emery said.
"How do we get out of here?"
"This way, sir." Kisa blinked away her tears and pointed back over the pile. We stumbled across the rubble, crawling at times, still choking on the dust until we emerged into a hallway that was still mostly intact. Sunlight streaked across the debris-strewn floor from the bank of windows. I was still grappling with the idea that one of Trace's men really had taken a shot at Zin when I spotted the wreckage. Bugger me. The city I'd seen not moments before from my now demolished room was nothing but a smoldering heap. All those people, Emery. The other matriarchs?
Nothing yet. And I'm sorry, Majesty, But my priority is you, not them."
"Damn it, Emery," I said, even though I knew it was a futile protest. He gave me the look until I nodded once, trying not to hate the coldness in his words. This is what they'd been tasked for, and precisely what they were supposed to do. "Gita, are either of you hurt?" "We got lucky, Majesty." She shook her head. "The matriarch is in shock, ma'am, but she's uninjured." She was supporting Katerina by the arm, and the woman's dazed look said it all. I reached out and touched her face. "Katerina." The matriarch blinked. "Majesty?" "You stay with Gita. Do what she tells you." "Yes, ma'am." "Fix her sari into something she can run in."
"Indula and Tanish just checked in," Zin reported. "They've got Alba. She's got a broken arm, otherwise unharmed. Matriarch Tobin's guards report her quarters were untouched, and Matriarch Vandy is with her. Feinins are partially gone, but he hasn't been located, and I can't raise him or his guards. Tell Masami's guards to head for the Solarian military base. That's their safest option at this point. We're making for the shuttle bay. Once Lan and the rest of Team 4 get the bridge locked down, we'll get the Empress onto the Vajra."
Emery muttered, staring down at the map of the facility that Kisa was sharing on the floor. Cass and Isa had their guns out and were sweeping the hallway with wary eyes. I hadn't missed the fact that Zin was between me and the window, or that my maid was at my back with a pair of dull silver Glocks in her hands. "Give," I said, and she passed one over to me with a smile.
"Let's see if this way is still clear."
Emery glanced up.
"I'd rather get out of this building as soon as we can and circle around to the hangar to see if the shuttle is still intact than work our way through."
Kisa nodded, and the map vanished. Cass and Isa started down the hallway at Emery's signal, the rest of us following. We reached an exit and staggered out into the sun. "Caspel said there was gunfire outside his office. I was talking to him just before the building came down."
Emery swore. "Apologies, Majesty. I can only deal with one crisis at a time."
"I know. I don't want you asking me later why I didn't tell you." I grinned at him with a bravado that was only half real.
"Majesty, can you run?"
I nodded at Emery's question and sprinted across the ground after him. I wasn't the only one whispering a prayer of thanks when we spotted the hangar still standing. Our joy was short-lived. As we came around the corner, the group of men inside the hangar turned on us with their guns drawn. Skidding to a halt, I spotted Jules' bloody form on the floor at Trace's feet.
"You're alive."
He laughed, the noise high-pitched and brittle.
"By God, you really are damn near impossible to kill." "Jules dead, Majesty,"
Emery murmured. Trace stepped on my bodyguard's back and spread his arms wide.
"Can you believe this? I thought they were going to just blow your rooms, not bring the whole damn building down on our heads."
The words jumbled together in my head, all jostling for some kind of prominence. "You knew?" Trace shrugged and fired at us. The blast slammed into Emery, knocking him back into me. Instinct alone had me bringing my own gun up, but my shot was off. It cut harmlessly through the air and took a chunk out of the side of the building, showering Trace and his guards with bits of concrete. I grabbed Emery as we fell and fired again. This time my shot caught the man on Trace's left through the throat. He dropped, flailing and spitting blood. The others scattered as Cass and Zin each killed 2 more, buying us enough time to drag Emery to the dubious cover of a pile of cargo crates. "Emery, damn you! Don't die on me!" There was blood. Far too much blood on my hands. Portis's face flashed in my head, covered in blood as I begged him not to leave me. My knife slipped and slid as I tried to cut through Emery's shirt, and I swore again. "Majesty, let me," Stasia took the knife, wiping it off on her pant leg and slicing through the black material. I need something to stop this bleeding with. Here. Katerina shoved the end of her sari at my maid. The noblewoman seemed to have come out of her shock. I have medical training. I can help you.
Majesty.
Emery grabbed my arm before I could turn back to the fight.
You need to get out of here.
Chapter 18. I'm not leaving you.
Let me do my job, Majesty. Zin, take her and go. Let's go, Majesty.
Zin reached for my elbow. His expression was hard, but it couldn't conceal the resigned pain in his eyes. No! Damn you, your job isn't just to die for me! I slapped at his hand, leaning in close to Emery's face. My voice trembled, but I ignored it. I won't leave you here to die. Either the fierce determination in my voice or the sudden influx of gunfire convinced them. Zin cursed and returned fire. I pushed away from Emery, leaving Stasia and Katerina to do their work. Find Faze, I hissed. If the Varian had been killed in the explosion, I was going to lose not only my Ikam, but Zin also. The pain wrapping itself around my heart was like razor wire, but I fed it into my anger, and it kept me upright. Trace! What in the holy fires of Naraka are you doing? I shouted. My voice carried through the hangar, and the gunfire halted.
Haley!
Trace's voice was sing-song.
Come on out. I promise I won't shoot you.
Zin locked his hand on my arm as I started to rise.
Majesty, don't.
He didn't miss me and hit Emery by mistake. He was aiming for my Ikam. I snarled, a deep growl filled with pain that made Zin blink.
What?
Trust me. I mustered up a smile and patted his cheek. Keep trying to raise Faze on the comm. We need her. I'd seen the wound when Stasia cut away Emery's shirt, and Katerina's inhale had confirmed my fears. I had to buy us some time. I tucked my gun into the back of my pants and stood carefully. Trace was out in the open, but his men remained behind their cover.
Haley, come on.
You promised you wouldn't shoot me. What about your men? He threw his hands in the air with an exasperated laugh.
I promise my men won't shoot you either. I just want to talk.
I stepped around the cargo crates. All right, then. Talk.
This isn't personal. You realize that, right?
His grin was manic as he bounced from one foot to the other like a schoolboy. You shot my Ikam. That's extremely personal. I held up my hands and then wiped the blood and dust off on my pants.
I wanted your attention.
Trace dismissed my words with a raised shoulder and a wiggle of his head.
I mean, this whole war thing isn't personal, Haley. It started before you ever came home. You really shouldn't have come home. It's inevitable, and I would have felt much better about it had it been your mother instead of you.
A cold lump settled into my chest as he babbled. You? You murdered my sisters? You've been trying to kill me?
Oh, no.
Trace took a step forward, a hand outstretched, and then thought better of it as Zin's weapon powered up in the stillness of the hangar.
No, that wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with it. Fenin said your cousin went off the rails. She just completely lost it and thought she could rule Indranan. It put a kink in our plans, for sure, but we've worked around it.
Our plans? The lump grew, implanting shards of ice into my chest.
Fenin is a smart man. Your empire is bleeding out much like your Ikam.
There was such glee in Trace's voice
that it took all my self-control not to grab my gun and shoot him right then. My kingdom isn't doing all that great either, truth be told. The only way to save us both is to marry Indrana to us. Figuratively speaking, of course. I don't think— Majesty! Cass's voice over the comlink was steady in my head. Message from Lan. Admiral Hassan is critical but stable. Lieutenant Moran is tending to her now. They've put down the attempted mutiny on her ship, but those warp signatures were Imperial forces arriving. It's Admiral Schul's fleet, and he's coming up to Redcliffe fast. Tell her to run, I said. Majesty, it's our only ride out of— Now, Cass! Tell her to get the hell out of here, that's an order. Your Majesty, Indula chimed in over the link. We're with Pace. We're on the other side of the hangar behind the Saxons. We've heard everything. What do you want us to do? Zin, is Emery? I couldn't say the word. He's still alive, Majesty. Can we move him? It doesn't look like we have a choice. What are you thinking? Indula, is there anything to blow that shuttle with? I glanced at Trace. He was still talking, unaware that I'd stopped listening as he paced back and forth, waving his hands in the air. I'll find something, ma'am. Give me 5 minutes. I started the clock. On my signal, then. Circle around the hangar and meet us on the other side. Cass, get everyone ready to run. This was a foolish experiment to begin with, Haley. Women are too soft to rule. Fainin said your sister was so easily led she would have walked Indrana straight into our arms without a fight. Why are you doing this? Billions of lives are at stake, Trace. We need the money. His eyes were glazed over with fevered dreams. Your empire killed my father, left my mother alone and grieving. I was just a kid, but I had to rule a kingdom in the daytime. Then at night, I comforted my siblings as they cried themselves to sleep, missing him. I like you, Haley. I always have. You should have gone back to gun running while you had the chance. The life expectancy is better there. Tough shit. I'm the Empress now, and you're just going to have to deal because I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to have to kill you, Haley. You leveled a building with me in it. Trace laughed. Oh, true, I guess. But really, I don't want to have to kill you. Just run. Take your people or leave them and get out of here. You should have been following things a little closer, Trace. I'm harder to kill than people think. And my empire has lasted for more than 1,000 years. If you think you're actually going to tear it down, you're mad. All those people who live there are my people. I'm not leaving them behind. Trace's eyes hardened into something unpleasant. I will see Indrana destroyed for what you did to my family. Indula said, We're good to go, Majesty. Everyone take cover, I said. Do it now, Indula. Then, out loud to Trace, I said, I could say the same to you. You killed my family, my friends, and you've put my empire in danger. You have no idea the wasp's nest you've stirred up, you stupid bastard. According to the reports I'm seeing, they're saying Saxony is responsible for the attack on Redcliffe. You bitch. He sputtered at my insult, or at the news. It was hard to tell. The shuttle exploded. All the air was sucked in and then flung outward along with flames and shrapnel. I was already running toward Trace and hit him in the chest as the fireball filled the hangar. We hit the floor hard and slid across the hangar, slamming into the wall on the far side hard enough to knock the rest of the air from my lungs. I flopped around like a beached dolphin for a few stunned seconds until I got my knees under me. Trace's eyes were wide as he gasped for breath. My shuttle! You blew up my shuttle! That's on me, and so is this. I grinned unapologetically as I shot him in the knee. He screamed in pain and thrashed underneath me. I shoved my gun up under his chin, and he went quiet except for the whimpering. Be thankful I need you alive. That was for shooting my Ikam.
Your Majesty.
Ivan's voice, as hard as diamond plating and colder than space, cut through the air. I looked up to find him looming over me.
Put the gun down.
Not happening. I shook my head. And you know if you shoot me now, it'll go straight through to him, so I'm out of here. If I so much as think you're going to fire on me anyway, I'll squeeze the trigger. I can obliterate his head before you kill me. I rolled away from him, keeping my gun under Trace's chin and putting the king between me and his man. Put the gun down, Cass said from behind me, but Ivan didn't move. I told you to run for it. I glared at my deveur over my shoulder. Sorry, ma'am. Not going to leave you here either. He grinned and dragged Trace upright as I got to my feet. Saxon troops are incoming. We have to move. I know. I also knew my prisoner was just going to slow me down, so I shoved him at Ivan and grabbed Cass. Run! We bolted around the wrecked cargo crates and out the hangar doors, leaving the shouting and cursing behind us. This way, ma'am. Cass took the lead, veering to the right. They found us some ground transport. We'll head for the Solarian base. No. I shook my head as we reached the vehicles. That's the first place they'll check. Message Matriarch Tobin's guards and tell them to get out of there. Tell them to get back to Indrana any way they can, but to stay off the radar. Warn her about Feinin. I still don't understand what's going on, but we can't trust anyone right now. Cass nodded, opening the door and ushering me inside before running around the front of the vehicle and getting into the driver's seat. I closed the door, squeezing Alba's outstretched hand. She had her broken arm bound against her side, and the pain was etched on her face. Faze was bent over Emery in the back, her hands red with his blood. Zin was next to her, his forehead pressed against Emery's, and his lips moving in a prayer or desperate pleading. Grief hung in the air like a fog. My own grief squeezed my heart to the point of pain. I couldn't even begin to fathom a world without Emery. I didn't want to. Faze swooned, and Indula caught her before she could fall onto Emery.
He's stable, but there is a lot of damage. I will do more later when I have recovered,
she managed to say before she passed out. Where are we going?
To my cousin, Majesty. She lives on Redcliffe,
Alba said.
It was the major reason Emery approved the planet.
Tears flooded my eyes, and I wiped them away with the back of my hand. He's very good at thinking ahead. What we need now, though, is a way off the planet. Admiral Hassan and the loyal ships should be long gone.
I'm scanning the registers at the closest ports, Majesty.
Alba's eyes were unfocused as she skimmed through the data. Send me the list when you have it. I might recognize something. I closed my eyes against the glare of the setting sun. Sleep snuck up on me in the inevitable adrenaline crash, and before I knew it, the vehicle was slowing to a stop. Majesty! Cass shook me gently. We here. A woman taller than Alba rushed out of the house, 4 young men on her heels.
How many wounded do you have?
The questions spilled out of her mouth, even as she wrapped Alba in a fierce embrace.
Emery was shot, Leia, and Faze is exhausted. Your arm is broken, and you've all got some superficial wounds. Let's get inside. We'll want to get the vehicles out of sight. The boys will hide them.
Majesty, this is my cousin Leia. The woman gave an awkward bow, still holding Alba close with one arm.
I wish this were under better circumstances, Your Imperial Majesty. Alba has spoken very highly of you.
We're thankful for your help.
Of course.
She turned and propelled Alba toward the house. I didn't complain when Cass wrapped an arm around my waist to hold me upright as we followed. We were out in the countryside, nothing but rolling hills and trees for as far as I could see in the growing dark. The house ahead was a sturdy, 2-story structure with a sharply sloped roof. He helped me into the house and lowered me to a chair in the living room.
Rest, Majesty.
Coordinate with Indula for a list of our weapons and other supplies. We can't stay here long. Trace will have his people scouring the planet for us.
I know, Majesty.
A smile, so very much like Emery's, flickered on his face. Sorry. I promise I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job.
Except you are, Majesty.
My muttered response to that was short and pithy, and made Cass's shoulders shake with repressed laughter. Others tried but failed to muffle their snickers, and I rolled my eyes at the ceiling with a smile. Gone. I settled into the chair as the activity buzzed around me. The local news was already covering the attack, but their information was garbled and useless at the moment. Indula had been right, and there were reports that Red Cliff's planetary defense had recorded the Saxon ship's weapons powering up just before the facility was destroyed. I couldn't tap into any of the Indranan news outlets without access to the long-range transmitters on the naval ships. Without a ship, we were cut off from Indrana. Majesty, can you stand? Stasia knelt by my chair. We've got a shower running, and Faze would like to make sure you're not injured.
Everything hurts, but otherwise I'm fine.
I pushed to my feet with a groan. Faze met me at the door of the bathroom. She was pale and shaking, leaning heavily on Zin. I shared a look with him. How is he?
There was a lot of damage, Majesty. I don't...
He swallowed and looked at the ceiling.
She thinks she's taken care of the worst of it, and his vitals have stabilized. Now we just need time. His system should be able to keep him stable if we don't have to move him for a few hours. I don't know how he managed to stay alive long enough for Faze to get to us.
I reached for his hand, squeezing it as I blinked back tears. Because he's a stubborn bastard.
Even with what she did, it's going to be touch and go. I'd feel better if we could get him to some place with medical facilities.
Zin choked back a laugh.
Faze insisted on seeing you.
There's nothing you can do except sleep, I told the Farian. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I wish I could do more. He'll need medical care, ma'am. It's not your fault. It was Trace's for shooting him in the first place. Anger rolled in my gut. He's a tracker, Faze. He'll recover, I lied, mostly to convince myself. Emery's healing systems were good, but Trace had nearly killed him, and all the movement couldn't have improved matters. We'll do what we can to help him until then. Go sleep. Yes, ma'am. Zin, I sub-vocalized over our comlink. You stay with Emery. You make him fight to stay alive. That's an order. We've got everything else covered. Am I understood?
Yes, ma'am.
And link me into his vitals. I want to know how he's really doing. Stasia took my clothing to see what she could salvage while I was in the shower. I scrubbed down, inspecting the various scrapes and bruises as I ran through the list of ships in port. The water was glorious, but I knew I couldn't stay long. I stepped out and squeezed the water from my hair. As I moved on to drying off everything else, a name scrolled across my vision. There, buried among the 1,000 names, was one I recognized. Bugger me! I pulled up the details, praying for a miracle, and the manifest lodged with the Port Authority confirmed my suspicions. Cass! I scrambled out of the room, yelling for him and Gita. They came running, along with Isa and Alba's cousin.
I cinched my towel tight, rolling my eyes when Cass skidded to a halt and turned his back on me. "We're in a bit of an emergency here, Cass. Suck it up. We need to go." "We can't move Icum Tresk, ma'am," Gita protested. "And Faze is out cold." "Not them, Gita. They'll stay here. The three of us need to go, right now. Isa, find Stasia. She took my clothes. I need something to wear, and I needed it 5 minutes ago."
"Majesty, what is going on?"
Cass's cheeks were pink, and he was looking at the wall behind my head instead of at me, but he'd managed to inject a note of authority into his voice. "How is here? We need to get to his ship before he takes off."
"All the ports are on lockdown."
"It won't matter to him. If anything, it'll make him even itchier to get out of here. He's our ticket off Redcliffe, unless we want to go out in the belly of a Saxon prison ship." It'd more likely be that they'd just bury us in shallow graves somewhere, but I didn't want to say that out loud.
"Majesty, you have to come see this,"
Indula called. There was a view screen on the wall of the living room. The volume was turned down, but I didn't need it to realize what was going on. Fainin stood on the bridge of a ship, his face grim. At the bottom of the screen, the news of my death was blazoned in big, black lettering. Chapter 19. It's the moons I remember most about that night. Redcliffe's twin spheres glowing in the black sky like a pair of half-shut eyes. I kept my gaze on them, and my hands wrapped around the Glock I was carrying, as Leia's aircar sped toward the landing field just outside Behanden. The three of us in the car were all tense, adrenaline running high. No real surprise, given it had been less than 10 hours since Trace, or Fainin, I still wasn't sure who was responsible, had leveled 4 city blocks on a Solarian-neutral planet in an attempt to kill me and start a war. They'd failed at half of it. Now we were skulking through the darkness in a desperate bid to get off Redcliffe before Trace could do anything about the fact that I was still alive. My stomach was rolling. It was filled with anxiety for Emery, whose vitals were even worse than I feared, worry for how I was going to get my people to safety, and anger that the only plan I could come up with was as dangerous as walking into a pit of venomous snakes. And it was dangerous. Going to Po Sin was a gamble, a calculated risk born of desperation. Emery was stabilized for now. My tracker's augmented systems were hard at work on the damage from Trace's gun that Faze hadn't had the energy left to fix. But he needed real medical care and time to heal. And I needed allies. Specifically, allies who could get us off the planet. Going to a hospital on Red Cliff wasn't an option, which meant we had to use my plan. The planet was swarming with Saxon troops, while my Durga-damned troops were back on Pashati, possibly embroiled in another damned coup attempt. Iha Fainin. That rat bastard. I almost cracked a tooth before I forced myself to relax my clenched jaw. The Prime Minister had orchestrated whatever plan he had going with an efficiency the gunrunner half of my brain admired. The Empress half of things was less than amused, and unfortunately for Fainin, my entire being was on board with the plan to rip his still-beating heart out of his chest. According to his little speech for the news, Saxon agents within the capital had attacked and crippled the Indranan government at the same time they'd bombed Redcliffe and killed me. The matriarchs were scattered, and Alice was missing, presumed dead, because her home was a smoking pile of rubble. I really hoped that was a lie as much as my death was. I'd had to watch the replay twice, because when I'd spotted the man standing next to Fainin, a red haze of fury blinded me. Wilson. The tall man stood with his hands clasped in front of him, a solemn expression on his face during Fainin's announcement. That blue-eyed bastard was responsible for the death of everyone in my family, my sisters, my niece, my mother and father. That Durga-damned ghost had been working with Fainin this whole time.
and with trace. How many of my people had already perished in these madmen's desperate bid for power?
Majesty!
My diverse voice wafted from the front seat of the air car like a curl of smoke drifting on a breeze. The single word, delivered in a tone both comforting and chastising, shook me out of my fury. Cass had stepped into Emery's absence with far more certainty than I'd expected from someone so young, but I was grateful for his solid presence. I'm all right. I'm not sure why I bothered lying through my teeth. Maybe because while Emery would have seen right through me and called me on it, Cass simply nodded. I was presumed dead by most of the universe, about to meet up with a gunrunner pal who would hopefully take us off-planet instead of double-crossing me and turning me over to either the man who'd stolen my throne or the insane Saxon king. Once we got off-planet, my plan got even crazier, to take us straight into the dragon's lair and ask one of the deadliest Cheng ganglords in the galaxy to be my ally. Despite my history with Hao, he was a gunrunner, and right now my head was worth a decent amount, thanks to a private bounty issued by Po Sin. I only knew about it because Hao had sent me a copy. If we boarded his ship, he'd have to take me to his uncle. Or Hao might decide to betray me and deliver us into Feinin's hands. I couldn't be sure that wasn't something my old mentor would consider. I slid out of the car, Gita at my side. Cass came around the other side, and we all crouched in the shadows at the edge of the landing field. Spotting Hao as he strode down the ramp of an unfamiliar ship, I elbowed Gita and jerked my head to the left. She nodded in acknowledgement, and Cass took the point as our party moved across the open tarmac. I whistled a complex tune. Hao froze, hand going to the gun on his hip when he saw us. Cheng Hao, it has been a long time.
Shatu, a fortuitous meeting.
Hao sketched a surprisingly elegant bow, keeping his eyes on mine the whole time. I locked my hand onto Gita's arm when she flinched. Nickname, I muttered, biting back a curse. It's an old nickname. Hao brushed his metallic-streaked hair out of his face, his gold eyes glittering with mirth. I swallowed down the second curse at my mistake. Now he knew that Gita spoke Cheng well enough to recognize slang when she heard it. I kept my bow short, unable to show my former mentor the respect I normally would. I request permission to board your ship and speak with you.
You may come into the cargo bay.
He turned his back on me and walked up the ramp. We followed, Cass whispering instructions to Gita as we went into the ship.
How did you find me?
Hao leaned against the stairs. The picture of disinterest for anyone who couldn't recognize the line of tension in his neck and left hand as it hovered near his gun. The Benson Porter? I laughed at him. You're recycling old ship names. I need a lift off the planet, Hao.
Force of habit. I figured anyone who knew the name didn't care about it any longer. Probably should have thought that through. Under what terms are we negotiating this ride?
Hao arched a copper eyebrow, and a smile skittered over his thin mouth.
You'd like to bring armed men and women onto my ship. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
I have more people at a farmhouse outside of town. We need to get off Redcliffe. I won't leave any of them behind.
And none of us will leave our weapons,
Cass said.
You will be paid for your assistance, gunrunner. Nothing more. As long as your people stay out of my way and away from the Empress, no one will get hurt. Strong words for a child.
Hao arched an eyebrow.
Where is your Ikam? Not dead, I hope.
Cass. I put my hands up before Cass could spit a reply. Let's keep this civil, shall we? I am sorry for his lack of manners, Hao. It has been
A difficult situation.
Hao gave me another bow.
The lack of manners is understandable and forgivable. This time, you didn't answer my question.
Emery was shot. He is not dead.
Hao smiled slowly. I have forgotten how taciturn you can be when the mood suits you. How do I benefit from this assistance, Shashu?
I can pay you.
I do not need money. Sorry, but it is true. The fates have been good to me lately.
He shrugged.
I am not even sure a promise of a favor is worth anything, little sister, seeing as how you have lost your empire.
I snapped my arm up, and Hao went cross-eyed from looking down his nose at the barrel of my Glock. Temporarily. I snarled the word, listening as the whine of guns being charged echoed around the bay. It has been temporarily taken from me, Hao, and you have no idea the lengths I'm willing to go to get it back.
And there at last is my deadly little sister. I thought she might have died, smothered under a layer of lace and palace protocol.
I was trying to be polite. Now what will it be, Hao? Favor? Money? Or do I just shoot you and take your ship?
Temper.
Sorry, I am a little pressed for time, and every second we stand in the open is one less we have to get the rest of my people and get out of here.
You don't say.
Hao murmured.
They will be searching the smaller ports like this one once they get their heads out of their collective asses. I don't want to be here when that happens. It would lead to awkward questions.
Make a decision then, I said, keeping my gun pointed at his head.
Favor.
He smiled slowly at Gita's hissing exhale.
I give you my word, it will be nothing to jeopardize your honor or force you to put your empire in danger.
Done. One last thing I need to know. Has anyone been around asking questions about me? Did you sell me out? Actual hurt flashed in Hao's eyes.
Your family. Even though I didn't know your true name, I know your true self. I would never betray you, Crescent. Not for all the money in the universe.
I'm sorry. I had to ask. I lowered my Glock and gave him a nod. How much time do you think we have?
I would send for the others now. Judging from the chatter, they are working their way through the main ports. We are close enough that it won't take them all that long before someone thinks they should come out here for a look.
Cass, calls in. Tell him to get the others loaded and double time it. He nodded sharply. I backed away from Hao and boosted myself up onto a cargo pallet. Hao barked a few orders in Cheng, and the thumping of boots filled the air as his crew rushed off, presumably to get the ship ready for departure. Hao didn't leave the cargo bay. He sauntered toward me, stopping when Gita stepped in his path. My bodyguard was taller than the gunrunner, and she outmassed him. Still, his lazy grin was all too familiar as he looked her up and down. Gita let him by. He's armed, Majesty. Hao, give her your gun. Surprisingly, he complied, and then joined me on the pallet.
Is she available?
I couldn't stop the laugh. She would break you in half.
It would be worth it.
Hao ran his tongue over his teeth.
You have no idea how much flack I've taken for letting you ride with me, Crescent. A princess of the Indranan Empire, and a damned ITS trooper under my very nose.
He rolled his eyes toward the ceiling.
I think the only reason Po Sin didn't kill me is that he approved of you.
I'd apologize, except I'm not sorry. Hao flashed me a vicious grin I'd seen enough times to know I'd said the perfect thing.
I'm glad to hear it. I'd lose respect for you if you were.
Why were you so far from home, little sister?
I smiled. It's a long story. If it helps your ego, I didn't know Portis was still ITS, or rather, my new bodyguard.
What's the short version?
I needed out, and you were in the right place at the right time.
Ever my luck,
he said. We sat in silence. It was one of the things I'd always loved about Hao. He could sit for hours without so much as a word.
Majesty, they have the wounded loaded up and are headed our way,
Cass said. Thank you, Cass. He nodded and headed toward the edge of the ramp to keep watch. Hao snorted, and I elbowed him.
Baby-faced children, bowing and scraping to a former gunrunner. It's the end times.
Don't tease him, Hao. I didn't attempt to keep the snap out of my voice. He's doing his best. Hao blinked.
I wasn't teasing him, Your Imperial Majesty.
He gave a flourishing, mocking bow from his seat.
Oh, hush. He's got big shoes to fill, from the sounds of it. You know, you will lose 2 bodyguards if your emirate dies.
I am fully aware, Hao. He folded his hands together and shook them slightly.
Forgive me. It was not my intention to upset you.
Whatever I was going to reply with was lost when a pink-haired young man bolted down the stairs, skidding to a halt in front of Gita. He bowed.
Captain, we must go.
Hao jumped from the pallet, and I scrambled off after him.
How long, Dylan?
The kid shrugged a slender shoulder.
5 minutes, maybe. Get us ready. You leave on my word only.
Dylan nodded at Hao and took the stairs 2 at a time back up toward the bridge. Cass, what's their ETA? I asked.
2 minutes. Indula's flying.
Tell him to floor it and to fly right up to the ship. Tell the others to be prepared to bail quick. I turned back around and pointed a finger at Cass. And if anyone tries to say we should leave them, I will personally kick their ass.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of explosives do you have? Hao arched an eyebrow at me.
What are you thinking?
Buying them some time.
Shaju, we were friends once. But even then, I would have told you this. Those are Saxon Shock Corps Marines incoming. 5 minutes, and this ship is off the ground.
Then you will leave me on the ground. We stared at each other, the seconds ticking away with each beat of my heart. I wasn't going to beg or plead. The Hao I knew was a man of honor, and he'd already promised to take me off Redcliffe. Still, it seemed an eternity before he nodded, muttering a series of his favorite curses.
I have bottle rockets.
He looked at Gita.
And I will need my weapon back, my dear.
Gita eyed him, but handed him his gun. That'll do nicely. I clapped him on the shoulder. It's just like old days.
Right.
Hao snorted.
Except, if you get killed, this one is going to take me apart in ways I'm certain I wouldn't enjoy.
It's likely. However, I'm not planning on dying today. I dropped into a crouch and headed down the ramp. Scanning the landing field for targets, I selected what looked like a private short-range freight bus and lined up my shot as the headlights appeared in the distance. Behind us, I heard the sound of a truck engine revving and tires screaming as they hit the pavement. Gita, go help them unload.
No, ma'am.
She shouldered a BR launcher with a shake of her head.
Cass said to stick with you. I'm sticking.
We're going to have a talk about the chain of command when we get done here.
He said you'd say that, ma'am, and technically he is my chain of command. So either way, I'm still staying.
Fine. See that stack of crates on the far side of the freighter? We're firing at those.
Can I shoot the Saxon air cars?
Hao asked.
I don't want to get you into any political trouble," he yelped, rubbing at his shin.
"I've already shot the king of the Saxons today, How. Don't think I won't shoot you too."
"I was just asking."
"Shut up and fire."
The explosions rocked the darkness. Chapter 20. We booked it back to the ship before the pieces of the air car and other assorted debris had fallen back to the landing field. Indula and Zin carried Emery up the ramp, while Isa and Kisa rushed Katerina from the vehicle into the ship. Alba followed with Stasia, my maid supporting my chamberlain around her waist. Tanish pulled Faze, who was unconscious, from the back. He made it 2 steps before the blast streaked out of the darkness, slamming into his back.
"Bugger me!"
I tossed the BR launcher to How and sprinted toward them. Gita was on my heels.
"Get him!"
I shouted. I scooped up Faze, the Farian as light as a child, and dove behind the vehicle for cover as more gunfire tore through the night.
"He's dead."
Gita punched the side of the vehicle with a vicious curse. I squeezed my eyes shut for just a second and whispered a prayer for Tanish's family.
"How?" "Yup."
Thankfully, time apart hadn't dulled How's inexplicable ability to anticipate my needs.
"Need another round,"
he shouted, and caught the bottle rocket someone threw back at him from inside the ship. In one smooth motion, the gunrunner reloaded, stood, and fired. Heaving Faze over my shoulder and hoping that Gita was following, I ran for the ship with everything I had. I made it to the ramp before the stinging pain of a shot to my leg put me down on a knee. Faze dropped to the ramp, her head hitting with a dull thud. How grabbed her, dragging her up into the ship. I rolled off the ramp, firing my Glock, trying to buy Gita enough cover to get clear. A silver-haired man marched through the flames toward the ship. I shot him in the left shoulder, and he jerked backward but kept coming.
"I'm out!"
Gita locked her fingers on my collar and hauled me onto the ramp as How laid down fire until the Saxon was forced to seek cover.
"Dylan! Go, go, go!"
How shouted over his comm, and leaned back down, grabbing Gita's outstretched arm and pulling both of us into the ship as the ramp closed. The ship jerked off the ground and banked sharply. I slid partway into the cargo bay before How managed to grab me more securely around the waist.
"Everyone hang on to something!"
he shouted. It is neither thrilling nor a rush to have your life in someone else's hands. Instead, it's terrifying, leaving you feeling powerless and just a shade desperate. So while How's pilot juked and dodged through what I imagined was the defense grid's response to any ships leaving the planet, I started making a list of all the things I had to do.
"Let's get off this rock pile first,"
How whispered in my ear.
"Worry about what to do later."
"How did you—" He laughed at my confusion.
"I know that look, Crescent."
"My name's not Crescent."
"I know that too. To be honest, I'm not sure I can call you Hail. It feels weird in my mouth."
And it would be a miracle to get him to use my title. I'd noticed the only time he'd used it so far, it had been coated in sarcasm. "I'm not sure any of my guards will let you." I rolled my eyes. "Who'd you steal the ship from?"
"I bought it, Shaju. As I said, life has been good to me lately."
Alarm bells in my head joined the ones ringing through the ship as Emery's vitals went from bad to worse.
"No, bugger me, no!"
More alarm bells joined the first set.
"Let me go!"
I pinched How until he yelped and let me squirm from his grip. The sudden loss of an anchor sent me crashing into the bulkhead as the ship went sideways. I picked myself up and skidded across the cargo bay to where Emery lay.
"How? I need your medic!"
Emery's heart was slowing. Whatever Faze had done wasn't enough, or moving him had shaken something loose. My smarty shrieked a warning about a collapsed lung, and his chest wasn't moving the way it should.
The bandages Stasia and Katerina had wrapped at Leia's house were pristine, which meant he had to be bleeding internally. "Don't, Emery! Please don't!" I knew my plea went unheard, just like it had when my father died. The flatline tone sliced through my head. "No!" Zin's cry ripped through the cargo bay and my heart, an anguished scream of unimaginable loss. My own devastation was only a fraction of what Zin was feeling, and yet it destroyed me. "Hail," Zin said, turning to me. The hopeless despair in his eyes was too much to bear. I slapped my hands on Emery's chest, intent on trying to restart his heart. Faze lunged upright from where she'd been lying and shoved me to the side. The Farian was suddenly awake and moving with greater speed than any of us, muttering under her breath as she pressed both hands to Emery's unmoving chest. The flatline tone stopped, and a steady, if weak, heartbeat echoed in my head. Faze went grey and collapsed onto Emery, jerking everyone back into motion. The ship leveled out. Hal rushed forward with Indula, my guard gently moving Faze to the side. "She's still alive, Majesty," he said, "but her pulse is slow. I'm assuming that's not a good rhythm, even for a Farian." "Get her to medical." I broke off. "Keep an eye on her. We need to get Emery stabilized first." "Henna, we have a medical emergency in the cargo bay. Coming your way." Howe's face was grim, but he effortlessly coordinated the chaos around him. Zin pulled me to my feet as 2 other crew members rushed up with a stretcher. They loaded Emery on. I grabbed Zin's hand, and we leaned on each other as we made our way to medical. I knew Howe's crew. Once there would have been shouted greetings with backslaps, cheap shots, and crude jokes. Now there were only hesitant nods, sidelong glances at my bodyguards, and so much awkwardness I wanted to scream. I shoved the feeling back into the pit of my stomach, where it festered and burned, focusing instead on what Henna was saying. Bad, Cress. My apologies, Your Majesty." Henna and I had once been friends. Now the lanky, one-eyed blonde wouldn't meet my eyes as she studied the scan above Emery's chest. "Have to open him up. Alive, but still bleeding." "No." Zin protested the news, or the plan. I wasn't sure which. "Zin, Henna knows what she's doing." "Farian can't save." Henna looked over her shoulder where Indula laid Faze's unconscious body on a bed. "Out of juice. Out of time. Get out." "I won't leave him." Zin gritted the words as he sank to the floor. I dropped with him. Don't you dare," I said, cupping his face in my hands. "He's alive, Starzin. You have to hold on. For him. For me, please. Don't leave me here all alone." Henna raised her eyebrow and turned the scan on Zin. "Dying too. Sympathetic. Interesting." I looked up. "They're trackers, Henna. Bonded. Artery in bad shape. Lots of blood in chest. Collapsed a lung. The other is on its way out. Have to save this one to save both," she said, referring to Emery's lung or Zin. I wasn't entirely sure which. Henna dismissed Zin and turned back to Emery. "Any of your people have medical training?" "I've had some," Stasia said from behind me. "I'm the one who patched him up originally." "Good. You help. The rest of you get out of here. How? Others in cargo bay should live, but little girl's arm needs to be set." Henna's grey eye was unfocused, and she gnawed on her thumb. Her genius mind was already spinning faster than a ship's warp drive. Henna Breck had once been a brilliant surgeon with the roving med fleet, but a hijacking and a 3-year hostage situation resulted in the deaths of many of her co-workers, Henna's lost eye, and a large chunk of her sanity. Unable to pass the psych profile for any of the major hospital corporations,
She drifted like space rubble until she'd been caught in How's orbit. Like so many of us. The misfits of the misfits, and How was the king. I pressed my forehead to the window outside the medical bay. "You're not staying here, Majesty. We need to look at your leg." Cass slipped an arm around my waist and tried to pull me away. "I can't leave them."
"Yes, you can. Help you divert out."
How slid under my other arm.
"The next door down is the secondary room, Caspian. I'm going to patch up her leg, bodyguard, so don't shoot me."
How boosted me onto the table and turned to the cupboards to rummage for supplies. I reached out and threaded my fingers through Cass's. "I'm okay. So is Emery. Henna's one of the best out there."
"He died, ma'am."
"I know." "And Faye's brought him back to life." I couldn't believe what I'd seen, even though I'd been right next to her when it happened.
"Majesty, those were Shock Corps troops down on that landing field."
"I know."
"What is going on?"
"That I don't know," I said over the comlink. "And we're blind until I can get a hold of Caspel or someone back on Pashati."
"You two done talking about me?"
How asked. I smacked him. "The worlds don't revolve around you. Can I use your comm relay?" He finished wrapping the bandage around my leg.
"You should get some rest. This just grazed you, but you're probably at the end of your rope, Shaju."
"Messages first. Then I promise both of you I'll sleep." I slid off the bed, testing my leg before I put my full weight on it. There was pain, but the leg held instead of buckling, so I hobbled down the corridor after How.
"Dylan's about to send us into warp,"
he said, the warning just fast enough for me to brace myself. The familiar disorientation washed over me and settled, and the eerie stillness of the bubble filled the ship. "Your new pilot is better than Hoss." That was saying something, considering that my former pilot had been a survivor of the Terran Wars and was awarded a Medal of Honor for his cover of the escape of several Solarian conglomerate civilian ships during the mysterious Shen attack of Colony 17. Then he'd been tossed out of Earth Conglomerate's defense force for one too many grandstanding buzzes past the council building. I kind of missed Hoss. I didn't know what had happened to him. My still hazy memory of the fight on Sophie was filled with some major holes on everything that didn't include Portis.
"We'll put you up in the secondary crew area. There's a lock on the door at the front of the corridor and a large sleeping area in the back."
How continued down the corridor as the ship evened out into the smooth Alcubierre white bubble of warp.
"Whatever you need is yours. Just ask."
"Thank you. I'll pay you for the supplies."
"It is a gift."
He waved a hand. "I will pay you."
"A gift,"
he repeated.
"We are still friends, are we not?"
I studied him for a long moment before answering. For a large chunk of my life, How had been father. Older brother, he would say with a grin, if I ever voiced the words out loud. Friend, mentor, and protector. I'd once trusted this man with my life, trusted him as much as Portis. I couldn't ignore the fact that he'd been here just when I happened to need him most. Whether it was providence or dangerous coincidence remained to be seen. "We're friends," I replied finally with a smile. "And thank you."
"Dylan, give us the bridge for a few."
"Aye." The young man dipped his head and left us alone.
"Come, Hail,"
How said, with an exaggerated bow and a look on his face that confirmed how odd my real name felt in his mouth.
"I wouldn't stay on long. We're clear at the moment in warp, but they'll be tracking for us, and I'd rather not make it easy for them to find our path. One hell-bent run for safety a day is my limit."
I nodded, I'll keep it short." Howe paused, but then left us alone without saying anything more. I connected my smartie to the ship's computer and entered Caspel's private link.
"Majesty? You're alive."
"I am, and in better damn shape than you. What happened?" Half of Caspel's face was bandaged, his left eye hidden beneath a swath of white.
"It's a long story, ma'am, and I'm sure this line is no longer secure."
I gave him the quick and dirty version of events. "Is Alice alive? Tazarian? How many of the matriarchs?" The view shifted, and in the dim light of the room he was in, I could make out Alice and Taz on the far side. He gestured them over. "Majesty," Alice said, smiling in relief. "We are very glad you're not dead." "That makes two of us. Are you unharmed?" She nodded. "I was visiting Tazarian in the hospital with Captain Gill when the attack happened. They sent men looking for him, but Dr. Flipson bought us enough time to escape." Alice swallowed. "They killed her, Majesty. Shot her right in front of the hospital for aiding traitors of the new Indranan." I swore viciously. Caspel returned his camera focus to his face.
"I don't have many more answers for you, ma'am. I am truly sorry. The conspiracy went deeper than any of us imagined. I missed it. As of right now, Feinin's troops have control of Pashati and the rest of the system, as well as 28 other Imperial planets we know of. They have at least half the matriarchs and their families in custody. No one has seen or heard from Matriarch Desai."
"Katerina is with us. I sent Masami and Sabine to the Solarians, but then told them to run for it when we realized what was going on with Trace and Feinin. I don't know if they made it."
"Where are you now?"
"On a ship." I smiled. "No more than that. I'll check in again when we're somewhere safer. If you hear from Admiral Hassan, tell her to keep the fleet hidden and to wait for contact. I'll let her know where to meet me when it's safe."
"Yes, ma'am."
"Caspel, tell my people I'm alive. Tell them to hold on. We will not abandon them." He nodded once and disconnected. Howe was waiting with Dai Lun by the door when Cass pushed it open.
"Let's get you settled."
Howe gave me a cheerful grin.
"Henna has good news. Your Ikam survived the surgery. She had to knock out his partner. Thinks he was feeling the surgery. Said it's the wildest thing she's ever seen. Dylon, drop us out of warp in 10, then plot a course for home. If we're lucky, we'll get there before those shock troops find us."
"Lucky?" I snorted. "I don't need to remind you that luck hasn't been in my pocket lately."
"You're still alive, Shaju."
Howe barked a laugh, ignoring Cass's growled warning and putting his hand on the back of my neck as we headed into the ship. A warm comfort bloomed in my chest at the contact. Maybe I was a fool, but Howe's presence and heading back onto familiar territory made me feel better than I had since this whole nightmare had started. The feeling faded as we passed by medical, and I spotted Emery and Zinn lying side by side. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from crying.
"Your rooms are through here."
Howe stopped at the hatch and bowed.
"I give you my word, you are safe aboard my vessel. And if it will ease your diverse mind, I grant him full autonomy within your rooms. He has the authority to deal with anyone who breaches this entryway without express permission."
I managed a smile. "That will make him feel better, Howe. Thank you."
"Thank me when we get home in one piece. Dylan is an excellent pilot."
"What happened to Guy?"
"Who can disease?"
I winced. "That's genetic. I had no idea."
"Neither did I.
He developed it far later than he should have, and hid it for too long after. Henna did what she could to make him comfortable at the end. That was really all we could do."
"I'm sorry." Hal moved out of reach before I could put my hand on his arm.
"It is the nature of things. We lose what we love. Get yourself settled, Shaju. I'll speak to you later, if we make it out of this alive."
"I'm hearing that entirely too much lately," I muttered, as I stepped over the threshold into our rooms. The others were already spread about the spacious quarters. Matriarch Saito and Isa were going through a pile of clothing and gear. Indula was next to them, weapons scattered around him. Stasia was still in medical, helping Henna set Alba's arm. I sent her a message to stay there for the night, in case any of our people needed anything. Now that some of the adrenaline had worn off, my injuries made themselves known. I dropped down into a chair in the common area with an undignified grunt. "Majesty!" Kisa was on a knee by my side before I could inhale again. "I'm all right, just tired. How is everyone else?" I looked around the room. 7 bodyguards, if Emery and Zinn survived the night. 5 if they didn't. Plus my maid, my chamberlain, a matriarch, and Faze. That was 12 strong, counting me, against Fëanin's army and the Saxons. I could only hope that the 7 ships that had accompanied Admiral Hassan to Redcliffe were loyal and had escaped with her. Otherwise, I was going to have to build my army from scratch, and I already knew from experience how damned difficult that could be. "We're fine, Majesty." Kisa smiled, but I could see Willamette's death reflected in her eyes, and I pulled her into a hug. "You are not fine. We are safe for the moment," I said. "Grieve for her." The young guard's shoulders shook with sobs as I held her, and tears of my own for the loss of a friend slid down my face. I released Kisa, and we both mustered smiles we weren't really feeling. "Is anyone else hurt?" "We'll be all right, Majesty," Gita said. She'd stripped down to her tank top and pants, and was busy trying to wash Tanish's blood from her uniform jacket. "A whole lot of bruises and the like, but they'll heal." I spoke with Caspel. Things are not going well back home. I relayed what little information I had to them from the conversation with the GIS director. "For those who didn't see it, we've likely got a shock corps team on our asses. We can outrun them for a while, but we'll have to deal with them eventually, or the plan won't work." "What plan is that, Majesty?" Cass asked. "Getting back my throne." "With all due respect, ma'am," Indula said from the floor, "that's an endgame, not a plan." "Technicality," I replied, and he grinned. "And I'm working on it." The first step had been to dispute Fëanin's claims that I was dead. Doing that would hopefully light a spark in my people, and at least provide Fëanin with enough of a distraction to give me some time to make my move. Only, Indula was right. Beyond getting my throne back, I had no clue yet what that move might be. "Hopefully, it involves getting us more guns, because we're not knocking over a refuel port with this stash." "It does." His words sparked a memory, and I muttered a curse as I realized what had been nagging at the back of my brain since I talked to Caspel. His operative and Governor Ashwari were supposed to meet us on Redcliffe. Now I needed those ships at Canafe more than ever, and I needed to know if the 3 back at home had also fallen to Fëanin's forces. I made a note to ask Caspel about it the next time we talked. "Majesty?" I shook my head. "Sorry, just thought of something. Everyone get settled in. We may as well get some rest while we can."
My second-in-command bodyguard had been taking lessons from Emery on how to ignore my orders. Instead of crashing on a bunk, my divert turned around and issued a few quick orders of his own to my bodyguards. I pushed out of the chair and headed for a bunk.
"Majesty!"
Cass cleared his throat.
"What?"
He gave a pointed look at a bunk on the other side of the room, far from the one near the door I'd been headed toward. I didn't have the energy to hassle him and changed course across the room. Stretching out on the bunk farthest from the door, I raised my head slightly. "Happy?"
"No, Mum, but that's better."
Chapter 21. I woke up in the dark, every muscle in my body screaming in furious dissent over the slightest movement. Someone had put a blanket over me, and I pushed it aside as I rolled from the bunk. The even breathing of the others filled the room, not breaking rhythm as I made my way step by careful step to the door. It slid open silently, and I breathed a thank you to Howe for keeping his ship in better than working order. The dim red light in the hallway washed nostalgia over me. In a world without sun, Howe's tactic of lighting the hallways with red at night was an easy fix to the problem of spaceborne insomnia. Red time was nighttime. The lighting had worked so well I instituted the use on my ship. I spotted Zinn, sitting near Emery's bed in the dim light of the medbay. His hands were clasped together and pressed against his forehead as he whispered a fevered and relentless prayer over and over. Closing my hand on his shoulder, I joined him in the old familiar litany, and this time, when we reached the end, he stopped.
"Majesty,
forgive me." "What?" Zinn turned his tear-streaked face toward me.
"I should have stayed with you, not let my concern for Emery take me from my duty."
"Shut your mouth." It came out louder than I'd intended, and I winced when Emery shifted in his sleep.
"Stars in Hafen, how can you even think I'd be angry at you?"
I hissed, smacking him on the shoulder.
"You were right where you needed to be. We had everything under control. I ordered you to stay with him."
"Emery would have
been at your side, or I'd have kicked his ass like I'm about to kick yours."
I grabbed his face and jerked it close.
"You listen to me, and listen good. Don't you dare think I'd make either of you choose me. I know it's the way things might go down because of the truly messy situation we're in, but I would never demand it of you. I can take care of myself, Zinn. Right now, you take care of your husband. That's an order. Am I understood?"
He nodded. I kissed his forehead and then released him.
"Majesty?"
Emery's voice was heavy with whatever painkillers Henna had shot him up with. He shifted, trying to open his eyes. I leaned past Zinn, wrapping my hand around Emery's fingers and squeezing.
"We're safe for the moment, Emmy. Go back to sleep."
"Hard to do, with all the noise,"
he slurred. But he turned his head and his breathing evened back out.
"Where's Faze and the others?"
"Next door,"
Zinn said.
"Henna didn't want her waking up and trying to heal Emery again."
"Good thinking. I'm going to go check on them. Make sure you get some rest," I said to Zinn.
"Back at you, Majesty, and go back to your rooms."
I grinned at him and headed for the door to the other room. It was easy to make out the silhouettes on the beds.
"Majesty?"
Stasia's voice was thick with sleep. I pressed her back down onto the bed she shared with Faze. "Everything's fine. Go back to sleep." My maid nodded and curled back around the Therian. Their breathing synced almost immediately, and I watched with interest as the readings on Faze's chart climbed. Alba was out cold, most likely because of the pain medication. She didn't have any of the accelerated healing my bodyguards had, but the splint Henna had applied looked to be high-end Solarian made and would do the job. I turned and muffled a shriek at the sight of Howe standing in the doorway, His gold eyes glittered in the light. Flashing me a smile, he jerked his head toward the hallway and turned away.
"Come have a drink with me before your Devo wakes up and we both get in trouble."
I followed him down the hallway, hesitating at the doorway to his room. He rolled his eyes at me.
"I swear, on the graves of my ancestors, I will be the very soul of propriety."
He shook a bottle at me, the clear alcohol sloshing against the sides. I unlaced my boots and pulled them off, then crossed over the threshold and settled onto the blue cushions that surrounded the low wooden table. Hao poured the liquor with a flourish, passed me a cup, and raised his.
"To the Empire of Indranan and her Empress, long may she reign."
Coming from anyone else, it would have been pompous sarcasm. But with Hao, he meant every word, even if he still hadn't used my title. I saluted him back with my glass and downed the shot, sliding it back to him for the expected refill.
"And to Portis,"
Hao said, his voice solemn.
"If we must go, there is no nobler way than to die for those we love."
I froze, with the drink halfway to my mouth. "How do you know that?" Hao smiled. It was surprisingly gentle and tinged with sadness.
"He loved you, Hail, even before he got the courage to do something about it. I may not know exactly what happened, but I know he would have died to save you, rather than let you come to harm."
I drank, letting the alcohol burn away my tears. Hao gave me the time I needed to compose myself, but didn't fill the glasses again, and I gave him a curious look.
"I lied before. We are not going home. I must take you to my uncle, little sister."
He looked at the tabletop.
"I confess, I do not want to, even though it would mean my dishonor and death. Were it just me, I would still consider it, and likely be foolish enough to disobey, because my debt to you is stronger than anything I owe poor Sin."
"But your crew," I said.
"Yes, my crew. I cannot leave them to such a fate."
I reached across the table and threaded my fingers through his. "I was kind of counting on you taking me to Po Sin, Gerge. Pour a third drink before you bring all the evil spirits down on our heads."
"You are a brat, and I don't know why I ever allowed you on board my ship."
Hao glared, pouring.
"You could have told me that earlier."
"But then I wouldn't have gotten you to spill your guts to me." I took the glass. "To vengeance." Hao raised his glass.
"I have seen that look before. I would have pity for those you seek, but for the fact that they deserve whatever you have planned. May you find your revenge, and may it taste sweet."
I tossed back my drink. Hao poured us another, but with the toasts done I could cradle it. We fell into a companionable silence, broken only by the occasional question or story, as we filled each other in on the last few years apart. I had a cargo hold full of rugs for the SC. I tossed back the rest of my drink. Would have made a fortune on it.
"What happened?"
Emery blew Sophie up. Hao winced in sympathy and poured me another glass.
"Let me tell you about the job we pulled on Primoria 5 a month ago. I'd gotten word that—"
Exhaustion and the alcohol took its toll, and Hao's chuckle shook me out of my doze. He leaned down and plucked the half-finished glass from my hand.
"Come on, little sister. Let's put you back to bed."
"Majesty?" I blinked at Cass, and then at Hao, who'd backed up a step with his hands raised. "Hey, Cass. We were just catching up." I got to my feet without too much trouble and patted his cheek. "You were drinking, without someone to check it?" I gave him a look. It was spoiled by the fact that I had to lean against the door jamb to do it. "You sound like Emery. How wouldn't hurt me?"
"Take her to bed, Caspian. She's fine. You have my word.
Cass didn't reply to how. He just grabbed my boots and gave the gunrunner a sharp nod. I waved to him and headed back down the hallway.
You can't wander off, ma'am. Not right now. If anything happened to you...
I'm perfectly safe here. How gave his word. And you weren't that worried. You didn't wake anyone else up, I said, as I sank back down on my bunk.
Go to sleep, Majesty.
Yes, sir. I threw him a salute, rolled over, and let the liquor drag me down into a dreamless sleep. I woke to the sounds of quiet conversation and the smell of food, at which point my stomach pointedly reminded me how long it had been since I'd eaten last. Morning, Majesty. Kisa handed me a plate as I rolled from the bed. Bless you. She laughed. Thank Captain Howe. I would have been happy with S rations. Me too, but luckily for us he hates them. I grinned at her and took my plate over to a chair. Where is everyone else? Matriarch Saito is in the bathroom, cleaning up. We have some fresh clothes for you, ma'am. You can take a turn when she's finished. The others are in the medical bay for a briefing. Is Emery awake? He is, ma'am. Kisa held out a hand, and I sat back down. He asked me to make sure you ate first. They're just filling him in on everything that's happened. How is he? I asked, shoveling food into my mouth. He's awake. Kisa grinned at my glare. I'm sorry, Majesty. That's all I know. You'll have to talk to Zin and Henna about it, after you've gotten cleaned up and she's looked at your leg. My leg is fine. I waved the spork in the air for emphasis, but my bodyguard didn't even blink, so I went back to my food with a sigh. Good morning, Your Majesty. Katerina came into the room, dressed in a pair of dark brown pants and a lighter brown shirt a size too big for her. Matriarch Saito? I nodded, then snorted. Katerina, let's drop the titles for the moment, shall we? Given the unusual situation, they feel very cumbersome. If you insist, ma'am. Kisa, I think you are right, and we're going to want to take a few inches off these sleeves. My bodyguard laughed. Yes, ma'am. I finished off my food and headed for the bathroom, grabbing the stack of clothing Kisa pointed out by the doorway as I passed. Unwrapping the blood-stained bandage from my leg, I studied the shallow furrow in my calf. It was already healing. Besides putting a new dressing on it, I doubted there was much more Henna could do for me that my own augmented systems weren't already doing. I splashed water on my face, drying it off with the coarse towel, and bent over to run my fingers through the tangles of my curls. Cutting it would be the best option, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, even now when it was most practical. So instead I wove it into a loose braid. Portis had loved my hair in all its ridiculous glory. Stripping out of my blood-dappled clothing, I pulled on the clothes my guards had gathered earlier. The pants were a little short, so I tucked them into my boots. Thankfully, my new shirt fit. It was probably from Henna, judging by the strange, brightly colored characters cavorting across the front of it. Kisa and Katerina were gone when I came back out into our quarters, but Indula waited in the hallway, and he gave me a short bow. Ma'am? The shirt suits you, I said, of his sleeveless green top, and he grinned in reply. Matriarch Saito said the same thing. She said it brightened my eyes, whatever that means. He rolled his eyes. It's clean and non-reflective. That's about all I need. How's Emery? He's better, ma'am. Awake and out of danger. None of us are out of danger. True. He shrugged and waved me through the door of the medical bay. The conversation stopped as we came in the room, followed by a wave of Your Majesty and genuflections. I rolled my eyes. Can we table the pomp until later? No, Majesty, Emery said.
It's even more important to show respect to you now. You are the rightful Empress of Indrana.
You look awful. Emery grinned, because we both knew he was right, and I was only changing the subject because I didn't have a good argument for him. He did look awful, though, propped up in the bed with a heavy layer of surgical heel tape wrapped across his chest. The dark skin under his eyes was bruised to blue-black, and I noticed his left arm was close to his side. The sound of Zin's keening in the cargo bay came back to life in my head, and I crossed the room, wrapping my arms around my surprised Ecom. Don't ever do that to us again. Do you hear me? Chapter 22. Emery patted me awkwardly on the back with his right hand.
Yes, Majesty,
he lied. I pulled away, wiping the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand. Did Cass get you all caught up? I asked, once I trusted my voice again.
He did, including how cooperative you've been.
I think he's just mad because I didn't invite him to drink with Hao. We're headed to Shanghai port, by the way. I need to meet with Po Sin. If anyone in the room had reservations about my announcement, they were waiting for Emery before they expressed them. My Ecom studied me for a long moment, and then surprised me with a nod.
May I ask why, Majesty?
Hao kind of has to take us there or end up dead, I said, with a grin and a shrug. Po Sin put a price on my head when he heard the news about who I was. I was planning on going to him anyway. We need help, and he owes me a favor. If you've got a better plan, I'd love to hear it, because right now this is all I've got. I looked around the room. I was supposed to meet with a GIS agent, who was bringing Canafe's governor to me. She has the lock codes for the Vajrayana ships. We get those, and we stand a fighting chance against whatever Fënin and the Saxons can bring to bear. Alice, Caspel, and Taz are heading up the resistance at home, but they'll need help. We need Po Sin's network, and permission to travel in his space. We need Hao's continued help, which he won't give without approval from his boss. And right now, what we need most is time.
Which we don't have.
Emery nodded, grimacing and resting his head back on the pillows. Everyone out, I ordered, and the others complied without comment. We'll manage, Emery. I put my hand on his. He opened his eyes and smiled.
I trust you, Majesty. You're in your element. I told Cass to try to roll with the punches out there, and not to interfere unless you were in actual danger.
I laughed, squeezing his hand. You get better. I don't want to have to take my throne back without you.
Yes, ma'am.
I turned to leave, but Emery caught my arm before I could go.
Majesty, they say you shot the king.
I did.
Hail!
His rare use of my name was filled with exasperation. He shot you, I said, waving a hand in the air, so he's lucky I didn't kill him. I only shot him in the knee. He can be grateful I didn't aim higher. Emery chuckled, grimaced again at the pain, and let me go so he could press his hand to his chest.
Be careful with Po Sin, Majesty. Don't trust him.
I never have. We weren't more than a few hours from Shanghai port when we dropped out of the warp bubble back into normal space. I'd used my time on the ship to formulate several plans. The first involved meeting Po Sin at a rather seedy, even for this port, restaurant in H section. If Po Sin didn't agree to my terms, I'd have to move on to Plan B. Which was really going to piss off my guards, and probably the enforcers at Shanghai, because the body count for Plan B was a little high. We disembarked the Pentecost, Dai Lun having removed the fake registry before we reached the port, with Hao in the lead and Dai Lun on his heels. Cass was at my side. Zin and Gita followed behind. I'd ordered everyone else to stay on board. Alba was up and moving around, but Faze was still catatonic, and sleep for Emery was the best thing possible. I spotted Nez as soon as I walked into Ho Tai's cup. The runner for Po Sin was tucked into the back corner, watching everything with his beady black eyes. I crossed the room in just a few strides, sacrificing stealth for expediency, and grabbed Nez by the upper arm before he could bolt. "Don't run off." I hooked a chair with my foot, spinning it around. Dropping into it, I jerked him back into his own seat with enough force to rattle the empty glass on the table. "My friends don't like surprises, Nez. I'd keep both hands on the table and try not to twitch." Cass cleared his throat. I took my eyes, but not my hand, off Nez, glancing up and around the bar. "Mind your own business," I snapped, and everyone went back to what they were doing. I didn't miss the way the bartender's hand slid under the bar. "Zin, keep an eye on the door. We'll have company soon." Nez had recovered from his shock some, and beamed a smile at me through the greasy strands of black hair hanging in his thin face. "Crescent Stone, it's so great to see you." I tightened my hand on his arm until he winced in pain. "Drop the chair, Nez. The whole fucking universe knows who I am by now. You're an idiot with poor personal hygiene, but you're not that stupid. I need to talk to Po Sin." I saw Hao tense out of the corner of my eye, and then the voice echoed through the bar. "You could have just called, my dear." Po Sin stood silhouetted in the doorway, a tiny man, flanked by his guards, 2 Amazon-sized women who were taller than Emery. I let Nez go, and he scrambled for the dubious safety of his boss. I rose slowly to my feet, folded my hands together, and bowed while keeping my eyes locked on this powerful Cheng lord. "Forgive me for not allowing you enough time to plan a proper party, grandfather. You look very well." Po Sin laughed, the sound surprisingly hearty for a man of his age. "You look even better. Being Empress obviously agrees with you." "I've come to collect a bounty." Po Sin raised one eyebrow and shook his head. "Sit down, Your Majesty. Tell your dogs to relax a bit, and we will talk." "Back at ya," I countered. But I sank back into my chair and shot Cass a look. He nodded imperceptibly and moved until he was at my right shoulder. Zin and Gita took their cue from him, keeping their hands well away from their weapons. Po Sin sat in the chair Nez had vacated, taking a moment to shake out his intricately embroidered robe so that it fell in graceful folds around his ankles. "Tea, Lily." I swallowed back my laughter as one of the gigantic women headed for the bar. Po Sin had a strange habit of renaming his bodyguards for flowers. "What happened to Rose?" I asked. "Killed by a clumsy assassin Fang sent after me." "I'm sorry to hear that." A smile quivered beneath Po Sin's long beard. "You broke her nose once because she looked at you for too long." "True." I wiggled a hand. "Fang's a waste of air, though, and no one deserves to die from a clumsy attempt." "Better her than me," Po Sin replied, effortlessly reminding me that even though he looked like someone's gentle grandfather, he was a stone-cold killer. Which meant I needed to cut to the chase. We were running out of time. "You owe me a favor," I said. "I owed a gunrunner named Crescent Stone a favor. I don't do business with governments." I'd expected the reply. Still, a surge of disappointment filled me. Nothing about this was apparently going to be easy. Bugger me. My gun cleared its holster before I finished my sigh. Cass was a split second behind me on the draw, moving with a speed that would make Emery proud. There was a crash of porcelain on the floor as Lily dropped the tea and scrambled for her own weapon. Her counterpart had already drawn, as had several others in the bar. Howe just dropped his head into his hand. The rest of the patrons headed for the exit as if the room were filled with Hephaestian plague. "Twice I've had your life in my hands. I gave it back to you once," I said. "Give me a reason to do it a second time." Po Sin wouldn't be the most feared Cheng gangster if the sight of a pissed-off woman with a gun could bring him to tears. He smiled at me. A slow, deadly thing that would have scared me if I'd had anything left to lose.
"Ah, there she is. My deepest apologies, Cresson. I did not recognize you at first. Of course, I will honor my debt to you. What is it you need?"
"Permission to move through your territories unhindered. Allow Hao to take us from Shanghai to Guizhou, and to continue with us if he so chooses. Protection from any Saxon shock corps or other mercenaries who may be hunting us. Medical care for my people free of charge, and a promise of no less than 10 of your best fighting vessels, should I ask for them. Pay Hao for the bounty on my head and consider it done. And finally, no hard feelings for this little incident here." Po Sin studied me.
"You ask a lot."
I bowed in my seat, keeping my eyes on his and my gun where it was. "Your life is worth much, grandfather." His mouth twitched, and I knew I had him. Po Sin should have known better than to negotiate with me out in the open like this, where anyone could hear. If he refused, he rejected the honor I'd done by naming a price equal to his stature.
"All right, Your Majesty,"
Po Sin agreed.
"I will give you all you ask for. Any damage to my ships and crew will be paid for by you, and I will only provide free medical care for any injuries received thus far. Safe passage is guaranteed. There are no hard feelings, and Hao gets the bounty. Does that satisfy my debt to you?"
"It does."
"Good."
Po Sin's eyes were black stones in his weathered face.
"Then I will suggest that the next time you point a gun at me, my dear, you pull the fucking trigger."
"Duly noted." I put my gun away with a smile.
"Now we'll eat something."
I didn't look back at Cass as a growl issued from behind me. "That would be lovely. Forgive my bodyguards, though. They're not accustomed to protocols out here. My devot will mean no insult when he asks to scan my food."
"Perhaps you should explain it to him."
Po Sin was back to his grandfatherly smile.
"Then he won't have to."
It wasn't a request, but this also wasn't a conversation I wanted Po Sin overhearing. I gave him a little nod, got up out of my seat, and dragged Cass a few feet away.
"This is unwise."
"It's a test," I replied, in an equally low voice. "He wouldn't dare poison me after publicly declaring us even. If I don't eat, or if you so much as shift a hand in the direction of the food, he'll take it as a sign I don't trust him. All deals will be off. You hear me? Even our safe passage."
"I can't let you do this.
Emery would want you to trust me. He said as much, didn't he? I know what I'm doing. I did business with these people for years, and I know the rules that hold sway here. Damn it, Cass. Emery trusts me. Why can't you?" It was a slap, petty and uncalled for. I knew it as soon as the words left my mouth, but it was too late to call them back. Cass's face went blank.
"Fine, Majesty. Whatever you think is best."
It was the words I wanted, delivered in a tone that ripped my heart to shreds. I opened my mouth to say something, anything that might back us away from this, but no words came. So I closed my mouth, nodded,
and headed back to the table. Po Sin watched us with a speculative gleam in his eyes, but I ignored him and grabbed the chopsticks from the hand of the server who approached the table. It was obvious someone else's order had been co-opted for our dining pleasure. There was no other way the table could have been filled in the short time I was away. We ate in silence. The food was delicious, and I'd learned a long time ago to enjoy a meal whenever I could.
I used to regret my nephew stole you, and that you'd never agree to work for me directly,
Po Sin said, patting at his mouth with a napkin.
Now, I think it might have been for the best, my dear. Such trouble it would have caused.
I stood when he did, straightened my shoulders, and met Po Sin's smile with one of my own. You have no idea, grandfather.
May this agreement be profitable for us both. You have a hard fight ahead of you, Your Majesty. I hope you win.
He smiled at me and gave a little bow I barely remembered to return before he headed for the door. Dai Lun bowed low to Po Sin and spoke a few hurried words that made both Hao and Po Sin look back at me.
Majesty, what did you do?
Zin muttered. Nothing. I hadn't said a single word to the pretty, cold-eyed pilot the whole time we were on board. Whatever it was that they decided seemed to please Dai Lun at least, though Hao